Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Magun summon Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a park, a green-haired girl was looking at a golden tube that just appeared on her right arm. Ka-san. The girl screamed as she tried to dislodge the item. Izumi. A woman shouted as she heard her daughter scream in fear and froze as she saw her daughter swinging her arm trying to get an item off. Let me try to pull it off. Several hours later and in a hospital room. May I speak with you in my office, Midoriya-san? A doctor asked as he glanced at the young girl that was still poking at the golden edition. Izumi, I'll be talking to your doctor. I'll be right back. Izumi's mother told her daughter as she nodded to the doctor, and after both left the girl looked at the gem on it. What are you? Izumi quietly asked as she hefted it. Could it be my Quirk? In the doctor's office? Your daughter's arm is encased in a material that is unknown, but from what we have found out it isn't gold or any kind of metal. But what is odd about it is the fact that your daughter's arm is stuck in a gunner's grip as shown here. The doctor stated as he showed an X-ray to the mother. I've had to theorize that it is her Quirk that just manifested. Mine is just attracting small items to me and my husband's is fire breath. The mother stated in shock. A mutation isn't that common, but it is believable. But now you have to get it registered and it has to have a name. The doctor stated with a sigh. We can let Izumi name it if you want. It is her Quirk, so she should be given a say in it. Izumi's mother stated as they started to head back to the room when a blast of dust came out of her room. Inside the room. Wow! Izumi's eyes were lit up as a dust cloud swirled around her, then reformed the golden tube, getting her to sigh. It fell back to sleep? What fell back to sleep? Her mother asked as she ran up to her daughter, who had a grin on her face. My Quirk, it seems to be asleep, and I got it to explode off me, but I don't know how I got it to do so. Izumi stated while still grinning. So what are you going to name it? The doctor asked as he noticed that nothing in the room was disturbed by the blast. Magun. Izumi stated as her eyes went half-lidded and glossy, the gem glowed for a fraction, and her smile faltered, but just as fast as it happened she was back to normal. Magun? The doctor asked, getting Izumi to blink and look at the gem. It woke up just for a moment. Izumi stated, shocking the doctor, and then noticed the gem was dull. I see, it has a mind of its own, and for the time being it is sleeping so you can build your body to take whatever it can do. The doctor stated as he left the room. I'll bring you a Quirk registration packet and discharge paperwork so you can go home. Several years later. Deku, that thing might be your Quirk, but it hasn't done anything in 10 years. Give up on being a hero. A blonde boy shouted at her as they walked towards a shopping center. It is just sleeping, Katsuki. I know it will wake up when I need it the most. Izumi quietly stated as she kept walking but stopped when she didn't hear her friend's retort to her statement. Get back, he has a hostage. A hero shouted but stopped and frowned. I can't get close thanks to the kid just throwing explosions everywhere trying to dislodge the sludge. Katsuki. Izumi thought as she just froze, not seeing the gem start glowing. None of those three are going to help him. She thought as she heard one say they are going to wait for a hero with a better Quirk. I'll save my best friend and I'll do it myself. She muttered right as she lifted her right arm up, and those around her noticed her eyes have gone glassy, and right as she had it level a windmill popped out the side and started to spin rapidly, and as it spun the golden tube dissolved, revealing her normal arm. What is that noise? One of the three heroes muttered as he turned to look and looked shocked as a girl was holding a weird-looking gun. The summoning triad has been selected for you. She stated as a bullet formed in her hand and 3 cartridge loading ports opened up. The cry of a soul without light, forest green. Izumi chanted as she flicked the bullet into the air and it flew surprisingly into the gun, but what was more shocking is that she now had another bullet in her hand. The soul that forbids the birth of life, version white. She flicks that bullet into the air and like the first it flies perfectly into the gun, and she is now holding a third bullet. To freeze all things, ice blue. Izumi stated as she flicked that bullet into the air, and after it was loaded she aimed the gun right at the fight. Shine. I summon you. Shiva. Izumi shouted as she pulled the trigger, and a massive report was heard and a massive dust cloud bloomed into life as 3 colored lights rushed out of the cloud and merged into a small white fairy that was encasing everything under it in ice, and as the little fairy froze the sludge, the hostage broke free and got away as the sludge villain froze. What is that? The teen boy shouted as he saw Izumi standing with a gun in her right hand that was smoking. Right hand, her right hand is encased in a golden tube thing. Katsuki, you okay? Izumi asked as she lowered the firearm but shocked everyone when it exploded and reformed that golden tube on her arm and she collapsed. Izumi! Katsuki shouted as he ran over to his friend. She saved me. Katsuki thought as he saw 3 bullets on the floor right next to her, each with a different color, one green, one white, and one blue. Kid, I'm going to have to write her up for, one of the pros started to say when Katsuki rounded on him. For what? Saving my life, when you 3 couldn't even think of a way to do that. She never got that thing to wake up before, and now she is out cold because you 3 decided to wait for someone with a better quirk. Katsuki ripped into the pro with anger in his voice. We don't even know what her quirk can do because it keeps sleeping. He continued quietly, looking down. And you want to write her up because she had to rescue me because you 3 couldn't do anything to help. Well, she did fire a gun without a permit. The pro tried to point out, but frowned as Katsuki looked around. What are you doing? Looking for her gun that you want to write her up for firing, don't see one, and which hand did she fire it with? Her left hand is empty, and if you say right hand then that golden thing that happens to be her quirk is in the way. Katsuki replied, getting the pro to frown. Look around you, the civilians are siding with me, because the law is also on her side, but because she upstaged you she has to be punished, right? Fine. The pro sulked off and Katsuki knelt next to Izumi, drawing her into a piggyback ride. He also picked up the 3 bullets that were next to her. At the Midoriya's home. So she fired a gun that summoned a white fairy that froze the villain that attacked you? Izumi's mother asked, getting Katsuki to nod. And those 3 bullets are what she loaded into the gun. That I'm not sure about, as I was being attacked when she fired it. Katsuki replied as a groggy voice got both of them to look. Forest green, version white, and ice blue, when fired from the Magun, summons Shiva. Izumi stated as she yawned. Looks like I'm going to need a bullet belt. All 3 jumped when the door got knocked on, getting Katsuki to walk over and check to see who it was inside as he opened the door. Inko, have you seen the news? A woman asked as she walked by Izumi, who was yawning again. And you, Izumi, should go to bed if your quirk made you fall asleep like that. I'm hungry. Izumi muttered as she sat in a chair and looked at the 3 bullets. The summon triad. I wonder how many there are. She muttered as she looked at the 3 she had. It has to be in sets of 3 and I only have the 3, so I can only summon Shiva. She is at it again trying to figure out her quirk, but now we have more information about it. Inko stated, getting a nod. But it fell asleep again. Izumi stated, getting everyone to look at her in shock. My reaction as well. I wonder what wakes it up. At a junk-filled beach. Katsuki, why are we here? Izumi asked. You need a place to train, and you need to figure out how to wake it up. Katsuki stated as he pointed to the piles of junk. No one would care if you blow up the junk, or freeze it if you summon Shiva. But that's the thing, I don't know how to wake it up. Izumi replied as she looked at the gemstone that seemed to shift in the light. On the walkway near the beach. Those 2 were on the news, that girl would be a trendsetter. Just like I was, and also my popularity would go up if I got her as a student. The boy also knows the laws and his attitude is like my own, so I guess he could be another. A woman thought as she overheard the conversation. Doesn't know how to work her own quirk, at her age, but seeing it in action it is quite powerful. Well, she managed to get it under her control when she thought her friend was in danger. Back with the twosome? What were you thinking about when it transformed? Katsuki asked, getting Izumi to take a step back in surprise. How no one was trying to help you and that Izumi stated before quietly finishing her sentence. What was that at the end? Katsuki asked, getting Izumi to glower at him. If you lost to someone before I got to beat you then nothing matters. Izumi stated, getting her friend to look shocked. Yes, I've wanted to beat you just once, but you are my best friend and we can push each other to greater heights. DMN. Katsuki muttered as he walked several feet from her. Well then try to beat me with your Magun. Have it your way. Izumi stated as she looked at the gem, noting that it hadn't changed. Oh come on. Why can't you just do what I want? Let me guess, it isn't. Look out. Katsuki shouted as the woman from before tried to kick Izumi, getting Izumi to spin and the gem reacted. What? Izumi thought as the windmill appeared and started to spin. It reacted to me being in danger, and it also reacted when Katsuki was in danger. Is it being in danger needed for it to wake up? She thought as she now held a gun in her right hand. Well, that looks fun. The woman stated with a grin on her face as 2 large bunny ears twitched in the air. The summoning triad has been selected for you. Izumi stated as she held her left hand up, revealing a bullet which got Katsuki to look surprised as it was a different color than her other 3. The origin of all things, Mother Black. She chanted as she flicked the bullet, getting the rabbit-eared woman to look giddy. A heat that will scorch all creation, fire red. Izumi continued as she flicked another bullet into the air. The critical point of everything, burning gold. She chanted as she flicked a 3rd bullet. Burn up? I summon you. Phoenix. she shouted as she fired the Magun at the giddy woman who, surprising both teens, jumped straight up and dodged Izumi's summon, which appeared to be a bird on fire, revealed after the 3 energy waves hit a pile of trash which exploded into the bird, and got Izumi to narrow her eyes. Is that it? The woman asked as Katsuki tried to attack her and got kicked next to Izumi for his efforts. A one-shot attack that. The summoning triad has been selected. Izumi stated as she held up a bullet. The moment that dictates the time of extinction, steel gray. She chanted as she flicked the bullet. Bubbling and boiling blood, heat crimson. She continued chanting as she flicked another bullet. The light that penetrates darkness, lightning yellow. She chanted as she flicked a third new bullet. Howl. I summon you. Ixion. She shouted as she fired the Magun a second time. Wait, she can fire it more than once. The woman tried to jump but was shocked to see a horse appear, and then she got shocked. What? The F-, an ice fairy, a bird that is on fire, and now a shocking horse. The woman shouted in awe. Ouch, I really didn't think this through. Huh? Izumi asked as she lowered the Magun and Katsuki got to his feet. Hello, bunny ears, powerful kicks, and well-toned body. The woman stated as she fell to the ground with lightning sparks littering her body. That hurt, by the way. I got off 2 summons thanks to you, Maruko. So I think we are even. Izumi stated as she walked over to her dropped bag and wrestled with it. Oh wait. Kind of a bad time to ask for an autograph. I'll sign it after I stop sparking. That is seriously a powerful quirk, and you only got to control it 3 times. Maruko asked as she still sparked. Fired it 3 times, yes, but got it to transform twice. Izumi replied as she sighed. Am I going to be in trouble for blasting you? Nah, if anyone tries to write you up for this they will have to answer to me. I did attack you to see if it was a fluke the first time. Seeing that it wasn't, well, I want to train you. Maruko stated, getting both teens to look shocked. Yes, I know about my reputation, but seeing you on the news got my interest and I'll get some good press for a change. It also will get Death Arms to shut up about you. That a-hole? Katsuki stated, getting an eyebrow to quirk up. I thought I got through to him then. He stormed off because he knew you were in the right, but he doesn't really like the fact that a civilian had to intervene like you did. Maruko stated as she slowly shifted into a sitting position. That said, me training you would look good for both of you. She stated, with a grin as she signed a notebook that had details about her and she blinked at it. You wrote this? Yeah, my mom thought it would be a good idea for me to write in a notebook to get used to writing with my left hand. And heroes happen to be my favorite thing. Izumi stated as the Magun exploded and reverted to its resting mode. And it fell back to sleep. With it in resting mode or it in active mode, you have only one free hand. Maruko stated as she eyed Izumi. A kicking fighting style would benefit you to keep criminals from getting too close to you. And you, Katsuki, need a style that benefits keeping opponents at a certain range, otherwise you risk getting caught up in your own blasts or their own quirk might need close quarters to work. Inside an office? Are you surprised that I've recommended a student? Maruko asked the person sitting at the desk. Seeing that you've never done so before is why I denied it, thinking that someone either doesn't know you or they hacked your email, the principal replied, getting Maruko to sigh. Izumi needs the recommendation, her quirk is too dangerous for your normal practical exam. Maruko stated, getting an eyebrow raised. I've helped her train her quirk, and you heard about me ending up in the hospital? I have. Wait, she sent you to the hospital? The principal was shocked about the information just given. Yup. Maruko stated, with a smile. Let's say this much, if she pulls out 3 different shades of red, it will not stop till the fight is over. The recommendation exam is next week, let her know. Several weeks later? Hey Izumi, did you miss the UA exam? Katsuki asked as he saw her. Recommendation exam, Katsuki. I didn't have to do the regular exam. Izumi replied as she smirked. I told you that, remember? Oh yeah, well you missed some giant robots that might have given Ifrit a tough time. Katsuki chided with a grin. Who knows, which class are you in? Izumi asked, getting a grin from Katsuki. 1A, the best class there is. Katsuki replied, getting a smirk in return. Same, just remember class 2A had to wait for their homeroom teacher to let them rejoin after he expelled them. Izumi stated as she looked at her quirk. She forgave you for it, and I think you impressed her more than you think. Katsuki stated as he saw her look. I didn't know Ifrit would be so powerful, heck Titan did about the same amount of damage. Why does it seem that my summons are more to end fights than just be in them? Izumi muttered sadly. Isn't that a good thing? The faster you end a fight the less chances for more victims. Katsuki stated, getting a tearful-eyed look from Izumi. But, Izumi tried to retort his statement. None of that, look at my quirk. If I'm not careful I can cause more damage than the villains I fight. Katsuki stated as he frowned. We are bad at trying to cheer each other up. Izumi stated, with a slight chuckle. That we are. Katsuki replied with his own chuckle. Some days later. Why do you have bullets? A blue-haired teen asked Izumi as she walked into the classroom. Part of my quirk. Izumi replied as she narrowed her eyes at the podium. Hey there Katsuki. Wow, first me then you, and you got him frozen. Katsuki stated as he saw her eyes dart to the podium. Is something wrong? Nothing dangerous. Izumi replied as she sat down. How did she end up with such a great tan? Who has a great tan? Katsuki asked as he looked at all the girls in the class. The dirty blonde over by the pink girl. Izumi stated, getting the entire class to look at her. You can see me. The tanned girl asked, getting Izumi to tilt her head. Wha? Izumi asked, perplexed. Izumi, she is invisible. Except her clothes. Katsuki stated in a deadpan. How? Izumi asked herself. That will have to be answered later. A male voice stated, behind the podium. Only one of you noticed me and that cost you some time. He continued as he held up a uniform. Each of you will take one and head to the practice field. A little later and outside. Bakugo, you have the highest score in the entrance exam. The teacher stated as he held a ball which he tossed to Katsuki. Step inside the circle. Now normally the Department of Education frowns on use of quirks in physical training, but that takes away from actual training. So Bakugo, throw the ball with your quirk. If you say so, any extras with sensitive ears better cover them. Katsuki shouted as he prepared his pitch. Die! He shouted as an explosion sent the ball skyrocketing away. 795 meters. The teacher stated mildly surprised. How cool, we can use our quirks for this test. The pink girl asked, getting a nod from the teacher. This will be fun. Fun? The teacher asked, looking annoyed. There is no fun in the real world. So whoever gets last place will be expelled. After everyone has gone through the assessment, well Midoriya is in last place. The teacher stated as he looked at her. Why didn't you use your quirk for any of the tasks? My quirk isn't useful in situations like this. After all, it is asleep at the moment. Izumi replied with a shrug of her shoulders. In what situations would you use your quirk? The teacher asked. My quirk is 100% combat, no in between. I summon creatures that only attack whatever my opponent is. Izumi stated as she glared at the teacher. If you can get me to move out of the circle with your creatures, I'll waive my rule. The teacher stated, getting a sigh from Izumi. Your call. Izumi stated as she walked a set distance. Giving up? The teacher asked, getting her to turn around. No, just clearing some room. Izumi stated as she held her right arm up while the golden item exploded, revealing her normal arm under it. The Magun has thawed. Izumi stated, with a cheeky grin. We might want to stand behind Izumi. Katsuki stated as he saw her look at the Magun. Great. Izumi muttered as her left hand moved away from the belt. The summoning triad has been selected for you. Izumi stated, getting her teacher to blink as his hair rose and his eyes turned red. Grinding and devouring rocks, shark gray. Izumi chanted as she flicked a bullet that she didn't pull out of her belt. That which drinks thirst, water blue. She continued, getting the teacher's eyes to widen in shock, as she flicked another bullet. That which can even feed on empty space, crusher white. She finished chanting and flicked a third bullet. Bakugo, just how dangerous is her quirk? A blonde-haired girl asked, getting a dark look from Katsuki. Depends on what she summons, seeing as I don't recognize the colors. Katsuki replied, shrugging, and the blonde girl gained a pale blue lightning energy that flickered around her as she moved everyone behind Izumi. Roar! I summon you. Bismarck! Izumi shouted as she fired the Magun at the teacher as a giant dust cloud erupted and 3 energy trails emerged from it. It isn't an emitter. The teacher thought as the energy impacted each other before hitting him. She missed? As he thought that a large torrent of water pushed him back as it rose into the sky and a giant white whale swam up the pillar. She wasn't kidding, that would not have helped in any of the tests and she got me out of the circle. That was so cool. Any others you want to show? The pink-skinned girl asked. No, as I stated to our teacher, the pro-hero Eraserhead, I'll only summon during combat. Izumi replied as she lowered the Magun. You managed to push me out of the circle, was that what you intended or accidental? Eraserhead asked, getting a smirk in return. I have 2 summons that would have gotten you out of the circle with you being the one to do it, but the Magun decided that Bismarck was the better choice. Izumi stated, getting a bird-headed teen to look surprised. You have a sentient quirk? Eraserhead asked, getting a nod. It does as it wants, but after some rigorous training the Magun and I have bonded. Izumi stated as it reverted to its sleeping form. Inside a locker room. Say, Midoriya, how is it that you can actually see me? The invisible girl asked, getting Izumi to look at her. I'm not sure, I can be affected by other quirks, but this is a first for me. Izumi replied as she changed her clothes. Though it also looks like I'm immune to our teacher's quirk as well. How can you tell? A busty teen asked, getting the group OG girls to look at Izumi. He can erase any quirk that isn't a mutation, and my Magun quirk is in fact an emitter-classed quirk. Even though it acts like a mutation class 1, it has an emitter-style event. Izumi explained, getting the girls in her class to look surprised. That said, I wonder what we will be doing in the classroom. A little later in classroom 1A. Now that the assessment has been dealt with, it is now a good time to introduce each other. Eraserhead stated as he looked at his class. I'll call your name out and you will introduce yourself and give a brief explanation of your quirk. He continued as he then did his own introduction. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa, and you can also call me Eraserhead or Sensei. Now to start with Ashido. Hiya, my name is Mina Ashido. And my quirk is acid, which allows me to alter solubility and viscosity of it. Mina, who happens to be a teen girl with pink skin and hair, stated with some glee. Azui, you're next. Shoyuta stated. I'm Tsuyu Azui. My quirk is frog and it does whatever a frog can do. Tsuyu, a teen girl that has long green hair and a pale complexion, replied. Ida. Shoyuta stated. I'm Tenya Ida. My quirk is called Engine. Tenya stated, who happens to be the blue-haired teen that confronted Izumi about her bullet belt. Uraraka. Shoyuta continued on. I'm Ochako Uraraka and my quirk is zero gravity. I can remove gravity's hold on anything that is touched by all 5 fingers of my hand. Ochako stated, revealing a teen girl with rosy cheeks and brown hair. Kaminari. I'm Denki Kaminari. And electrification is my quirk. Denki stated with a slight beat in how he said it. He has blonde hair with a black streak in it in the shape of a lightning bolt. Kirishima. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, and my hardening quirk can harden my body like stone. Kirishima, a red-haired male teen, stated as he held up an arm but frowned when it didn't happen. Don't make me use my quirk in the classroom. Shoji, you're next. Shoyuta stated as his eyes were glowing red and his hair had rose up. I'm Mizo Shoji. Dupli arms can shapeshift into whatever sensory organ I need. Mizo stated as his 6 arms just shrugged. Jiro. I'm Kyoka Jiro. My quirk is earphone jack, and all it does is increase my hearing. Kyoka replied as she twirled one of her jacks around one of her fingers. After a little bit. Midoriya. Shoyuta stated, getting Izumi to stand up. I'm Midoriya Izumi, my quirk as you saw outside is called Magun. It allows me to summon named creatures via 3 different colored bullets. I do have a list that I've already summoned and the Magun sometimes gives me a new one every so often. Izumi stated as she sat down, getting the class to look at their teacher. Do you know how you can see Hagakure? Shoyuta asked. Nope, but I also found out that I'm unaffected by yours as well. Izumi replied, getting their teacher's eyes to widen. But I know that I'm not immune to quirks as Katsuki's quirk can affect me as we spared before. Under supervision? Shoyuta asked, getting a nod from both teens. We will have to look into your immunity later on as there are still aspects we don't know about. He shook his head as he looked at the next student to be introduced. Shields. I'm Melissa Shields, and yes, I'm related to David Shields of I Island. My quirk is Power Burst, it increases my strength and speed. I have to keep it controlled when I use it, otherwise I risk injuring myself, but I've gotten pretty good at keeping it controlled so it isn't that risky. A blonde girl stated as she sighed. A few days later. Midoriya, do you know why Yaoyorozu looks glum? Toru asked Izumi as they entered the entranceway. Not really. It might have to do with the fact that she had to go through the normal entrance exam after Izumi quietly stated as she looked down. Knocked her out of the running for the 4 slots. Wait, there are only 4 recommended slots, so who are the other 3? Toru asked, getting Izumi to sigh. Todoroki, Tokage, and Kendo are the other 3 and they performed better, but there was another one but he withdrew, which put me, who was 5th, in a slot. Izumi replied as she looked over to the creation quirk user. Though I only beat her by 2 points. Just remember that, there are situations that can impact anything by a slim margin. I'll remember that. Toru stated as she went to her seat. Midoriya. Momo stated, getting Izumi's attention. Yes? Izumi replied, getting Yaoyorozu to look at her. I would like to see how I would fare against your summons one day. Do you know if they have any weaknesses? Momo asked, getting a chuckle from Izumi. You think it is funny? No, my Magun quirk has a weakness, but I'm not one to point my own flaw out. Bakugo knows it and uses it against me. Izumi replied, getting Yayorozu to frown. And no, I do not know if my summons have any weaknesses. After a certain teacher arrived. Glad I chose to come to school way earlier than normal. Izumi thought as she facepalmed. Grab the case with your seat number on it and then head to training ground Gamma. All Might ordered as he ducked under the doorframe and went to the location he ordered. Inside the girls' locker room. Hagakure, is that your hero costume? Mina asked, pointing to the gloves and boots. She is wearing a bodysuit. Izumi stated, getting everyone to look at Izumi. Come on, did you all forget I can see her? Oops. Mina stated as she looked at Izumi's costume, which consisted of light brown pants with what looks to be an empty gun holster on the left leg, a darker brown top with metal studs on the shoulders which held a ragged cloak covering her right arm. She also had a pair of sunglasses with the right lens missing. Midori, your hero costume makes you look like a... My quirk is flashy enough, I don't need to be flashy. Izumi interrupted Ishido, before frowning. Midori? I shortened your last name and it sounds cooler. Mina replied, getting a sigh. At least it beats Deku. Izumi quietly stated as she started to head out but stopped when she saw Melissa struggling to pull a zipper up. Here. Izumi stated as she pulled the zipper. Thanks. Melissa stated as she placed 2 gauntlets on her arms and red boots that had similar metal plates. Odd, a strength-boosting quirk and she isn't wearing body armor? Izumi thought as she left. Inside training field Gamma. Now you all look like heroes, and in this exercise I'll be dividing the class into teams of 2, and each team will go against another team in a villain versus hero exercise. All Might explain to the class, which got some to ask some questions. The pairing will be random, and the teams that will be going against each other will be random as well. After the teams were picked. So Hagakure, if what I ask works, do you mind just watching a big fight? Izumi asked with a smirk. You want to solo the entire thing? Why not have me scout ahead seeing that you are the only person in class that can see me? Toru retorted, glaring at Izumi. I don't want to catch you in the crossfire, you are cute after all. Izumi replied, making Hagakure turn beet red. Did she just flirt with me? Toru asked as Izumi walked towards All Might. That she did. Katsuki replied. I'm lucky that I don't have to go against her, but she is lucky that I'm not going against her as well. Huh? Toru asked as she blinked at the confusing statement. There is a reason she wants to change the setting of her fight, and that is room for her summons. They are massive but it also alleviates her weakness. Katsuki stated, with a frown. I've beaten her in spars because I know of it, and after that her Magun never tries to turn into the gun mode against me due to it knowing that I know its biggest flaw. You better make sure that you watch what she does. Invisi girl. Katsuki, are you trying to scare her? Izumi asked as she walked up with a grin. I got permission to have it changed to a bigger spot. I had to explain to All Might that because me and you are on the villain team we would choose a location that would benefit the both of us. And how does a big area help me? Toru asked. Well, if I wasn't going to do what I was planning I would have you harass the hero team using hit and run tactics. Izumi stated with a sigh. If we were using the same building type I'm next to useless. As it locks me to my smaller summons, and they do area of effect attacks. Bakugo says that you have a weakness that I should look for. Hagakure stated getting Izumi to smile. I do, I know it and he is the one that showed it to me. It is quite obvious but not at the same time. Izumi stated, getting a Hagakure to roll her eyes. So Midoriya, what can you tell me about how I look, seeing that I haven't seen my reflection since I was 5? Toru stated, with a frown on her face. Well, for one thing you have shoulder-length dirty blonde hair. You do have a great tan, much better than I could ever get as I just burn. But it complements your freckles that cover your nose. And your eyes are a very bright blue that one could get lost in them. Izumi stated as she stared right at Toru, who was blushing so red that only Izumi could see how embarrassed she was. Why do I think putting those two on the same team is going to be a bad thing? All Might thought as he turned to look at Melissa. She has taken to one for all quite well even though she got it through an accident. Izumi has summons that could be a problem but as long as I maintain a steady 10% I should be able to take them down. I just hope I don't go over 30% as then I start injuring myself. Melissa thought as she watched Shoto end the fight with a frozen finale. Which summons do you think she will use? Mizo asked, getting Melissa to shrug. I also heard that All Might granted that they don't do the test in the same building as the others but an old music venue. Odd choice for the test but I think it is due to her quirk that she chose that location, also it would be a great place for Hagakure as well to annoy us. Melissa stated as she looked at the location. Hagakure isn't an issue for me, but unlike Midoriya I can't see her but my other senses can pick her out. Mizo stated, getting Melissa to get a smile. So if we rush, Hagakure will be easy to take out, but Midoriya will be an issue. I will be able to fight her summon, so you can go and take her out, then we work together to get Hagakure. Melissa stated, getting a nod from Mizo. So I go in first to distract Midoriya to force her to summon, which will remove her from the equation, so you jump in to take her out, and then Hagakure. That plan might work, and from the other team Midoriya seems to think she has it in the bag and is going to do it by herself. Kyoka thought to herself as she listened into both teams' plans. Wait, are they assuming that Midoriya can only summon once? We only saw her summon one creature, but she never said she couldn't summon more. After a little while, are you in position, Hagakure? Izumi asked as she held the Magun in gun form. Yes, and I can see you from my position. Toru replied over their comm. Begin. All Might stated. Midoriya, shields just jumped to the rooftops. She will be there shortly. Shoji is not visible yet. Toru revealed over the comm. Thanks, now you get to see one I've already summoned before. Izumi stated as she leveled the Magun. The summoning triad has been selected for you. Izumi shouted, getting Melissa to radio Mizo to start coming. The flaming hot Fang, Cardinal Red. Izumi stated as she reached into her bullet belt, pulling out a bullet and then flicking it to the Magun. Wait, how many different summons does she have? Toru thought to herself when Izumi just reached for another bullet. The deep blood of the hurricane, dark crimson. Izumi continued chanting as she flicked that bullet into the Magun. The strength of steel, burnt sienna. Izumi chanted as she reached for a bullet, then she flicked it to the Magun. Prepare yourself, villain. Melissa shouted as pale blue lightning flickered about her. For I am here. Scorch. I summon you. Ifrit. Izumi shouted as she fired the Magun, and after the energy trails combined in the air, an explosion happened and a large red bipedal creature appeared charging right at Melissa, who grabbed its thrown punch and tossed it away. Really, that was kind of dumb. Melissa stated as she got ready to charge at Izumi. Ifrit doesn't give up that easily, shields. Izumi stated as she raised the Magun and aimed it at the buildings. You've already summoned? Whoa! Melissa started to say as she ducked under Ifrit's renewed attack. Shoji is almost there. Toru reported to Izumi. The summon triad has been selected for you. Izumi shouted, surprising everyone but Katsuki. The solid earth that protects, Gaia Brown. Izumi stated, as she pulled another bullet from her belt, and Melissa tried to head to Izumi but had to grab Ifrit and throw the summon again. The hidden silence of passion, deep vermilion. Izumi continued on, ignoring Melissa, who looked to jump right at her, but she got tackled by Ifrit. Why won't you just stop? Melissa shouted as the pale blue lightning became more erratic and Ifrit took a punch from her, sending it into the air. From the eternal vitality of life, evergreen. Izumi chanted right as Mizo landed and ran right at Izumi and saw that Melissa was getting ready to help but froze when Ifrit landed behind her. Shields, behind you. Mizo shouted, getting Melissa to groan, and spun around with a kick that created a shockwave but didn't move Ifrit. Smash! I summon you. Titan. Izumi shouted as she fired the Magun at Mizo. Wait, you can summon more than once. Mizo shouted in shock as a large rock-like creature slammed an arm where he was standing, seeing that he jumped back to avoid the hit. I can summon as many times as I want to, as long as I still have 3 bullets to use. Izumi stated as she watched the two fight her summons, and the entire class watched the brawl. With Melissa and Ifrit. DMN it. Melissa shouted as her right arm hung loosely with blood dripping from it. 35% is nowhere near enough to get it to stop. She thought as she looked at her right arm. Recovery girl is going to be mad at me and Uncle Might. She finished thinking as she gained her pale blue lightning aura, and it went into a flurry of bolts going off her body. They're 45% overcharge. This is the highest I've gotten since getting this power. She thought right as she swung around, kicking Ifrit right in the head and damaging her right leg in the process. Ah! Ifrit, stop. Izumi ordered as she walked over to Melissa and knelt next to her. And there, capture is completed. I broke my leg and an arm, just how powerful is Ifrit? Melissa asked, getting Izumi to look down at Melissa. Believe it or not, you actually gave Ifrit more of a workout than Maruko. But I noticed near the end Ifrit was starting to take it easy on you. Izumi stated, to Melissa with a smile. Ifrit is actually one of my strongest summons. And you never told the class that you can summon more than once? Melissa stated as the timer ran out. No one asked. Izumi replied as she held her hand out and 6 bullets appeared in her hand and the 2 summons vanished. Do you need help getting to the medical office? I do. Melissa replied. About that, Izumi chuckled as Melissa just stared. I only got 1 arm. Put the Magun on the ground and pick me up. Melissa started to say when Izumi hefted the Magun into Melissa's view. It is attached to your wrist. How? I'll carry her. Mizo stated as he picked up his teammate carefully off the ground. With the class? Whoa, did she just solo 2 heroes with just 2 of her summons? Denki asked, getting a scoff from Katsuki. What's so funny? Did you know she can summon more than once? She can summon with sets of 3 bullets and each summon is a powerhouse. She might have one for every situation you could think of in combat. Katsuki stated as he grinned at the rest of the class. She is one of the few people that I respect because her drive is only matched by the number of summons she can use. That is an interesting assessment, young Bakugo. But nonetheless she did injure young Shields in the test. All Might pointed out. Actually that was her own quirk that damaged her, it looks like she lost control of it right near the end. Kyoka stated as she rewound the footage and sure enough it showed Melissa losing control both times her limbs broke. She might have lost her temper because of how much that summon kept coming back for more as if it couldn't be beaten. That's Ifrit for you, once it starts to fight it will not stop till either it wins or Izumi calls it off. Katsuki stated, getting everyone to look at him. I've seen her summon Ifrit before and it sent our trainer to the hospital because neither of them gave up. I'll need to ask your trainer for more information, so may I ask who? All Might asked, getting Katsuki to look away. Miroku. Katsuki replied, getting everyone to just stare. My question is why does it look like a demon? Ibra asked, getting Katsuki to look at her. Look, her summons designs are not made by her, in fact I'm not sure what even designs them. Katsuki stated, getting the girl to shrug and the door opened revealing the 4 students walking into the room. Shields you should be with Recovery Girl. All Might stated as Melissa looked at the hero. I rather get the review first than go see her as I already know she is going to be miffed at me. Melissa replied with some sorrow. Was I off on the percentage? So who was the MVP? All Might asked the class. I say it was Midoriya due to how she figured that they would target her first and did not know about her ability to summon more than once. Plus she knew that if she fell, Hagakure could harass them or even beat them as they would be exhausted from fighting her summons. Tenya explained. I would agree, but young Midoriya please refrain from injuring your classmates. Young Midoriya? All Might started to say when Izumi wobbled and grabbed the wall. Izumi, have you been sleeping right? Katsuki asked, getting a negative head shake. You dummy, you know that the Magun takes a lot out of you each time you summon, more if you have to create the bullets. Well it looks like 2 students are going to report to Recovery Girl. I'll take Shields and can you make it there on your own, Midoriya? All Might stated, getting Melissa to look at him and he raised 2 fingers getting a soft smile. I can make it, but I've been having trouble sleeping so I don't know how much Recovery Girl can help. Izumi stated as she leaned on the wall and promptly fell asleep. I'll carry her. It isn't the first time I've had to. Katsuki stated as the 2 went off to the medical wing of the campus. In a barren desert? Not again. Izumi shouted as she looked around her, seeing nothing but viridian sand. Soil, a phantom voice stated all around her. I've been telling you that since the first time I pulled you here. This is the Magun? Izumi asked as she spun around. Yes and no, the phantom voice replied, getting Izumi to sigh. Each summon you use is powered by soil, but you have so much soil that you can generate a rainbow of colors. So you are telling me that this desert is me? Izumi asked as the sand shifted. Yes and no. You are not ready to learn the truth about yourself, the phantom voice stated, but made Izumi frown. You sound like me, who are you? Izumi shouted as the voice chuckled. Your truth, everything you are, and will be. I'm you but at the same time I'm not. I'm the source of your power, yet I'm nothing without you, the voice stated as a dust storm picked up and she started to hear voices. Izumi wake up. Katsuki shouted, shaking her. Kachin? Izumi muttered, getting a sigh of relief from Katsuki. Good, good, now I need to check the patient, an old woman stated pushing Katsuki to the side. Recovery girl? Izumi asked, getting a nod. I fell asleep, it shouldn't be an issue. It wouldn't be if you didn't stop breathing and your heart stopped, in fact I still can't find your heartbeat. Recovery girl stated, getting Izumi's eyes to widen. What? Izumi stated as she sat up quickly and put her left hand where her heart should be and didn't feel it. How? What happened to me? How am I supposed to know that? Recovery girl shouted at Izumi, who gave a deadpan stare right back. Wait, I just got a heartbeat, it was once but it is gone again. So my quirk is slowing down my heart rate? Izumi asked as she looked at the Magun. Something I need to learn. What was that? Recovery girl asked, getting Izumi to look at the pro. I'm not sure. Izumi stated as she leaned back into the bed. How is Melissa? She is doing fine. Recovery girl replied as she walked away. That desert is me, but isn't me. Or am I overthinking things again? Izumi thought as she watched a walking flesh skeleton walk to where Recovery girl went. And I thought my quirk had a negative side effect. Izumi, I'm telling Auntie that you haven't been sleeping. Katsuki stated, nearby. Really, Katsuki? Izumi stated in a deadpan. It isn't every night. Recovery girl thought you died. Katsuki stated, getting Izumi to look down. I have no idea what is going on with that. Izumi stated, getting a scoff from her friend. I'll tell Auntie that you got into her stash again, if you tell my mom. No fair. Katsuki shouted. Several days later. Izumi, have you been sleeping better? Toru asked as Izumi sighed. Yeah. So have you told your parents about the fact that I can see you? Izumi asked, getting Toru to gain a blush. Izumi. Toru nearly shouted, then clamped her hands on her mouth. Izumi replied with a stunned look. Did you just say my first name? Forget I said that, please. Toru asked with a pleading look on her face. I don't mind if you call me that as long as I can call you Toru. Izumi replied, getting Toru to sigh in defeat. Fine, but no more embarrassing me. Toru stated, pointing at Izumi's face. But I like seeing your tomato impressions. Izumi replied, getting Toru to blush again. You. Art, why can't you be serious all the time? Toru shouted at Izumi, still blushing. I'm only serious when the Magun is out due to it being dangerous. Izumi stated with a frown. I like you, and you interest me. What? Toru asked as they entered the school area and saw all the reporters. Why are there reporters here? I'll give you an answer, they got wind of one of our teachers. Izumi stated as she sighed. Let us pass or we will be late for school. She stated to one of the reporters. Can you tell us what it is like to be taught by? One of the reporters nearly stepped on Toru to get to Izumi. That equipment is expensive. And a lawsuit would be more expensive than your camera. Izumi stated as she helped Toru to her feet. One of my classmates is invisible and you nearly stepped on her. You are already disturbing the peace, please leave before we call the police. Shoyuta stated to the reporters surrounding the gate. If it wasn't for Hagakure I would have given you detention Midoriya, damaging other people's property isn't heroic. I know. Izumi replied as they walked through the gate. In class? I should have done this last week. Shoyuta stated from his podium in front of the class. You need to select your class president and vice president. After a short election. How did I get a vote? I didn't even vote for myself. Momo stated in shock as the other 19 votes went to the same person who was looking at Momo. Guess we will be working together. Izumi muttered as she sighed. Why did everyone vote for me? So the class president will be Midoriya Izumi and the vice president will be Yaoyorozu Momo. Shoyuta stated as he saw the results. Now on to other things, we will be going to an off-site training location for your rescue course. A little later in the cafeteria. Midoriya, Hagakure, do you mind if I sit here? Melissa asked as she pointed to an open seat near the two. Sure. Izumi replied as she sighed. I didn't even want the position. Are you salty that you won? Melissa asked as Toru chuckled. She was the only one to vote for someone else, so she in fact picked her VP. Toru replied with an amused chuckle. I'm amazed that Katsuki didn't vote for himself. Izumi muttered darkly. He does seem to be self-centered, but he does respect you. Melissa stated as she and the others ate their lunch but then jumped when the alarm went off and then saw that no one was leaving in an orderly fashion. One moment. Izumi stated as she got up and looked for a distinct ponytail and avoided people as she walked over. Yaoyorozu, can you make me a gong? Why? Momo asked, surprised. If I do make it, do you need a mallet? No, just the gong. Izumi stated with a sigh as Momo made the gong for Izumi. Thanks. Izumi stated calmly as she hit it with her right arm, making a very loud sound. Just because it is unusual doesn't mean that you can forget the emergency protocols. Heck, some of you are training to be heroes. Leave in an orderly fashion and then panic. She shouted at the panicky students. It is just reporters. Tenya shouted from the window. How did they get on campus? The gate only allows students and staff in. Izumi thought as she started to head back to Toru and Melissa. What material is that made of? Melissa asked as she tapped it with her knuckles. It's soft yet hard. It looks like metal but it doesn't act like any metal I know of. Dunno. Izumi stated as she sat back down. It just appeared on my arm when I was 4. I started to turn invisible in splotches after I turned 4 and by the time I turned 5 I was invisible, save oddly for you. Toru stated as Izumi stuck her tongue at her. My quirk manifested when I was 10. Being a stockpiler might have meant I needed to wait for it to charge. Melissa replied with a downcast look. Do I risk telling them about One for All? Sure, I got it by a sample. My dad had to study Uncle Mite's quirk. But it was a complete and utter accident. Rube Goldberg would be happy with the number of events that made me swallow the sample. She is hiding something. Izumi thought as the gem flashed on the Magun. Want to know something funny? When I'm summoning I can't do any sort of tricks. You flick the bullets, don't you? Melissa retorted. I meant trick shots. I can't spin around to fire or twist my body to fire it in a unique way. Izumi replied. Wait, so you don't do wasted moves when you fire it? Melissa asked, surprised at the revelation. Yup, Miroku thinks it is annoying to deal with. But I can load my Magun while moving around, but I have to fire it how it wants to be fired. Izumi replied, looking at the gem. A few days later. Midoriya, a word. Shoyuta stated as they were getting ready to get on the bus. Sensei? Izumi replied as she looked at her teacher. Refrain from summoning at the USJ, this is more to learn how to do rescue operations, and as you clearly demonstrated, your quirk is heavy combat. Shoyuta stated with a sigh. I was already going to do that. I can't be a one-trick pony. Sure, my summons can end fights quickly, but that doesn't mean I can't help people out while my summon deals with the villain. Izumi stated as she looked at the Magun. But I'm quite limited because of the Magun limiting me to one arm. I need to learn how to rescue safely before I try it out for myself. No vigilante work, young lady. You are starting to become a problem child that Power Loader has to deal with yearly. Shoyuta stated as he glared at her, which became a scowl when she stuck her tongue at him. Inside the bus. Hey Shields, is your quirk similar to All Might's? Denki asked, getting Melissa to look surprised. He doesn't injure himself when he uses his quirk, so, no. Melissa replied quickly. But you have to admit it is just as flashy as his. Kyoka retorted with a scoff. Did she just lie? Why would she lie? Kyoka thought as she looked at Melissa. Also, it looks like I'm not the only one that thinks she lied. But could she tone down her attempts on poor Hagakure? I can hear her embarrassed heart. Izumi, please stop getting me to blush. Toru stated as quietly as she could to Izumi, who chuckled at how red Toru got. Why, it is fun and you look so cute when you blush? Izumi asked, getting Toru's blush to darken. Could you stop? I can hear her heartbeat and it is starting to sound like a jackhammer. Kyoka stated, getting Toru to look happy that someone was coming to her aid. Trying to be a white knight? Izumi asked, getting Kyoka's eyes to widen. Well, you do have. Izumi, please focus on class, not the girls. Katsuki stated with a sigh. Hearing you flirt is annoying. Catch on. Izumi shouted with a blush on her face. She can blush. Both Kyoka and Toru stated as one. You ruined it. Izumi muttered as she sulked. Remember, they are teens, just remember they are teens. Shoyuta thought as he held his face in his hands. No matter how much one makes you want to send them to Tartarus. Inside the USJ. 13, where is All Might? Shoyuta asked. He will be here in a little while. 13 replied, holding up two fingers, and getting Melissa to sigh. Sensei? Denki asked, getting both pros to look at him. Is that part of the class? He asked, pointing to a black swirling pool. No, 13, contact the rat and get the students out of here. Eraserhead ordered as he leaped down to where the black pool was and was greeted by a large number of villains. All Might was supposed to be here, one of the villains complained as he was followed by a large hulking figure and a guy made of the same material as the means that brought them there. He was on the news saving people, he might be running a little late. The cloudy guy replied, getting the first guy to sigh. Kurojairi, deal with 13 and the students, the now known leader of the group ordered as he watched Eraserhead deal with the lowlifes. Back with the class? I'll be dealing with you all. Kurojairi stated as he appeared near them. All of you run and try to escape. 13 orders. I'm afraid that escape will not be possible, Kurojairi started to say when his neck brace took a massive hit by Izumi. How? He demanded as he tried to warp her away and was shocked to see her still standing. Another one? Izumi muttered as she started to walk towards Kurojairi. Midoriya, stand down. 13 ordered, getting Izumi to shake her head negatively. I'm his worst opponent. Izumi stated as Kurojairi warped away. Well, he is smart, but not that smart. Back with Eraserhead? DMN, that warper is back. Eraserhead thought but frowned when he saw a dent in the neck brace. Is 13 dead? The leader asked, getting Eraserhead a pained look. No, I had to pull back as one of the students is immune to my warp gates. Kurojairi replied, giving Eraserhead a little relief. If you weren't my escape plan I would have dusted you. The leader stated as the number of thugs dwindled. I guess that is their limit. Nomu, deal with him. With that said, the large figure started to approach Eraserhead. On the higher level? No, Izumi thought as the gem on the Magun reacted and transformed into the gun form. Hey, ugly! Izumi shouted, getting the two villains to look at her and get a sigh from the pro. The summoning triad has been selected for you. Izumi stated in a calm voice as she reached into her belt and pulled out a black-colored bullet. The origin of all things, Mother Black. She chanted as she flicked the bullet and then reached into the belt again to pull out a red-colored one. A heat that will scorch all creation, fire red. She continued on chanting as she then flicked that bullet and then reached again for a yellow bullet. The critical point of everything, burning gold. She chanted as she flicked the bullet and then raised the Magun to fire. Burn up? I summon you. Phoenix. She shouted as she fired the Magun at Nomu. Nomu has a shock absorption quirk, shooting it will do nothing. The leader yelled back as the energy trails impacted Nomu and looked like it did nothing to it. Are you sure about that? Izumi asked with a smirk. You think you are? What the? The leader shouted as Nomu's body expanded and then exploded, revealing a large bird that was on fire, that then flew up into the sky, breaking the roof and then the sky, which fixed itself right after. You think you've won? He asked, getting Izumi to drop her smirk. Shock absorption isn't the only thing it has. He shouted at Izumi as the body slowly got back up and soon it had its entire upper body back. The summoning triad has been selected for you, Izumi stated as she got onto the railing. The fury that levels everything to the ground, storm blue. Izumi chanted as she flicked a bullet that she didn't pull out. The essence that erases all color, ash gray. She continued chanting as she flicked another bullet. Great, another new one. Katsuki muttered, getting 13 to look at him. This is how her quirk works? 13 asked, getting nods from her classmates. The spirit that drops into infinite darkness, silent black. Izumi chanted, flicking another new bullet into the air, and then she did something that two people knew she couldn't do. Emerge. I summon you. Automos. She shouted as she fired the Magun straight up. Where are you aiming? The leader shouted as Izumi leaped off the rail and then tripped Eraserhead and put her foot on him. What are you doing? Eraserhead asked. Keeping you safe. Izumi replied as the ground started to shake. Automos is a bit hungry, and I'm safe from my own summons. With the class? A class 10 gravity well just popped up above us. 13 stated aloud. Hey, tall chick, make the densest blanket you can. Horn girl, you can fire up to 4, right? Katsuki shouted, getting a nod from Pony. Good, everyone under the blanket, and you keep the blanket tethered to the ground. Inside an office? What is that? A small animal asked in shock as a whirlwind seemed to emanate from the creature, that looked like a flying eyeball, above the USJ. Wait, there is a class there. Inside the USJ. What the hell are you doing? You can't just call for reinforcements. The villain leader shouted as everything started to flow into the air. What did you do, cheater? I summoned Automos. Izumi stated as she pointed to the sky. My quirk allows me to summon entities. So you are a summoner class, TCH, the villain scoffed as the winds picked up. What is it doing? It's hungry. Izumi replied with a grin as she didn't look like she was affected by the high winds. As its mouth opens, it increases the gravity that it emits. What? Kurogyri shouted, getting the villain leader to look shocked. Shigaraki, you should vacate immediately. All Might hasn't arrived yet. Nomu, kill the girl. Shigaraki ordered, getting the massive creature to charge at her, but after 2 steps it stopped heading for her and was slowly going into the air. Ops, looks like it finally overcame gravity. Izumi stated, as Shigaraki and Kurogyri were being pulled up as well. You cheater. Shigaraki shouted as Kurogyri warped them both out of there. Just how long are you going to let it stay up there? Shoyuta asked, getting a tired look in Izumi's eyes down to him. I can't stop him till his mouth fully opens. By then anything trapped under him is gone. Izumi stated quietly. Aizawa, I'm barely keeping the students safe, just how long will this gravity well last? 13 asked, getting Shuta's attention. 13, can you get into contact with anyone outside the USJ? Shoyuta asked, as Izumi started to look even more tired. I'll try. Yes, do you want to know something? 13 asked. Is the mouth of the creature above us open all the way? Shoyuta demanded. I'll ask, it is. 13 replied as Izumi held her hand out, reforming the bullets that summoned Automos, which dismissed her summon and then fainted. Midoriya. Shoyuta shouted as he checked for a pulse and frowned when he didn't get one but noted that she was still breathing. You are a bag of questions, aren't you, problem child? In the Viridian Desert? Why am I back here? Izumi asked, getting no response, but she noted that the desert looked a little emptier than the last time she was there. You have used too much too fast, the phantom voice stated, getting Izumi to look around for it. Should have considered the chances of it. Make sense, will you? Izumi shouted to the air. Soil is the lifeblood of an individual. You need rest and not summon a new summon. We'll focus more on the soil charge you have already, a second voice stated, more mechanical in nature. That will be a good idea, the phantom voice stated, getting Izumi's eye to twitch. Am I ever going to get a straight answer from here? Izumi demanded as she kicked the sand and felt pain course through her. What the hell? This is your soil, endless expansion Viridian Green, the mechanical voice stated, getting Izumi to frown. That is what it meant, it is me yet not me my soil. Izumi muttered as she looked around, seeing the back end of Automose appear. Is that a good sign? Giving you some soil from those defeated by Automose, the mechanical voice replied, getting Izumi to eye twitch again. So it is going to. Ugh, if this is my soil as you keep saying, will this affect me? Izumi asked. No, it will be converted into your soil when it lands. You are starting to understand how your soil works, the phantom stated, getting Izumi to smirk. You are my connection to the Magun, the mechanical voice is the Magun, and I'm the desert that you are tied to. Izumi stated as she waved her hands around. So why me? That you have to learn yourself. As the one tied to the Magun you will face hardships that will try to break you, Izumi's connection replied, getting Izumi to sigh. So rest and focus more on my 21 bullets, right Nectin? Izumi asked with a smile. Nectin? Well, you need a name and I can't call you a voice in my head that only appears when I'm out cold, can I? Izumi replied with a shrug and then sat down looking at her right arm. All this time I've been here and I now notice that I don't have the Magun here. You are correct, you need the rest, and the Magun can't be here as the Magun can't exist inside soil, it can only use soil. The Magun is very picky on who can and cannot fire it, Nectin replied as Izumi yawned. Good night, master. Inside the medical wing of UA. She is breathing but has no heartbeat. Recovery girl was shocked as she looked at the girl on one of the beds. How can she not have a heartbeat? She asked someone nearby. I'll look into it as it is quite worrying. A voice replied looking at the student. Whatever the reason is, she also is immune to quirks that try to influence her. Shoyuta stated, getting the other two in the room to look at him. She can see my invisible student is immune to my quirk, which is the reason I got her in the first place, and Kurogiri, the warper villain, stated he couldn't warp her to another location. We need to find out why, Nedzu. Interesting. Nedzu replied with a grin. The next day in the nurse's office? Ugh, I hate fainting. Izumi mumbled, getting Recovery Girl's attention. Oh good, you're awake now. Recovery Girl stated as she walked over to examine her, but skipped checking her pulse. You're not going to check my pulse? Izumi asked, getting the nurse to stare at her. What? You don't have one? Was all that she got told. Say what? Izumi nearly shouted as she looked down at her body. But the last time you found it and it was slow. That is not the only thing wrong at the moment. Recovery Girl yelled at the teen. Not only are you immune to quirks that try to influence you, but you have no pulse, no heartbeat, yet you still have blood flow, which means that your blood just flows through your body with nothing pumping it. Recovery Girl stated as she sat down in a chair that was nearby. Your quirk is strange but at the same time very unique. I figured the unique part as I've never heard of a summoning gun before, nor a quirk that summons things to fight for the summoner. Izumi muttered as she rubbed her right arm and frowned as she noticed that the Magun hadn't reverted yet. So am I free to go? No, you have to wait for your mother to come and pick you up. We already gave her a pass to get in so she can take you home. Recovery Girl stated before getting a serious look on her face. I have no idea what caused you to faint like that, but never summon that one again. I've created 21 different summon charges that took a toll on me. The fact that I didn't rest properly when I did so must have caused me to weaken enough. Izumi stated, getting the pro to stare at her. I'm already planning on resting till the sports festival, boy if I make it to the third round you are going to hate me. I wish they stopped that Ido-idic contest, the pro muttered as the door opened. My baby girl. Inko shouted as she glomped her daughter in a tight hug. Mom, can't breathe, Izumi stated as she tried to struggle out of the hug. What's this about you fainting after you summoned yesterday? Inko asked as she held her daughter by the shoulders. I think I made too many summon charges too fast and that it caused health issues. Izumi mumbled, getting Inko to stare at her daughter. No new ones till you mastered the ones you already have. Inko ordered, poking her daughter in the chest. I'm going to try that. But each time I'm put into a situation that requires me to generate a new charge triad. Izumi quietly stated, getting Inko to hug her daughter again, but then gained a grin. Izumi, Katsuki told me that you've been flirting with your classmates again. Inko stated, getting Izumi to go red in the face. Why? Izumi ummed out as Inko helped her daughter up. Just like your father, always trying to flirt with those that catch your attention. Inko stated as she rubbed Izumi's back. So girls again? And how many? Yes, and one, but started to work on a second. Izumi replied, looking down. I just love the way that only I get to see her blushing face. Izumi, it isn't fair that you only benefit from that. Inko chided, getting Izumi to flare up again in the face. In a different location? She cheated, she must have cheated. I don't recall any quirk in the database with summoning something that big. Shigaraki shouted as he threw a tantrum in a bar. Tamura, that is enough. A TV shouted at the teen. Sensei? Tamura asked, calming down a little. So this student derailed your plan, could you explain how? Sensei asked, getting the annoyed teen to frown. She used a gun to cause a flaming bird to erupt out of the Nomu, and then she fired that same gun straight up and summoned this giant eyeball that as it opened it caused everyone we hired to be swallowed up by it, including the Nomu. If it wasn't for Kurogyri warping the two of us we would have suffered the same fate. Tamura replied as he shook in anger. Interesting. Tamura, I know that you are annoyed about the failure of your plan, and take heed you did rush ahead and didn't study your opponents carefully. Which is why you failed, but any failure that you escape from teaches you how not to do the same thing. Again. Sensei calmly stated, getting the teen to look at him surprised. Now lay low and let Kurogyri stock up on money and recruit those that would benefit our goals. The start of the next school week? Katsuki! Izumi shouted as she tackled her oldest friend. You told my mom about my flirting. I did it so that you can curb that flirting side of you. Katsuki replied as he flipped Izumi off him and got up. Is that so? Izumi stated, with a Cheshire grin before walking off. I'm going to be blamed for this, aren't I? Katsuki ummed as he saw her walk away. With Jiro and Toru? So you're going to guard me from Izumi? Toru asked, getting a nod from Jiro. How sweet. Izumi stated, getting both girls to whirl around and stare at Izumi. A knight in punk armor. Really? Kyoka asked, getting a slight chuckle from Izumi. Well, you are guarding a pretty girl. Izumi stated, getting Toru to blush and Kyoka to sigh. Not to say that you aren't that bad either. Izumi continued on, getting Jiro to gain 2 shades of red blush. You're not used to comments like that, are you? Izumi asked as she leaned over and was pulled away by Melissa. Shields, are you trying to protect these maidens from me? No, just saw someone getting a little forward and decided to intervene. Melissa stated with a frown. Ah, and here I thought you were going to be just as fun as Jiro here. Izumi chided as Melissa face-palmed. Does she have an off button? All 3 girls thought as Katsuki walked up. If you can get her to blush she will stop for at least 2 days. Katsuki stated as he walked by. Kaken. Izumi shouted as she growled before frowning. You like us, don't you? Toru asked, getting Izumi to blink, and then a red tinge formed on her nose before she started to walk to the school. Did I break her? No, you shorted her brain out as she tried to compute what you said and her own actions. Kyoka replied, getting the 3 of them to follow suit. A week later. All right everyone, it is time for the first year's sports festival, and to start off this event the highest scoring student in the practical will give a speech. A loud blonde male spoke aloud and oddly didn't need the speaker system to be heard. Mike, tone it down. Shota stated in a deadpan. Anyways, Bakugo Katsuki scored the highest in the entrance exam and as such he gets to do the speech. In the arena? I vow to win, but if I do lose it better be to someone not holding back. Katsuki stated, getting everyone to shout about how rude he was being. In the stands? Will he ever stop being abrasive? Izumi muttered to herself, getting a chuckle from Kyoka. Find it funny, Punk Knight? Izumi. Kyoka nearly shouted as she blushed at the nickname. Kyoka, you know better than to try to poke at her. Toru stated with her hand on her face. Aren't you being cute as well, Toru? Izumi stated, getting Toru to flare a blush as well. Could you stop flirting for 2 minutes? Melissa asked, getting Izumi to turn and look at the blonde girl. Really, trying Katsuki's way to get me to blush? Izumi asked, getting a nod in return. 2 points for trying though. Then again, you are trying to protect these maidens from me, makes me think you are trying to join us. Wah. I don't know what you are trying to say. Melissa sputtered as she started to blush and wave her hands at Izumi. Wow, 3 for 3. Izumi muttered as all 3 got redder in the face and then each gained a cat-like smile and leaned over to her. What are you 3 plan? Izumi started to ask when they kissed her, Toru and Kyoka on the cheeks and Melissa on the forehead. DMN. Izumi muttered as she started to blush. Finally. Toru muttered with a grin but still blushing. I find that weird, that would get her to stop. Kyoka stated quietly as she too was blushing. I can't believe I did that. Melissa muttered as continued to blush. Shameful. Ibra muttered as she glared at them, only for Momo to tap her shoulder. What? Not everyone shares the same ideological views as you do. So don't judge others. Don't your beliefs state not to judge others as only your lord can be the judge? Momo pointed out while Ibra looked shocked. You have valid points and points that I need to reflect on. Ibra quietly stated as she frowned at her own misgivings. Thank you for hearing me out. Momo replied with a smile. Back to the arena? Now each class needs to head to their starting location for the first event, which will be an obstacle course designed by our very own pro hero power loader. A very attractive woman stared at a microphone and glared at the two other announcers that were in the box. "Mike, you forgot to introduce Midnight again," Shota stated with a sigh. "And this is why I hate these events." "No need to fret, Eraserhead, these events love you," Present Mike stated, getting a groan from the other host. "On the way to the starting area? Those two play off each other very well," Pony stated to Melissa in English. "That they do, almost like a comedy act," Melissa replied in English, getting the rest of the class to frown. "Oops," Pony stated with a shocked face when she saw her classmates stare at them. "I slipped again, didn't I?" "I did too, so don't feel too bad," Melissa stated as Momo shook her head. "Sometimes I think you two do that on purpose, just to make sure we are studying English correctly," Momo retorted, getting Pony and Melissa to blink and face palm. "I can see Melissa trying that, but not Pony," Izumi stated, getting Momo to look at the class president. "Pony just moved to Japan a year ago, and Melissa less than that. But from the reports I got on each of you, which you should have gotten as well, Yayorozu, revealed that Pony slips into English very often and has to be reminded by her peers. Melissa, on the other hand, has been learning Japanese for a long time, so it shouldn't be an issue for her to realize that she slipped back." "And how did you get that information?" Melissa asked, looking scared. "Nizu," Izumi replied with a shrug. "Though for some reason yours had a lot of redacted information, Melissa." "My dad is the head scientist of I-Island," Melissa replied, getting a nod from Izumi. "I hope I can do this event well enough. I can't use my Magun for this event," Izumi thought with a frown that soon turned into a grin. "Hope you all have a great start. Begin," Midnight ordered as everyone bolted for the entrance except Izumi, who sighed as Shoto froze their gate, stalling the rest of the class. "Really?" Izumi muttered as she ran at the ice wall and punched it with the Magun sleep state, breaking the ice. "Oh cool. Are those the robots you were talking about, Kaken?" Izumi asked with wide glittery eyes. "Yup," Katsuki replied as he took off to the air but had to struggle a bit when Izumi jumped on his back. "Get off. My Quirk SCKS for this type of event, and I want to break our tie, or do you think you can't beat me now?" Izumi chided as Katsuki sighed and flew with Izumi. "You could have hitched a ride with Shields," Katsuki muttered, getting Izumi to glare at him. "Is that allowed? 2 of your students are flying?" Present Mike revealed. "It is, as it shows that they are willing to work with others." Shoyuta deadpanned with a sigh. "Midoriya's Quirk isn't the best in these situations, but she is a powerhouse in her own right." "Are you going to be riding all the way to the finish?" Katsuki asked as they neared the minefield. "Nope," Izumi stated as she let go, spun around as the Magun switched forms. "The summoning triad has been selected for you," Izumi shouted as she reached for her belt and pulled out a green bullet. "The cry of a soul without light, forest green," she chanted as she fell from Katsuki's back towards the ground while flicking the bullet and then reaching again for a white bullet. "The soul that forbids the birth of life, version white," she shouted as she flipped in the air while flicking it and then reached for a blue bullet and smiled. "To freeze all things, ice blue," she continued, and she flicked the bullet and angled her body to aim at the ground, finally figured out how to do trick shots, she thought as she felt the Magun pulse with power. "Shine. I summon you. Shiva." In the announcer area. What the hell, did she just jump off her classmate, create a gun in her right arm? What happened to the tube thingy? Loaded and is now preparing to fire it. Present Mike shouted in shock and awe. This is new, a summon she already had?" Shoyuta stated, getting the girl's teacher to be stared at. "That is her quirk, Magun. She is able to summon powerful creatures that can act independent of her, but she herself is immune to their effects." "Wow, so what is she summoning?" Mike asked, getting a stare from the teacher. "Don't know, but I think I heard her shout Shiva," Shoyuta replied in a deadpan. "Back on the field? Damn it, Izumi," Katsuki shouted as he started to rotate in the air to prevent Shiva from icing him. "Howitzer impact," he shouted right as 3 energy trails impacted above the ground, revealing an ice fairy that promptly froze the surrounding area in ice that cracked when Izumi landed in the ice field. "Thank you, Shiva," Izumi stated as she started to run after the fairy, making a pathway safe for travel. In the stands, she just gave all the other students a way through the minefield, giving up a good lead. A guy that was on fire muttered. "The way I see it, Endeavor, is that she doesn't think she needs the handicap." Miruko retorted with a grin. "In fact, she did that to show off. Normally her quirk is useless for this style of events." "Is it useless for an obstacle course?" Endeavor asked with a shocked look. "Yup. She told me that herself when I got her ready for UA. Also, she finally managed to do a trick shot." Miruko replied with a grin on her face. That is the thing you are proud of, a trick shot? Endeavor angrily asked as his flames started to get bigger. Every time she has used it she has to obey her Quirk's decision on how it gets fired. That is the first time I've seen her shoot it besides at her opponent. And read a report that she fired it straight up. But never in a way that could be considered a trick shot. Miruko stated as she pointed to a teen that glared at the ice path and started to slide on it only for a mine to go boom. I guess it is only safe for her. TCH. With Mike and Shoyuta? I guess she wasn't helping, her ice path is still a minefield only now you can't see the mines. Mike jokingly stated as Shoyuta just groaned as Shoto just refroze Izumi's ice path so he could traverse it removing the threat of the mines entirely. Wow, 2 ice paths and 1 is far safer and also we got our first place winner Bakugo Katsuki. After Izumi crossed the finish line. I thought you said your summons were useless for this event? Katsuki stated as he poked her head. Kachin, I didn't lie, just that when I saw the minefield I decided to try it my way. Izumi replied as she grinned. Did you see me do a trick shot? I'm surprised that the Magun allowed it. Katsuki stated as they watched their classmates arrive. Thanks for the ride though. Izumi stated as she started to walk away. Next time ask before jumping on my back, or use shields instead. Katsuki stated getting Izumi to turn scarlet in the face. Kachin. Izumi shouted as she blushed even more when Melissa walked up with a red face herself. Does he do that to embarrass you? Melissa asked as she rubbed her head. We grew up together because our moms are best friends. Which is why I find it annoying that he keeps getting a rise out of me. Izumi muttered as she rubbed her arm that has the Magun on it. Well, that means you know something that is embarrassing for him. Melissa stated getting Izumi to stare. Already tried to embarrass him before and it failed. He knows all my stories about him and over half of them are just as embarrassing for me. As they are for him. The only story I have that I can embarrass him with is, Izumi started to say when Katsuki grabbed her mouth and pulled her away from Melissa. Nope. Katsuki stated as he dragged Izumi. That was interesting. Melissa stated with her head tilted before chuckling. So he does have something he doesn't want known. Why are you looking for information about him when we need information to stop Izumi? Toru asked as she and Kyoko walked up. 'Cause he has more information that we can use to get her to stop. Melissa replied as she looked at the 2 girls. And with that information known to us we can use it to keep her blushing so she doesn't get us to blush. Toru stated with a shocked face. That could work but how do we get the story that would get Bakugo to tell us more about Izumi? Kyoko pointed out with a glum look. Maybe we could ask Izumi when Bakugo isn't around to stop her. Toru replied but then frowned. Wait, she would realize why we want to know. Drat, I almost had it too. Melissa stated as she snapped her fingers. A bit further away. Why did you stop me from telling that story? Izumi asked as she finally got Katsuki's hand off her face. Because they will use it to get embarrassing stories about you from me, so they can get you to blush. Katsuki stated getting Izumi's eyes to widen. Wow, I must have gotten them hooked. Izumi stated getting Katsuki to face palm. You are just as bad as your father. He told me to keep you from going overboard. Katsuki stated getting Izumi to glare at him. Dad told you to keep me from going overboard on what exactly? Izumi asked as Katsuki looked off to the side. Kachin, what exactly did he mean? Your father has a thing about flashy quirks and he thought you would be going after those with flashy quirks, but you go after anything in a skirt. You even hit on Miruko after you got the Magun to work for you. In fact that is when you started to chase skirts too. Katsuki replied, getting Izumi to turn red in the face and then groan as her left hand slapped her face. You just had to bring that up didn't you? Izumi muttered darkly with a pointed stare at her longtime friend. What it is true. Katsuki stated with a shrug. After you got it to transform for you you went from a wallflower to a skirt chaser in 2 months. You make it sound like I don't have a preference. Izumi muttered as she looked at the number of students in the arena. Yeah, which is why I'm surprised that you are going after 3 at the same time. Normally you do 1 at a time. Katsuki stated getting Izumi to sigh. Toru because she interests me, and her blushing is cute. Kyoka because I know she is insecure about her own appearance, but that adds to her charm. And Melissa, she worries me, she isn't quite truthful about her quirk and I don't know how I know that. I want to keep an eye on her so she doesn't, Izumi replied as she looked down and with a sigh. Die to an old grudge. An old grudge? Katsuki asked, getting Izumi to look at him. I don't know, just that her quirk has a rival and I don't know how I know. Heck I don't even know half the things my quirk is capable of doing. Izumi stated in anger. In an office? How? Nedzu stated with wide eyes as he overheard their conversation. Inside Nedzu's office? Are you sure she doesn't know about One for All? Nedzu asked a walking flesh skeleton. I've never met young Midoriya before and young Shields is wondering if she should tell her friends but she hasn't. The skeleton replied with a frown. Do you think she is connected to All for One? No, she muttered that she doesn't know how she knows. Which adds to the mystery of her quirk, an only recovery girl and I know of this and now you will. The Magun isn't her only quirk. She has a quirk that is slowly manifesting and it scares me. Nedzu stated as he sighed as he placed a document on the desk. Her lack of a heartbeat is caused by her heart no longer being in her body. She has no heart. How is she still alive? The skeleton asked as he started to bulk up. Tashinori, that is the mystery quirk, I believe to be doing that. It is also the reason she can't be affected by non-battle quirks. Whatever it is makes me very curious as to what it is fully capable of doing. Nedzu stated to All Might, and please don't waste your time. Sorry, but reading that she has no physical heart in her body made me worried. Tashinori stated as he deflated into a flesh skeleton. Not to worry, recovery girl is just as worried and in her case more so as a medical hero. Nedzu stated, with a frown on his furry face. Do not treat her any differently in class as I doubt she knows what her second quirk is doing to her. We should ask her if she knows if she has a second quirk or not, as if she doesn't. That means the Magun hid it or it was given to her without her knowledge. Tashinori replied with a frown. She might lie to us and then we lose any hope of finding the truth. Nedzu retorted as a loud voice revealed the end of the second phase. You should head back before you are noticed to be missing. I'll be back to discuss this further. Tashinori stated as he left the office. How does her blood flow with nothing pumping it? Nedzu asked himself as he looked at the document that showed Izumi's quirk data. In the arena booth? In first place is Team Todoroki, in second place is Team Shield, in third place is Team Bakugo, and in fourth is Team Hitoshi. And next up is... Present Mike revealed as the team split up and stood on the stage. Now it is time for the final round, a tournament of all 16 finalists. Midnight, have them draw lots. Shota stated, cutting off his co-host. In the arena field? Here we go. Midnight stated as she held out a box. Pull only one card and after all 16 of you draw, reveal your number. She then walks next to each of the 16 teenagers. Now reveal the numbers. 10. Katsuki stated. Showing his slip. 4. Shoto stated, revealing his own. 16. Melissa stated with a frown. 1. Izumi stated, looking at the slip oddly. 2. Hitoshi stated, looking at Izumi. 9. Kyoka revealed, then frowned. 3. Toru revealed with a scared tone. 5. Ibra stated as she looked to the sky. 6. Tenya revealed. 7. Tetsu revealed with glee. 8. Kirishima revealed as he too looked happy. 14. Momo stated, annoyed. 15. Monoma revealed as he looked smug. I get to show up 1A. Did you forget that I helped you get here? Bakugo snapped back. I got 11. Mineta revealed, looking at the girls. 12. Kendo stated as she flexed her hand, getting Mineta to shiver. I got 13. Pony stated as she bowed to Momo. Well, there we have it. The first round of this tournament will begin after the students save Midoriya and Shinsoi leave the field. Midnight stated as she started to herd the others away. Good luck. Katsuki stated as he walked past his friend. After only Midoriya and Hitoshi were left. In one corner is Izumi Midoriya, the summoner that has no known limit. Present Mike stated, getting an eye roll from Izumi that got Hitoshi to look at her oddly. Versus the secret of Hitoshi Shinso. Who will win? He doesn't know when to stop, does he? Hitoshi asked. I agree. Izumi stated as Hitoshi smirked. I win. Walk to the edge, why aren't you following my orders? Hitoshi asked, shocked. Quirks that try to influence me or try to affect me in any way that isn't combative doesn't work? Izumi stated as she looked at her right arm, waved it a bit, frowned, then knelt down and finally started hitting the field with her right arm, getting no reaction. Oh, come on. Is something wrong? Hitoshi asked, looking perplexed. Just that the Magun doesn't think you are worth me using it on. Izumi replied with a frown as she stood up and took a stance. You can fight? Hitoshi asked, scared. Yeah, it was drilled into me by a beach of a bunny teacher. Izumi replied. I heard that, brat. A shout from the stands made Izumi sigh. I surrender. I had hoped to win by using my quirk. Hitoshi stated, getting Izumi to look at him. Mind control, while it can be used by villains, has very great applications for a hero. You just had bad luck going against someone that can't be affected. It would also be useless against my homeroom teacher. Izumi stated as they walked out of the field. That was an odd fight? Present Mike stated with a sad tone. What troubles me is the fact that Midoriya had trouble with her Magun. Shota stated with a frown. I'll be sending Shinso an internship. Shota whispered. Well, on to the next round. The girl that can't be seen, Toru Hagakure. Versus the ice machine Shoto Todoroki. 2 seconds after the start. That was fast. Could you thaw me out faster? I don't want Izumi to get any ideas. Toru asked Shoto as he started to thaw the ice he trapped her in. Why would she get any ideas? Shoto asked, getting Toru to just stare at him, not that he knew that. A little later. Speeding to the top is Ida Tenya, and his opponent is the Demeter-inspired heroine Shiozaki Ibara. Present Mike announced, getting a soft sigh from Shoyuta. In the arena? I'll not disappoint my brother. Ida stated as he looked at Shiozaki and got ready to attack. If God wills it, but I prayed that I will win. Shiozaki replied as Midnight started their fight, and Ida rushed right at Shiozaki and got tangled up by her vines that she put into the ground as he ran at her. With the announcers. And with that, the fight is already over. Present Mike stated, annoyed at how fast the fight went. That is the problem with speedsters. When they first start out they think their speed protects them. Shoyuta deadpanned, getting a groan from Present Mike. Most grow out of it and start using more than just straight attacks. Well, anyways, next up is this correct? Present Mike asked Shoyuta. Well now, that is going to be an interesting match, though it will get boring if it lasts too long. Shoyuta stated as he looked bored. Tetsu from Class 1B and Kirishima from Class 1A, both with identical quirks, though one is steel and the other rock. Present Mike stated as he looked at Shoyuta. May the best one win. Shoyuta stated with a sigh. Half an hour later? Is it over? Shoyuta asked. The winner is Tetsu. Present Mike stated as the next two students were walking to the arena. In one corner the student who gave a ride to another, Katsuki Bakugo. And in the other corner is the girl that can hear anything, Kyuka Jiro. It looks like Jiro is talking to Midnight. Bakugo doesn't look happy but is nodding. Shoyuta stated. In the arena? I can't beat him and all he has to do is do one explosion and I'll be disabled for him to easily take me out. Jiro stated to Midnight, who looked over to Katsuki. TCH. I don't like it, but she has a point. Katsuki muttered as he nodded that he accepted her surrender. Winner, Bakugo. Midnight shouted. In the announcer booth? The student pres of Class 1B and someone that can flick anyone like they were a bug, Itsuka Kendo. Versus Minoru Mineta from General Studies Class 1D. Present Mike stated, getting a glare from Mineta. 2 minutes later? And by a single flick Mineta was flung right out of the arena and right into the stands. Lucky for him he hit Pro Hero Fat Gum. Present Mike stated as Shoyuta chuckled, getting Mike to cut their feed. Why is that funny? The reason he wasn't put in the heroics courses was that he kept hitting on every single female in his test site, to the point that Nedzu was called about it. Shoyuta replied as he pointed to how red Kendo's face was, which wasn't from blushing. He must have said something that set her off. King told me repeatedly that she is hard to anger and acts like a mother figure to the entire class. So for her to act like that? I see. Mike replied as he turned their feed back on. Sorry about that, we had to discuss some rulings. Kendo is the winner, but please refrain from sending someone into the stands. Shoyuta stated in a serious tone. Next up is the other heroics class Vice President Momo Yayorozu, versus a horny girl, Pony Tsunatori. Mike stated, getting Shoyuta to groan. That was a bad joke, one that I would say Miss Joke would say, not you. Shoyuta stated, getting Mike to sound shocked. As the two girls in the arena circled each other. Pony can launch 4 horns, but they lose power after a set limit. Momo thought. Momo is tough, and can make anything she wants, so I have to be wary of any action she makes. Pony thought as Momo tossed a Matryoshka doll at her. Ha! Was uttered as Momo ducked, covering her ears as the doll bloomed in a bright flash of light and sound. In the stands? DMN it! Kyuka shouted as she covered her ears in pain. Toru! I can see you. Kyuka stated as she looked to the side and right. As the invisible girl looked down she started to fade away. So bright flashes can negate my invisibility? Toru muttered in shock. In the arena? Should have realized. Pony thought as she stumbled around looking for Momo. And I would stop if I were you. Momo stated. Wha? Pony replied as she did and rubbed her eyes, and then they widened in fear. When, how, please tell me they are fake. Pony pleaded as she saw that she was surrounded by mines. Surrender and I will defuse them. Momo ordered as she smirked. None of these actually work, they are show pieces, I have to store my lipids for later. I give up. Pony stated as she looked down with tears in her eyes. They are fake. Momo stated, getting Pony to look at Momo in shock. I fell for it. Pony stated as the two left the field. In with the announcers? Well, that was unique. Shoyuta stated as he looked at Mike, you okay? How are you not affected by a flashbang? Mike asked his partner in crime. It woke me up. Shoyuta deadpanned. And from Class 1B Nito Monoma, who has a very good combat quirk that is also great for any heroic field. And from Class 1A Melissa Shields, who has a very powerful quirk. You took my lines. Mike sulked. In the arena? So how powerful is your quirk? Nito asked as he stretched. Being a stockpiler, don't know. Melissa replied, getting Monoma to groan. Something wrong? Out of all the types of quirks, yours just happens to be a stockpile? Nito muttered as he sighed. Even if I copy it, mine would be empty. So he can copy one for all, but it will be blank and empty. Melissa thought as she gained a pale blue electric coat around her. Guess I have to make do. I really want to copy that strange girl's quirk from the first round. Nito stated, getting Melissa to narrow her eyes. Begin. Midnight shouted as Nito was blown out of the arena with a single punch from Melissa, who hit air and then landed in the grass with a thud. Air strike. Melissa stated as the pale blue lightning started to vanish from her. Winner Shields. Midnight stated as. In the stands. Do you think Izumi will be gushing about Shields' quirk? Toru asked, stunned. Yup. Kyuka replied, also stunned. With the announcers. Well, after that fast fight, the next fight is the two powerhouses of Class 1A. Wonder which will win this time. Mike announced, getting Shoyuta to actually look at the field, and then frown. Where is Midoriya? Shoyuta asked as Izumi ran out of one of the gates, annoyed. With Izumi before she got to the arena? You have a powerful quirk. Endeavor stated as he looked at Izumi. That I do, what is it to you? Izumi replied coldly. You will not beat Shoto. Endeavor retorted as he smugly looked down at her. The Magun isn't so weak that someone holding back half their power will be beaten. Izumi chided as she started to walk away. And I have more summons than your son has seen. She continued on before leaving. Cocky brat. Endeavor growled as his flames turned blue for a moment. In the arena? Why were you late? Shoto asked, getting a sigh from Izumi. Had to deal with a trash can. Izumi replied as she pointed her right arm at Shoto, but shockingly it hasn't shifted yet. Begin. Midnight shouted as a giant ice glacier slammed where Izumi was standing. The summoning triad has been selected for you. Izumi's voice chanted, surprising Shoto, who couldn't see how to attack Izumi now that he blocked the way to her. A heat that will scorch all creation, fire red. A fire summon, I can handle that. Shoto thought as he glared at where he thought Izumi was standing. To freeze all things, ice blue. Izumi continued, getting Shoto's eyes to widen as those two were opposites like his own quirk. The light that penetrates darkness, lightning yellow. I don't know what you are bringing out, but it will not help you. Shoto shouted, getting ready to freeze the field again. Howl. I summon you, try disaster. Izumi shouted as the glacier was blasted away by a crystalline bird. I've told everyone in class that my summoning is versatile. That you have. But a bird will not save you. Shoto stated as he created another glacier, but was shocked when the bird flew into it, melting it and creating an electric blast. The summoning Tirad has been selected for you. Izumi started to chant again, getting Shoto to try to freeze her, but was stopped each time by the bird. The solid earth that protects, Gaia brown. The fury that levels everything to the ground, storm blue. Bubbling and boiling blood, heat crimson. Izumi chanted, flicking each bullet to the Magun. Rush. I summon you. Brothers. She shouted as she fired, and after the three beams impacted each other, two bipedal minotaurs appeared and punched Shoto out of the arena, but he managed to prevent himself from touching the grass. I'm not giving up. Shoto stated as he got back into the arena. You should, half-butting this fight is boring me. Izumi stated, shocking Kyuka in the stands. You can barely handle. Try disaster, let alone brothers. It would be foolish of me to summon another one just to prove to you how outclassed you are to me. I refuse to use his fire. Shoto snapped as he tried to attack Izumi again, only to be blocked again by the bird. His fire? Izumi asked, perplexed. I'm fighting someone else too? I refuse to use Endeavor's fire. Shoto stated as he tried to ice Izumi again. Do you know the meaning of stupidity? Izumi asked as she looked at the stands. Your father tried to tell me I can't beat you, yet here we are and I'm the one dominating the fight. TCH, Shoto growled, but little ice came out and he looked down in shock. Try disaster has been heating the air since I summoned it. Izumi revealed as she looked at Shoto. You can't beat me. I'll beat you. Shoto shouted as he slammed his foot into the ground, creating a wave of ice spikes rushing at Izumi, who just sidestepped it. See? Izumi chided as she dodged another spike attack. Nothing you do can touch me, and your fire is yours, not your father's. I'm fighting you, not him. Fine. Shoto stated as his entire left side erupted in flames, getting Izumi to smirk. Finally you decided to go all out. Izumi stated as she reached into her belt. The summon triad has been selected for you. Izumi chanted as Shoto started to erupt ice from his right side. The cry of a soul without light, forest green. Izumi chanted as she flicked the bullet into the air. The essence that erases all color, ash gray. She continued by flicking that bullet. The hidden silence of passion, deep vermilion. She flicked a third bullet and aimed the Magun at Shoto. Devastate. I summon you. X-Death. Flashpoint. Shoto shouted as he clapped his hands, creating a wave of energy to explode. After the dust settles, a giant sitting above scales shielding Izumi and revealing that Shoto was out of bounds. Sorry that you had to take that X-Death. With the announcers. What a stunning fight, and Midoriya was shielded by her summon while Todoroki was blown out of the ring. We didn't see the final clash because of the explosion. How many summons does Midoriya have? Mike stated in a very happy tone. She has hinted that her summons are versatile, which means she has a summon for any situation she can find herself in. And if true, she will go far in her hero career. Shota answered, getting Mike to jaw drop. She will be going places. Mike muttered. In the stands? She beat Shoto. Endeavor stated as his flames grew in size. Mad that your son lost? Miruko teased and got a glare in return. I trained her, and those summons are new. She might have not won if your son wasn't fighting with half his strength till the end. Going to gloat? Endeavor chided, getting the rabbit hero to quirk an eyebrow. Gloat, you need to figure out why your son didn't want to fight with his fireside. Miruko stated as she tapped her foot. Izumi hates it when her opponent holds back on her, more so if she summons more than once. I got slapped down when I sparred with her once with a bloody horse. You lost to a kid? You are in the top 10. Endeavor stated with a glare. How much did you hold back against her? The first time a lot, the second time, quite a bit, but she called me out on it and summoned Ifrit, and that caused me trouble. Miruko muttered her answer. After the arena was repaired. The man with iron skin who barely won his last round, Tetsu, versus the pious beauty, Shiozaki Ibara. Mike announced, getting cheers from the crowd. In the arena? I'm going to win this. Tetsu shouted right as he started to charge at her. He jumped to the left, dodging a group of vines. I'm not going to fall for the same trick that got your last opponent. Huh? He stated in shock as he was bound when landed. I can set my vines anywhere that I'm near. Ibara stated as Tetsu tried in vain to break out. How can vines be this strong? Tetsu asked as he looked at Midnight. I surrender. With the two announcers. She wins again, making a strong showing of her abilities. Mike stated, then noticed that Shota didn't look pleased, so he cut their feed. Something wrong? It might be close, but Midoriya will beat Ibara. Seeing that Ibara has used the same strategy every time she fights, even in her heroics class. Shota stated in annoyance. So she has to learn to branch out? Isn't that a good thing then if she loses? Mike asked, getting a stink eye from Shota. Hizashi, she will, but it will impact her growth when it happens. Shota replied, getting a nod from present Mike. Then it should be a great thing that she loses here rather than out on the field. Hizashi retorted, getting Shota a smirk, and then reactivated their feed. The girl that can grow her fists, Itsuka Kendo. Versus the blonde bomber of Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. Seriously, the last round for him was a pretty bad matchup. That it was a good thing that Jiro knew her limits and decided to withdraw from a fight she knew she would lose. Shota explained. In the arena? Give up. Katsuki stated as sparks and popping noises started to come out of his closed hands. I'm the last of my class in this, I have to make a showing. Itsuka countered as she settled into a stance. You are being an extra then. Katsuki retorted as Midnight started their fight and he launched himself right at Itsuka. Extra? Itsuka thought as she enlarged one of her hands, trying to smack him into the ground, but hissed in pain as explosions impacted her hand. That hurt. And it will hurt more if you try to shrink the hand. Katsuki stated with a smirk. I asked Izumi once about size-shifting quirks and what kind of damage my quirk can do to them. I already know that I can't shrink my left hand. Itsuka grumbled as she took a different stance. I have to beat you without my quirk then. You can try. Katsuki retorted with a grin. With Izumi. Oh my. And he calls my flirting bad. Izumi muttered as she started to chuckle. Katsuki has a crush, so to be nice to him, I'm not going to flirt with her. That's odd to hear you say. Momo choked out as she tried to stifle her laughter. I know you are going to make fun of him when you see him. He is flirting, and failing at that. Izumi replied with a stupid grin on her face. With the two in the ring. TCH, Katsuki growled as he was sent sliding on the pavement. Even if she can't shrink it to normal, getting hit by it still hurts. This is starting to get tiring, and the longer it goes the stronger his explosions get. Itsuka thought as she then frowned. He doesn't seem to like getting hit by the backhand of my damaged hand. Take this. Katsuki shouted as he leaped into the air with an explosive blast that he quickly turned into a kick. Not today. Itsuka countered as she spun on the spot, making her giant left hand do a backhand. Got you. Katsuki retorted as he sent an explosion down, sending him higher into the air, making Itsuka miss him. Tricked ya. Itsuka thought as Katsuki sent another explosion to send him into a dive. Now lose. Katsuki shouted and was nearly sent out of the ring by Itsuka's right hand enlarging in a giant punch. Nice try. He shouted as he dodged her attack and went to finish the fight. I will. Itsuka started to shout as she went to headbutt Katsuki, but they both moved just right. With the two announcers. That's funny. Hisashi stated, getting a groan from Shota. Out of every fight I've seen, that is by far the worst way to win one. Shota in his normal deadpan. In the ring. She ran off. Katsuki stated with an enormous blush on his face as he sat on the ground in shock. Was it that bad? In the hallways leading to the waiting rooms? That was embarrassing. Itsuka shouted in terror. I ran off instead of continuing the fight. That is by far the worst reaction I've seen regarding Katsuki. Izumi stated, scaring Itsuka. How? How? Itsuka started to panic as Izumi sighed. Did you notice that he was flirting with you? Izumi asked, getting Itsuka to turn red. I guess you did, which makes what just happened even more embarrassing to you. It does, doesn't it? Does he have to be such an but most of the time? Itsuka asked, getting Izumi to lean over and whisper something to her, getting Itsuka's eyes to widen, and then she started to laugh. Thought you might enjoy that. It is just as embarrassing for him as it is for me. Izumi stated with a smirk. Just don't fret the small things with him. If you can get past his spiky attitude, he can be quite sincere. Just don't tell him I said that. He will never let me live that down. Aren't you two dating though? Itsuka asked, getting Izumi to stare at Itsuka. What? 1. We grew up together as our moms are best friends. 2. I view him more like an annoying brother. And 3. I bat on his team anyways. Izumi answered quickly. You like girls, yet not hitting on me? Itsuka asked, shocked. 1. I already have 3 girls I like, and might pursue later. 2. I thought it was funny watching Katsuki's bad flirting work for a change. And 3. You were flirting back, and in my book that means you are not a target. Izumi replied with a sigh. Yes, you are hot, but if you start dating Katsuki, then you will be my honorary sister, and that would be quite weird for me. Thanks, I needed that. Itsuka stated as Izumi started to grin. What is with that grin? Sorry about the kiss. Katsuki stated, getting Itsuka to stiffen and slowly turn to face Katsuki, who was blushing a storm. Finally, I get another embarrassing story about you. Izumi stated, getting an explosion in the face by the bomber. Wow, that was a fast. I'll remember that. Izumi shouted as she was sent down the hallway by Itsuka. Does she have an off button? Itsuka asked while glaring down the hall. She ruined the moment. She does, but getting her to blush sometimes is a lot harder than it seems. Katsuki replied with a sigh. As I said, Katsuki started to ask when Itsuka kissed him. I guess that answers that question. Katsuki finished after they pulled apart. Sorry about running off, but I got embarrassed that it happened like that. Itsuka stated quietly and got a healthy chuckle from Katsuki. It isn't that funny. Oh, I'm laughing at my own reaction to the kiss. Katsuki stated as the two walked down the hall, not noticing Izumi with a cat smile. I'll send it to Auntie, if he doesn't tell her after the internship. Izumi thought as she skipped back to the waiting room. Outside in the arena? I can't create anything if I have to keep dodging her. Momo thought as she rolled away from a kick from Melissa. I have to win to see if my strategy will work. Quit thinking about your next fight. Melissa stated as she rotated into a roundhouse kick. It is disappointing that you are more focused on someone than the one you are currently fighting. How do you know I'm not focusing on you? Momo asked as she jumped back from an axe kick. You keep looking towards the waiting areas. Melissa stated as Momo's eyes narrowed. You can't beat Bakugo or me if you focus on his Midoriya instead. You fell for her after all. Momo stated as a pole started to poke out of her stomach. Ops gave you time to create, didn't I? Melissa snarked as she punched the air, making Momo dodge the ripple. How does that even work? Momo asked, getting a slight chuckle from Melissa. You really don't know, do you? Nope, just that I think I pushed the air hard enough to cause a pressure wave. Melissa replied as she then kicked, sending a wider wave. Oh, I'm going to have fun with this. I really have a peach for a brain, sometimes. Momo thought as she got hit by the wave and was sent out of bounds. Sorry about that, but it was a great fight and you helped me learn more about my quirk. Melissa stated as she held out her hand. In any case, you might have beaten me if you didn't try to think so far out in planning. Not all plans make it through the battle. Thanks. I lost because I tried to stay within my plans and didn't adapt to the situation. Momo repeated, getting a nod in return. With the two announcers. Next up is the girl who seems to have no limit to what she can summon, Izumi Midoriya. And this time she is pitted against someone that has hardly put any effort into beating her opponents, Shiozaki Ibara. Hisashi revealed as Shota looked at the two entering the ring. In the ring. You look pleased. Ibara stated as she noticed Izumi's smiling face. I am. For reasons that I'm not going to tell you. Izumi replied as she pointed the Magun at Ibara. Begin. Midnight shouted, and right as it was announced, Ibara already had Izumi wrapped up. I win, you can break free. Ibara stated as Izumi didn't look fazed. That was stupid, I was able to grab 3 charges right as you caught me. If you were faster I might not have gotten them. But did you forget that I can create charges myself? Izumi chided as she raised her left hand, revealing 3 red bullets. The summoning triad has been selected for you, Uta. She chanted, getting Ibara to panic. The flaming hot Fang, cardinal red. The deep blood of the hurricane, dark crimson. The strength of steel, burnt sienna. Izumi chanted, flicking all 3 charges at once. Scorch! I summon you. Ifrit! She shouted as she fired the Magun. No, Ibara thought as Ifrit burned through the vines, holding Izumi captive. That demon isn't going to save you. She shouted, getting Izumi to raise an eyebrow. God will. Ugh, Ibara panted as Izumi had punched her in the gut. You lack the mindset that allows you to see every action of a fight. Izumi stated as she kicked Ibara away. I will catch you. Ibara stated as Izumi smiled and Ibara felt something cut her hair. No. Kind of hard for you to get your hair into the ground if you have to grow it to that length again. Izumi stated as she ran at Ibara, jumped up and kicked her out of the ring. Learn a few more tricks. Sure, capturing a villain is all well and dandy, but you have to be able to fight too. I lost. Ibara muttered as she looked at the sky. Is this a sign that I have to change? Can't answer that. Izumi stated as she held her hand out. But you have room to grow. Thank you. Ibara stated as she took the hand offered to her. Did you have to summon that one on me? You surprised me, so I grabbed the 3 I knew were a combination that were next to each other. Izumi stated, getting Ibara to just stare. I have them sorted by color. I lost because you were too organized to get a different summon. Ibara deadpanned. Putting it that way makes it sound bad. Izumi stated as she rubbed her head. With the two announcers. Well, that was an odd fight. Why was Ifrit just doing protection duty? Hisashi stated in surprise. I think she is starting to train herself and thus her summons to be a bit more versatile. Shota replied. Though it shows that she can refrain from over-relying on her quirk as she fought hand-to-hand at the end. Well, up next, the bomber that ended his last fight with a surprise rather than a knockout. Katsuki Bakugo. Versus the lightning-clad heroine of the hour, Melissa Shields. Hisashi shouted. Mic volume. Shota deadpanned. In the ring. Did you and Kendo fix what happened at the end of your fight? Melissa asked as she settled into a stance. We did. So does this mean you aren't going to hold back on me? Katsuki asked as he settled for a fight. I always have to hold back. If I don't, I risk injuring myself. Melissa retorted. Begin. Midnight shouted as the two rushed at each other and the clash was epic in its own way. She still holds back. I want to fight, not some pansy fight. Katsuki thought as he dodged a kick from Melissa but was pushed back by the ripple effect that she learned. She learned that recently and it annoys me. Izumi wasn't kidding when she said he was abrasive. Melissa thought as she energized up to 30%. Izumi will push me to go higher, let's see how far he pushes me. Quit holding back. Katsuki shouted as he blasted the ground ahead of her and then spun in the air, trying to use the momentum to hit her. Seen that trick? Melissa shouted as she kicked back and then threw a punch at him, but he dodged it using his explosions to move slightly out of the way. He is slippery, and I unconsciously went up by 5%. She got faster, just a hair but noticeable. Katsuki thought as he smirked. Try this one for size. He shouted as he blew an explosion at Melissa, then used that to send himself into the air. What is he planning? Melissa thought as the pale blue lightning started to expand, and to her, time slowed down enough for her to see Katsuki spin. If I time it right, I can send him right out. Howitzer impact. Katsuki shouted as he started to spin and charge right at Melissa, who rotated on the spot, kicking out at the right moment to send Katsuki off target and send himself out of bounds. Wait, what? Katsuki thought as he crashed in the grass. In the stands? He lost? Itsuka stated, shocked. I would have lost to that move. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, all she did was kick him. Kyoka added, also surprised. I mean, he might be in, but that doesn't make sense. With Hisashi and Shota? And that is a stunning end to the fight. Hisashi stated, getting Shota to sigh. And now for a chance to have a small break in the action. Shota stated in his deadpan. As the next fight will be between two powerhouses and it will be a fight to be remembered. You can improv. Hisashi stated, shocked. I hate it. Shota retorted. In Melissa's waiting room. You okay? Toshinori asked, getting Melissa to look at him. Wondering how I can beat Izumi. She has beaten pretty much the entire class. Her summons are the hard part. I have to make sure she can't summon. Melissa thought as she looked at her teacher. I can't give you tips on how to fight. Someone with that many allies. Toshinori replied, getting Melissa to look down. But you do have a point, Izumi is only as powerful as her summons allow her to be. Her bullet belt is a key weakness, take that away, you cut her off from a majority of her summons. But then you have to make sure that she can't load the Magun. Melissa muttered as she sighed. This plan is going to be risky, but if I can pull it off I can win. Inside Izumi's waiting room. You got this, brat? Miruko asked, getting Izumi to look at the rabbit hero. Don't you have a carrot to chase? Izumi stated, getting her teacher to sputter. DMN it, brat, I'm trying to psych you up for your fight. Miruko chided, getting Izumi to smirk. I've beaten her with my summon, so she isn't that much of a threat. Izumi retorted. And what if she learned of your biggest weakness? Miruko snapped back, getting Izumi to blink and look at her teacher. You wouldn't? You're right, I wouldn't. But to some smart opponents your weakness is apparent. I bet you that Nedzu already found your quirk's greatest flaw. Miruko deadpanned, getting Izumi to sigh. Then I'll just make sure she doesn't stop me. Izumi replied with a frown. I'm going to need a decent night's sleep after this. And now the long wait is over. Hisashi shouted as he started to hype up the crowd. In one corner we have the summoner with a blast, Izumi Midoriya. One would hope you would get a little quieter. Shota muttered with a sigh. Now, the people love my voice. In the other corner is the girl with a strange impact on the battles she has been in. Hisashi stated, getting a groan from Shota. You know, I have to figure out how she does that, so I can teach her how to use it to its fullest. Shota muttered as he looked at his two students. In the ring. Begin. Midnight shouted as the two looked at each other. Midoriya, I will beat you. Melissa stated, getting Izumi to blink. Sure, Shields. You beat me after the defeat I gave you the last time. Izumi replied with a slight chuckle. This time there is nothing between us. Melissa retorted as she acquired her light blue lighting shroud. Oh crud. Izumi muttered as she reached for her belt right as the Magun shifted to gun form, but saw a blue flash impact her. Izumi grunted as she rolled on the ground and came to a crouch. Sorry about that, but I can't let you use these. Melissa stated as she tossed a belt out of the ring. You took my summon charges. Izumi shouted as she looked down in shock. Well, I did get one. She groaned as she looked at it. That was the hard part. Melissa thought as she saw Izumi stand up. Still going to fight? The summoning triad has been selected for you. Izumi shouted as she revealed the one she kept. That which drinks thirst, water blue. She chanted as she flicked the bullet. Can you summon with only one? Melissa asked as she got ready to charge at Izumi. Burst upon connections, Ferris red. Izumi chanted as a new bullet appeared in her hand that she flicked. Forgot she can make her own bullets. Melissa thought as she bolted at her, trying to make Izumi incapable of making the third. Stay still. Surge with static, lighting white. Izumi chanted as she dodged another combo from Melissa, who started to throw in her new wave impacts. You are very annoying. Melissa shouted as she had to dodge a swipe from Izumi, who tried to use the Magun as a bludgeon, but then smirked as Melissa had to move away. Great, she can summon. Strike. Izumi chanted as she aimed the Magun at Melissa. I summon you. Sildra. She shouted as she fired the Magun. Sildra? Melissa thought as she dodged the energy beams and was stunned by what was summoned. You summoned a dragon. I guess I did. Izumi snarked as she chuckled at Melissa having to dodge lightning from the dragon. I hate you when you are like this, Izumi. Melissa groaned, getting Izumi to blush. I thought you might have feelings for me. Izumi retorted, getting Melissa to blush. You can still flirt when blushing? Melissa asked as she dodged another lightning breath. Yup. Izumi answered as she pointed her hand at Melissa. Oh no, you are not summoning again. Melissa shouted as she charged at Izumi, who grinned. What is she planning? Wait, the dragon. She thought as she jumped to the side, dodging a lightning blast, but then smirked as Izumi was blasted. Wow, did you forget I'm immune to my summons? Izumi stated, getting Melissa to groan. What does it take to beat you? Melissa deadpanned as the lightning coming off her body increased in size and frequency. She increased her usage? Izumi thought as she grinned. This is going to SCK, she thought as she tackled Melissa getting punched into the air by Melissa. I'm not going to be a sitting duck. Melissa shouted as she flipped away from where she landed and frowned when Izumi was nabbed in the air by the summon. I have to defeat the summon if I want a chance to beat Izumi, but I can't beat her summon if I have to watch out for her getting involved in the fighting. This is getting interesting. Izumi thought as she inspected the fight. Melissa is using her skills quite well, but she isn't going all out. Can't really blame her, I can't either. She thought as she looked at her bullet belt forlornly. If your summon touches the grass to retrieve it, you lose. Midnight stated, getting Izumi to groan. I know it hurts, but you have to plan for this when you are out on the field. So she can't get her belt, that's good. Melissa thought as she dodged another blast. Hey Melissa. Try this. Izumi shouted as she ran at Melissa. Calling it out gets you attacked. Melissa retorted as she sent a wave kick at Izumi but then blinked as Sildra dived in front of Izumi to tank the hit. Wah! She was even more stunned when Izumi landed on her. Get off. Now! Izumi shouted as the two of them were electrified by Sildra, creating a bright flash that blocked anyone from seeing what happened. Moments later a body was flung out of the bright ball of white lightning. What hit me? Melissa asked as she slowly got up in the grass that she landed on. She beat me again. In the ring. The room is spinning. Why did I think that was a good idea? Izumi muttered as she stumbled out of the white ball that was slowly dissipating, which revealed the dragon summon was gone. After a short interval. You two did your best. All Might stated to Katsuki and Ibra. Both looked like they were contemplating how to fix their losses into a win. That blonde girl really holds back, but how did she block a move that Izumi told me that Eifert would be knocked around by? Katsuki thought as he looked at his bronze medal. Still, it seems that Izumi's weakness is still preventing her from loading. Midoriya might be someone that could be a sinner, but she is knowledgeable about how to fight. She is correct that capture is how villain fights end, but I need to be able to fight to beat those that I can't just catch by surprise. Ibra thought as she looked at her bronze. I hope I made a good showing to get a teacher that can help me with that issue. And you did a good job at holding out the longest against young Midoriya. All Might told Melissa, who had her left arm in a sling. I went over 40% again. What is it about her that makes me go beyond my limit? Melissa thought, looking at Izumi, who looked half asleep on the podium. And you have gone beyond your normal limits and shown plus ultra. All Might stated as he patted Izumi on the shoulder, nearly knocking her over as she yawned. Are you all right? I'll be fine. I had to create 2 summon charges. So I'm exhausted from the fight. Izumi replied as she stifled another yawn. If anything, going plus ultra for me is how I seem to forget that I should use my charges that I have. She stated, with a half-hearted glare at Melissa. A few days later. Alright class, it is time to pick your, Shota started to say when the door slammed open and he gave a half-hearted glare at the intruder. Your hero names, and don't be like your homeroom teacher. He let his friends pick his name and, Midnight started to say but stopped when she noticed Shota's glare got darker. These names aren't stuck but they might be. My hero name? Izumi thought as she looked at the Megan. Really can't call myself Megan, as that would be lame. Barely listening to her classmates' hero names. Explosive Hero, Dynamite. Katsuki stated, with a smirk as he grumbled that it wasn't his first pick. And what would have been your first pick? Midnight asked. Exploding Mutter King. Katsuki replied, getting a face palm from Midnight. You were smart to go with the one you wrote. Midnight muttered as she looked around the room. Stealth Hero, Prism. Toru stated, getting a smile from the class. I'm pretty much undetectable from most people. Burst Hero, Defiant. Melissa revealed, getting the class to look at her. I'm trying to defy everything I've been told when I was a kid. Before I was 10 everyone thought I was quirkless. My quirk is a stockpile, which means it needs time to build up, and it took 10 years for it to charge enough for it to show. Hearing Hero, Walljack. Kyuka stated, with a small smile as she twirled one of her jacks. 2 Extremes Hero, Flashpoint. Shoto stated, with a frown as he stared at Izumi, who was still thinking. Midoriya, your hero name? Midnight asked, getting Izumi to look at the teacher. Summon Hero, White Wind. Izumi stated as she looked out the window. After a little bit. And now for the other reason you had to pick a hero name. Shoto revealed as he looked tired. Internships. The big reason we hold the sports festival is to showcase our students to pro heroes to take them under their wings. He continued as he pulled out a slide projector and showed the list of the names of their class with numbers next to them. Melissa Shields, 2001. Shoto Todoroki, 1000. Momo Yaoyorozu, 900. Katsuki Bakugo, 800. Pony Tsunotri, 500. Kyoka Jiro, 500. Toru Hagakure, 300. Ibara Shiozaki, 300. Mina Ashido, 200. Tsuyu Azui, 200. Tenya Ida, 200. Ochako Uraraka, 150. Denki Kaminari, 150. Ijiro Kirishima, 150. Mizo Shoji, 100. Fumikage Tokoyami, 100. Yui Kodai, 100. Reiko Yanagi, 100. Hanta Siro, 100. Izumi Midoriya, 10. What the? How did she end up with the lowest amount? Katsuki shouted in shock. Most heroes don't like it when the interns are stronger than most normal students. Shota replied with a sigh. I believe most of her are all the top 10 heroes. Izumi looked at her packet and blinked in surprise. They are. Wow, wait, I'm missing Endeavor. I have Native instead. Typical of my father, he hates it when things aren't his way. Shoto thought as he leafed through his packet, noticing most were all from his father's agency. Can't I get out of his DMN shadow? Wait, who's this? After the school ends? Izumi, who did you pick? Melissa asked as the group stopped. Native, I trained with a top 10 hero often enough to warrant a change of pace. Izumi replied as she sighed. And something tells me I should pick him. What about you, Toru? I picked Edshot. I was more amazed that he picked me. Toru replied as she looked at the other girls. Ninja training. The other three stated, making Toru blush. Not fair, da. Toru whined, getting the group chuckle. Kyoka, you're up. Death Arms. Kyoka stated, getting Izumi to groan. What's wrong with Death Arms? He hates me. Izumi muttered as she looked at the Magun. He was present when I first got the Magun to thaw. All because he and some other heroes wanted to wait for another hero with a better quirk. And he hates me more after I got scouted by Maruko after that. Ouch. Kyoka stated as she looked shocked. I'll not let him poison my mind about you. She continued by leaning closer and then pecked Izumi's cheek, getting a rosy bloom of color on Izumi's face. And you, Melissa? Gran Torino, he is someone that helped me with my quirk before, so I know him. Melissa replied, getting Izumi to look at her. What? Melissa, your quirk is odd. Izumi deadpanned. If you have to get help by one of the teachers that retired from UA to get it to work. Well, he knows his stuff. Melissa replied with a smile. Inside Nedzu's office? So far it seems like Izumi's second quirk is what makes her immune to other quirks. Nedzu revealed to Shota. So this is what makes her so odd. Shota stated as he looked at his boss. Still, how did she come to have such a weird quirk that changed her physically without changing her outside appearance? And how does the Magun fit into this? I've came to the conclusion that the Magun attached to her because of her second quirk. If you notice, not once has she came to notice her own quirk because of the Magun. The Magun might be able to be transferred, and if so we need to keep an eye on her. I don't think so. Toshinori stated as he looked at the rat. It acts like it is her only quirk, not one that can be transferred. And how would you know how one can feel? Shota asked, getting a face smack from Nedzu. Because my own was one. Toshinori replied with a sigh. I've already transferred it to someone else and am holding on by embers. So that's why Shields looks up to you. How did she get it? Shota asked, getting Toshinori to look to the side. I'm her teacher. I should know her quirk so I can prevent her from transferring it. An accident. Toshinori muttered, getting a deadpan stare. Really, I let David study my quirk while it was in the transferring state to see if I had damaged it while fighting a villain. And how does that give her the quirk? Shota asked, dreading the answer. David left his lab to get a more powerful microscope to get a better view, and when he left, the events that followed made me more shocked by how each event tied to each other, as if Rube Goldberg was operating the entire event. She got it by several events that linked together in a way that got her to what with the sample? Shota asked, getting annoyed. Yes, and to answer your question, she has to be willing to transfer the quirk for it to be removed from her. And I had to help her control it as she wasn't really ready for it. Nor was she on my list to give it to. Toshinori stated, getting Shota to gain an eye twitch. And no, I will not demand that she transfer it to someone else. It is hers now. Good, so we can infer that the Magun can't be transferred. So how do we get Izumi to learn of her second quirk? Shota asked. In Hosu, I will purge the fake heroes. A skinny man thought as he looked at the streets. Inside a building. You must be White Wind? A pro hero asked, getting a nod from Izumi. I am, Native. It is a better choice being here than with the bunny from. Izumi started to blush when she realized what she was saying. I understand you were trained by Usajiyama? Native asked, getting a nod. I've heard that she is quite a taskmaster, but she does know a thing or two about hand-to-hand. But why did she pick you as a student? She saw potential and didn't like that Death Arms hated my guts. Izumi replied, getting a face palm from Native. She literally told me why when I asked. That sounds like her. Native muttered as he stood up. Take a room and get suited up, we will be going on patrol soon. All right. Izumi cheerfully stated as she went around the corner and down the hall. A little later after Izumi got into her costume. A little undertone for being noticed. Native critiqued looking at her costume. My summons make up for my costume's lack of it. Izumi replied as she rubbed her arm above the Magun, frowning. Why does everyone point that out to me though? My guess is because you are nearly unnoticeable wearing that, then again you need that so you can summon. Native replied, then nodded in approval. Well, time for your first patrol. Not going to test me to see where I need to improve, or is he using the patrol as my test? Izumi thought as she followed the pro. Oh, and one more thing, sign this before we leave. In the case of an emergency, or lives are at risk, this form allows you to use your quirk with my allowance. Native revealed as he handed her a document. So Death Arms can't gripe if I summon after signing this, while I'm with you? Izumi asked. Only while you are interning with me for the week. Native replied, getting a sigh from Izumi, who quickly signed it. I hope that dream doesn't come true, her body cut into pieces with me dying nearby. After several hours walking the main street. Now White Wind, we are going to head into the alleys to patrol there as well. Native stated, getting a nod from Izumi, who seemed to be frowning. Is something wrong? Just seems like someone is following us. Izumi stated as she rubbed her arm above the Magun. It is just bothering me. It will be okay, it might be first day jitters. Native stated as the two walked into the alley. Native. A false hero like you shouldn't be teaching a new hero. A male voice shouted as both Native and Izumi jumped, but Native grabbed his right arm in pain, while Izumi grabbed her left. You were right, we were followed, and it just happens to be hero killer, Stain. Native revealed as he looked at Izumi. Go get help from Manuel's agency, they are nearby. Neither of you are going anywhere. Stain chuckled as he liked both blades causing Native to drop, but Izumi was unaffected. That's new. Another quirk I'm immune to. Izumi grumbled as she looked at the villain. Look, I get that you have a code, but killing heroes for failing such a high standard is stupid. Of course you would think that. Stain retorted as he pointed to Native. He probably told you that while he is around you will be safe. Yet look, you are the one that has to save him. Why does it seem like Izumi started to groan when Stain got sent forward by a kick to the head? Ida? Go, I'll take out the hero killer. Ida stated with malice in his eyes, but was shocked when Stain bounced back liking a knife. DMN it, you are an idiot. Izumi stated as she ran over to Ida and looked him over. Shallow cut, he wouldn't get enough blood like the 2 cuts that Native and I got, yet the same effect. Trying to figure out my quirk? Stain asked as he got ready to charge at her. The summon charge triad has been selected for you. Izumi stated as she aimed the Magun, revealing that it had already transformed. The solid earth that protects, Gaia Brown. Izumi chanted, getting Stain to stop and look at her. The fury that levels everything to the ground, Storm Blue. She continues chanting as Stain smiles and charges right at her. Bubbling and boiling blood, Heat Crimson. She chanted as she aimed it at the charging Stain. Rush. I summon you. Brothers. She shouted as she fired the Magun, getting Stain to dodge the energy beams and try to cut her head off, but was surprised when a mace blocked it. Get me more room, brothers. She ordered as she then aimed the Magun at Ida and Native. Is that a good sign? Native asked Ida. I'm not sure at the moment. Ida replied. The summon charge triad has been selected for you. Izumi chanted as she frowned. The soul that forbids the birth of life, version white. She chanted as the sounds of the fight between Stain and brothers continued. From the eternal vitality of life, evergreen. She continued on, getting the 2 downed individuals to look surprised. That which can even feed on empty space, Crusher white. She chanted, loading the last bullet. Heal. I summon you. Azura. A healing summon. Ida shouted in shock. Azura, keep them safe and don't let them out. Izumi ordered as she started to walk to the sound of her summons fight. I'm not sure how long Stain's quirk lasts, but I'm immune to its effect. Just another to add to my stupid immunity clause. You're immune to certain quirks? Native asked, getting a nod from Izumi. In the middle of the street? That girl doesn't understand what it means to be a hero. Stain thought as he continued to dodge the attacks of the 2 minotaurs. Stain, you have a nice goal, improve the quality of heroes. Izumi stated, getting Stain to look at her. Sure, I think Endeavor should be out of the top 10, as I've seen him in person, and let's say. I wish I didn't. You seem to be giving me conflicting views. Stain stated, getting chuckle from Izumi. I do that a lot. Look, Stain, I understand where you are coming from, but the system is what is broken, not the heroes. Izumi stated as she sighed. The HPSC tried to force my mother to transfer me to them after I used my quirk the first time, with Shiva. So you do understand. Stain stated, getting Izumi to frown. If the HPSC is corrupt, what makes the heroes any different? Their ideals. Izumi replied as she sighed. The real reason I didn't choose a flashy costume is more along the lines I don't think it is needed. I don't understand why hero costumes have gotten gaudy, but I have to stop you. More so as you are a threat, but oddly enough, I think I can see how you fell. I don't want pity. You act like a fake hero, but you have a true hero soul. You are a contradiction. Stain shouted, getting Izumi to smile when both of them had to duck a claw slash. Is that thing with you? Izumi asked, getting Stain to just stare at her. I work alone. Stain retorted, getting them both to look at a giant claw attached to an individual that had no defining features. What is it? Unlimited. Kill. The creature stated as it attacked Izumi, causing brothers to intervene only to get sent flying. Unlimited, what is that, and why is it focused on me? Izumi thought as she rolled away from its last attack, only for it to shudder, and Stain grimaced as he looked sick. That thing's blood is stagnant, which means it is dead. Stain shouted. The summon charge triad has been selected for you. Izumi shouted as she readied to summon. That which drinks thirst, water blue. She chanted, flicking a bullet. Black wind? The creature stated, then shuddered again. Does not fit. Burst upon connections, Ferris red. Izumi chanted, flicking another bullet, right as a Nomu tried to add to the fight. Mine. The creature stated as it killed the Nomu, surprising Stain as it moved even under his quirk's influence. Whatever you are summoning, make it quick, I don't think my quirk is going to hold much longer. Stain shouted. Surge with static, lighting white. Izumi chanted as the third bullet was flicked. Strike. I summon you. Sildra. She chanted as she fired the Magun. Die. The creature shouted as it was enveloped by Sildra's energy breath. Take a hint. Izumi stated as it crawled out of the breath, dragging its body on the ground towards her. How? Must kill unlimited, must kill. Unlimited, the creature stated as it stopped moving and turned into dust. You okay? Izumi asked Stain, who just faceplanted. I guess not. What happened here? Endeavor demanded, seeing a giant creator, and Stain near it. Did you do this? I guess I did. Izumi replied, sighing as she walked over to the alley. You two healed up? What was that thing? Native asked, getting a shrug from Izumi. Dunno, but it was trying to kill me and only me, it pretty much ignored Stain. Izumi replied as she held her hand out and 9 bullets appeared in her hand. Native, does your intern have permission to use her quirk? Endeavor asked. Yes, I gave her permission earlier tonight just on the safe side, not that I knew that this was going to happen. Native replied as he led Ida out of the alley. I'll not tell anyone what you tried to do, but don't go after someone out of revenge, it doesn't end well. I understand. Ida replied as he looked at Izumi in awe. I need to be a hero like her. Inside a hospital room? I get that they need to be here. Izumi grumbled as she pointed to Ida and Native. But why do I have to be here as well? You had an unknown quirk used on you. A nurse replied, getting a deadpan stare from Izumi. And they will be checking everything about each of you. Now follow me, young lady. I'm immune to quirks that try to influence me, it has been recorded by UA. Izumi whined, getting the nurse to glare at her, making Izumi to flinch. Fine. Inside the lab of the hospital? That doesn't make sense, she has 2 quirk factors, one of the lab techs mumbled, getting up and looking at a chart. Weirdly, both are completely compatible. What do you mean 2 factors, all quirk users only have 1? Another asked, getting up to look at the other sample. What the hell? My thoughts about it as well. It seems that it ties to her odd mutations that were recorded by her school. No heart, denser muscles and bones, and immunity to certain quirks. The first doctor revealed as she looked at a document. It seems that her school has the same idea we have, and they were checking to see how she got immune. We do have to tell her. The second doctor stated after looking at the document. In Izumi's room. Unlimited, why did it call me that? Izumi mumbled as she looked at the skyline. It also called me Black Wind, before correcting itself. Rest. A nurse stated from the doorway. Will I be in trouble for taking down Stain? Izumi asked the nurse and got her to sigh. Unknown, they are investigating that right now, so you will find out in the morning. The nurse replied. In the mountains of Japan? One of my hunters died on this plane. A jester-looking individual stated as it appeared from an odd hole. So there must be an unlimited here. And a piece of chaos as well, and grown quite nicely too. Back in Izumi's room? What was that? Izumi sat upright as she closed her eyes to sleep. Something isn't right anymore. She quietly mumbled as she looked at the activated form of the Magun. You felt it too, didn't you? In the morning? Woof, was making Izumi to sit up and look at a wolf made out of wood bark at her. So that's why he wanted me. Izumi revealed as she got out of bed. You are going to a conference room. A nurse stated, shocking Izumi. Okay, what for? Izumi asked, getting the nurse to shrug. They didn't tell me, was the only reply before Izumi followed the nurse. Inside the conference room. You are not in trouble. Woof. A dog-headed person stated, getting Izumi to look confused. I would have taken credit of taking Stain down, but seeing that you had permission to use your quirk, there is no question that you get the credit. Endeavor grumbled as he leaned on the wall. But what got my attention is that odd individual that attacked you during your fight with Stain. We questioned Stain about it as well, and he knew nothing of it. Woof, the dog stated, getting a nod from Endeavor. Why did you use lethal force on it though? Woof. Stain tried to use his quirk, which seems to paralyze those whose blood he gets, but it, like me, was unaffected by it. Izumi stated as she sighed. It also called me unlimited, and I have no idea why it did. I do. A doctor from the lab replied. It seems like you have a second quirk factor, and that second quirk is what gives you your immunity and oddly some of the things that doesn't add up for your quirk. Wait, what? Izumi asked, looking shocked. I have a what? That is impossible, you can only have one quirk factor. I said it adds up on the oddities that your listed quirk Magun shouldn't be able to do. The doctor stated, getting Endeavor to look interested about it. Your blood flows like you have a heart, but you don't have one anymore. Your medical records show that you did when you first got the Magun. You have an immunity to quirks that try to affect you personally, and not just deal damage. Not sure if a poison quirk would work. That is weird, and what is this about my lack of a heart? I just don't have a heartbeat. Izumi stated before looking shocked when the doctor showed her one of her recent scans that was taken the night before. No. That can't be correct. How am I alive without that organ? That's the thing, you still have blood flow. Like something is keeping your body from shutting down. The doctor stated with a sad tone. But we still have no idea on how you generate the bullets for the Magun, and we tried to look one over, and not only are they made up of the same material the Magun is, but there seems to be no logical way to get them to open. He stated as he slid over a black bullet. That is a lot to take in. Izumi quietly stated, sitting down. So Magun and unlimited. The thing is that the individual knew about unlimited before I did, and was trying to kill me. It even killed a Nomo that attacked. We were going to ask about the Nomo body that we found. Woof. The dog stated, getting the conversation back on track. So we have a mysterious third party that night. Woof. I'll look into it. Endeavor stated as he moved to leave the room. Congratulations on beating your first villain legally. I don't count that slime a victory, as I fainted right as I freed my friend. Izumi muttered after Endeavor left. Could you keep the fact that I have a second quirk redacted? I really don't want the HPSC bugging me again. Why is that? Woof. The dog asked, looking surprised. When I got the Magun to work, they tried to get my mom to sign me over to them. Tried to give a pretty high amount for me as well. Izumi stated as she looked at the table. If they got word that I have a second quirk, they would try again, I think. In another part of the city? Not bad, girlie, you've gotten better. A short old man chided as Melissa was breathing hard and looking happy. You are not the only one that can push me. Melissa stated as the jester-like person got their attention. Odd, I could feel it here and now I can't, the jester stated before getting kicked in. The face by the older hero, only for no reaction from the jester. You are not a threat? There it is. The jester stated before getting sent away from a punch by a sparking Melissa. So you can feel one for all? Melissa asked, getting an odd look from the jester. One for all? The jester asked before laughing. You are going to be a treat, the jester stated before vanishing. What the hell was that? The old pro asked, getting Melissa to look down. I have no idea, and that scares me. Melissa stated as she stopped sparking. In a bar, a few days later. You want to join us? Shigaraki asked as he saw a girl dressed as a high schooler. I want to help take down the fake hero that defeated Stain. Toga stated, getting Shigaraki to sigh. That's the third that joined for that reason. Sure, we are going after her school, but the chances that you get rid of her is limited. Our patron wants her alive, but after he is finished with her you can do whatever you want. Shigaraki revealed, getting the 3 Stain followers to look displeased at first but then smiled. Other than that, you can do what you want. Just don't attract attention to the place. After the week was over and they were back in class. Did anyone learn anything over their internships, besides how to arrest a known villain? Shota asked while looking at Izumi when he said that. How not to be a sitting duck. Ibra muttered as she looked at both Izumi and Katsuki. She was evil. How to be better at stealth. Toru stated, getting everyone to sigh at that. What? Ed Shot helped with my stealth and he helped Yaoyorozu with her ability as well. You intern there too? Melissa asked surprised. I asked who would have been a better pick with Midnight. Momo revealed. I had a weird event, I was transferred to a different hero after mine got his license revoked. Kyuka grumbled, getting Shota to nod. Nizu reported that fact to me, so how was the second hero? Shota asked. She was a taskmaster, she had me spar with her other intern for hours. Both Ibra and Kyuka shivered. But she was a better teacher, I wish she actually had a place she used regularly. Evil Bunny likes moving around too much to settle in one prefecture. Izumi stated, getting a deadpan stare from the two that trained under said Evil Bunny. I trained under her too, she has preferred gyms and the like, but she doesn't like staying in one area too long. The more you know. Ibra muttered as she looked pensive about something. I learned how not to be focused on one element and how to use both. Shoto stated, getting Shota to look at him. I trained under the Elemental King and he makes my father look like a joke. Shoto finished with a sad smile. Sadly, it is due to my father that he can't be raised in the ranks. Explain that one to me later. Shota ordered as he looked at the only other one that had any real encounter. I know how to capture a villain, and why after some fights you have to be quarantined. Izumi grumbled as Shota stared at her. Native and I ran into Hero Killer, Stain, and it is how I found out some other factor about me. I'm still trying to figure it out myself. If you need any help, you can talk to the staff. Shota revealed, getting a nod from the summoner. After class? You want to ask me for help? Shota asked, looking at Izumi. Not yet, but Ida tried to fight Stain during that night. Native doesn't want it on Ida's record, but I thought you might want to learn of it, for teaching purposes. Izumi stated, getting an eye twitch from Shota. I'll talk to him later. Shota groaned about how his students are problematic. At lunch? So the Evil Bunny is your teacher for interns, what happened to Death Arms? Izumi asked, getting an annoyed sigh from Kyuka. That bad? Worse, we had a normal store robbery turned into a hostage situation. Villain had a hostage that prevented Death Arms from engaging with their arm shifted into a blade. Kyuka revealed with her head down. I asked if I could use my quirk for them to cover their ears, which would free the hostage, but he told me no, that we had to wait. Next thing is another customer walked next to the person and clapped right near them, shattering the villain, revealing that I could have disabled the villain the entire time. Ouch, let me guess old Death Arms ranted at the other person about vigilante actions? Izumi asked get Ibra, who was sitting with the group, to sigh and put her face in her hands. He did, didn't he? He started his shouting at the person knocking the hood off, revealing bunny ears, and him getting a hero license in his face. Kyuka deadpanned, getting Ibra to snicker. Okay, who are you and what have you done to Shiozaki? Melissa asked, shocked. I blame Rumi. Ibra stated, getting a frown on Izumi. She broke my bad habits the hard way, Ibra revealed with a growing blush. I'm sorry for how I acted before last week. So how did Rumi fix the situation? Izumi asked, getting both Ibra and Kyuka to sigh in tandem and then look at Izumi. She yelled at him? Yup, she tore into him about using all resources available to him. She noted that the villain flinched when I asked if I could distract him with my sound waves that Death Arms missed. And to top it off, anything that could make a sound was broken, which again he missed, well so did I. Kyuka stated, getting Ibra to frown. She didn't fault you for that, any beginner hero would have missed that, I did. But Death Arms has been a hero for a while. And then she pointed out that this is the second time he could have dealt with a hostage situation that he could have handled with better results instead of waiting for another hero, and in this case it was a hero, not another civilian, getting involved. I don't get why she said that to him though. Ibra stated, getting Izumi to sigh. It is how I got Magun to work. Bakugo got nabbed by a slime quirk thief and used him as a hostage. I summoned Shiva and froze the slime and fainted. Death Arms wanted to bring me in for being a vigilante, but my friend pointed out that he would look even worse if he did. With all the witnesses of the event. Izumi answered, getting a nod from Ibra, who then frowned. What? Rumi mentioned that when she started to train you, you were shy and very self-conscious about how people would view you. Ibra replied, getting Izumi to sigh and then blush. I went from being a wallflower to a skirt chaser within a month, after the Magun fully woke up. You can ask Katsuki all about it, as he would say the same thing. One morning I went to train with Rumi, I hit on her, getting her to kick me into a wall. And then I started on my female classmates, which got me odd looks. Though Toru, Kyuka and Melissa have gotten my attention, so you don't have to worry about me going for more. Izumi stated while looking at her plate. Ah. The four other girls at the table cooed at her blushing face, making it grow darker. Well, that mystery aside, she then ripped into him, allowing the situation to get that bad. She had been shadowing him and took me along to show me how to tell a good hero worth their salt and those that should just quit. Ibra shivered as she rubbed her arms. I didn't make a great impression on my first day. Which is why she beat my religious views about how life should be to how I should try to show how to be like. While I now don't see anything wrong with same-gender pairs, I still like men. I think. Ibra quietly stated the last part, staring at Momo turning pink. She is bi, and doesn't know that yet? Kyuka thought as she blinked at what she overheard. Please don't ask me about that? Ibra asked, looking right at Kyuka. Fine. So that is how I ended up under Maruko? Kyuka stated, getting a sigh from Izumi. So what secret did you find out? As long as you four keep it quiet, I have a second quirk that pretty much is how I'm immune to those effects, and oddly some other things I want to keep private. Izumi stated, looking down. I'm not sure how it would affect me in the long term. Well, if we are sharing secrets, and one that I also wish to keep from being public. Melissa stated as she looked at the group of girls. I do need a trusted circle, and Toshinori's group is getting old. All Might? Izumi asked, getting a nod. Okay, then you are finally going to tell us why you've lied about your quirk? You knew? Melissa asked, shocked. Not what it is, but that you lied about it. Izumi replied, getting Kyuka to nod. Your heart beats oddly when you spoke of it. Kyuka revealed, getting a sigh from Melissa. My quirk's name is One for All, and I wasn't born with it. Melissa stated, getting the girls to just stare at her. All Might had it before me, and I got it through a convoluted mishap that ended up with me swallowing a sample that my dad was researching. So you and All Might have the same quirk? Ibra asked, getting a negative head shake from Melissa. But you said you got it from a sample that your dad was studying? All Might wanted to make sure it wasn't damaged after a fight with a villain. He allowed my father to study his quirk while it was in its transfer state. I swallowed that sample, which means One for All transferred to me and left Uncle Might with embers. I nearly killed myself when I got it. Melissa revealed. I was touch and go for hours while my body adapted to it. Which is why I still bleed off energy when I go over 20%. That is bleed off? Ibra asked, shocked. Yup, and to make things worse, I'm nowhere near mastering it. I can go up to 45% when I'm fighting you, Izumi, for some odd reason, but any higher I risk damaging myself. Melissa revealed. But this odd jester thing popped up during my internship with Gran Torino, and laughed at the name, but oddly only I was able to get a reaction from it. That is odd. Toru stated as she listened to the entire tale. Wonder if he is connected to that thing that attacked me? Izumi asked, getting the group to look at her. Oh yeah, this odd thing attacked me and Stain. And shockingly it had my immunity to quirks. What do you mean it had your immunity? Melissa asked, getting a chuckle from Izumi. I kind of turned it into ash. I had Sildra blast it. As it tried to continue to attack me, it died. Izumi replied as she rubbed the back of her head. Oddly, Stain tried to use his quirk on it and it still moved after the fact. So what was Stain's quirk? Melissa asked, getting Izumi to sigh. Paralysis via blood ingestion. He gets your blood, you can be paralyzed, though limited with time, as native is able to move. Izumi replied as she tapped the table. On other news, midterms are coming up and I hear that the giant robots are going to be our practical. Kyuka stated, getting Izumi to stare at her. What? Even though I dealt with them, we actually got to see real villains, and don't forget your own internship. Izumi stated, getting Kyuka to blink in surprise. Then what do you think is going to be our practical? Ibra asked, getting Izumi to snicker. A better version of our first heroics class. Izumi stated, getting Melissa to sigh. In an office? So have you decided who gets which students? Nedzu asked, getting a sigh from Shota. I have, and it would be best that All Might actually takes his seriously, as he will have the two students that are going to be the toughest to beat. Shota stated, getting Toshinori to look surprised. I thought you weren't going to select me for this, as I'm a new teacher. Toshinori stated, getting Shota to glare at him. Which is why I'm having you deal with Shields and Midoriya. Those two are quite the powerhouses and more so if they work together. I read the reports on her encounter with Stain and she now has a healing summon which would mitigate Melissa's limit of her quirk. Shota stated, getting Toshinori's eyes to widen in fear. She could go to 100% with no drawback. Toshinori shivered as he thought about how powerful she would be with it. Fine, I'll take them on. I'll take Todoroki and Yaoyorozu as they rely on their quirks to do anything. Shota started to divvy the teachers for his students. After a few days. Oh god, I think my brain melted. Mina stated as she rubbed her head after the test. It wasn't that bad. Melissa stated, getting a glare from Mina. You probably did fine on the test, you did go to our study group. I hope you're right. Mina grumbled. Now you will be tested on how well you can handle threats. Shota stated, getting the class to look at him. I'll be giving each of you a slip. You are to get into your costume, and then head to that facility. There you will meet up with your practical test. Good luck, some of you will need it. In Training Ground Omega? Melissa? Izumi asked, surprised. I could have sworn that they would place me with someone else. Well, we are two of the powerhouses of the class. Melissa replied as she started to stretch. Wonder who we are going. Get down. She shouted as she grabbed Izumi as gale force winds shredded the road that they were on. Great, one of the few that could test us both. Izumi muttered as the Magun shifted forms. Can you distract him long enough for me to summon? Not sure. I've never actually beat him in a spar. Melissa replied, looking scared. And he holds back when he spars with me and I can't beat him. Oh. Izumi replied with some small shock. My summons can hold him while we run to the gate. True. But he isn't going to make it easy. Melissa replied as she got up and started to spark. I'll try to hold him off you for as long as I can. Thanks, I'll summon some help for you. Izumi stated as Melissa ran out of the alley that they were hiding in. Out on the street. So young Shields, you decided to fight me? Toshinori stated as he got ready to fight. I'll fight you for as long as I can. Melissa shouted as she punched the air, causing Toshinori to dodge the air wave. You need to do better than that. Toshinori chided as he too punched the air, causing a bigger air wave pushing Melissa back. The summon triad has been selected for you. Izumi shouted, getting Toshinori's attention. Oh no, you don't. Toshinori shouted as he got ready to move to stop the summoning. You are fighting me. Melissa shouted as she leaped to tackle her teacher. That which drinks thirst. Water blue. Izumi chanted as she flicked her bullet, but to her shock and Melissa's surprise, All Might grabbed the bullet in midair. How did he move so fast? Melissa thought, but looked more surprised at Izumi's reaction, or lack of it. What is wrong with her? That takes care of you. Toshinori stated as he saw a blue lightning trail run by him and then leaped away. They are trying to work together. Inside a building several blocks away. Izumi. Melissa shouted as she patted Izumi's face, getting no reaction, only seeing Izumi's hand flicking again and again with no stopping. All Uncle Toshi did was grab her bullet. Her biggest weakness is denying her summons. But this is different from what happened when I did it. Melissa mumbled as she looked out the window. Knowing that now, I think I have to get Water Blue back to have you working again. And knowing him, he has it with him. I hate going for it, but to help my teammate I have to. On the roadways? Why did young Midoriya freeze like that? Toshinori thought as he looked for the two girls. Hiya. Melissa shouted as she shocked Toshinori with a very powerful right hook into his side. Gah! Toshinori gasped as blood erupted from his mouth from the impact, only for him to get hit in the head, forcing his hands to open, dropping the bullet that he caught. She has gotten faster. Thanks for dropping it. Melissa stated as she knelt down and picked it up. Be kind and stay put. Was she using 50%? Toshinori thought as Melissa bolted away. With Izumi. Now how do I get you normal again? Melissa muttered as she blushed. That wouldn't work, and it was caused by this being caught, she muttered as she put Water Blue into the Magun, getting Izumi to snap out of her weird state. Oh shit! Izumi cried out as she looked around the room, seeing Melissa hold her side in pain. Are you okay? Will be, when Recovery Girl sees me. I went 50% just to get that bullet back. Melissa replied as Izumi nodded with a smirk. Burst upon connections, Ferris Red. Izumi chanted and looked over to Melissa. Surge with static, lighting white. Strike. I summon you. Sildra. Izumi shouted as she fired the Magun out the window. Now he will know where we are. Melissa deadpanned but looked shocked when Izumi aimed the Magun at her. The soul that forbids the birth of life, version white. Izumi chanted, surprising her when she didn't do the normal opener for summons. From the eternal vitality of life, evergreen. Izumi, if you are mad at me, why summon something at me instead of telling me? Melissa asked, getting a smirk on Izumi's face to turn into a grin. That which can even feed on empty space, Crusher White. Heal. I summon you. Azura. Izumi finished by firing the Magun and Melissa to blink. Power back up to 50%, Azura will heal you so your body can adapt to it. Wait, what? Melissa shouted as the pale blue lightning became so erratic that it started to form an aura. Since when did you have a healing summon? After summoning Bismarck, Shiva, and Titan. Azura uses one from their summon triad. Izumi replied as she looked out the window watching Slydra get bodied. Looks like I'm going to have to summon another summon to fight him. Wow, it feels like the world is so light. Melissa stated as she started to stretch. Say, why don't I try 100%? No, I don't think you're ready for that. That is why I think we were placed together. So you could adapt to your quirk better. Azura's usage was in. My arrest report as native was being healed by it. Izumi retorted. And if you try to go 100 I'll recall Azura. Fine. Melissa pouted then sat down. So I was able to knock him down at 50, so if I head down there with your other summon we can capture Uncle Might. Let's try. Izumi stated as she moved to the window. The summoning triad has been selected. By the way, why didn't you say that when you summoned Azura? Melissa asked. Because it wasn't the Magun that made that choice, I did. Izumi replied as she reached into her belt. The fury that levels everything to the ground, storm blue. Okay, that's a different one. Melissa thought as she stood up and got ready to leap out the window. The deep blood of the hurricane, dark crimson. Izumi continued flicking another bullet. The spirit that drops into infinite darkness, silent black. Okay, got to time this right. Melissa muttered as she got ready. Also, why do I get the feeling that Ibra is going to flip her sheet if she sees this one? Crush. I summon you. Diablos. Izumi shouted, firing the Magun at Toshinori, and Melissa leaped out the window. With all might. She summoned another one? Toshinori thought as the energy trails hit the ground. That's not normal. He thought but had to throw Sildra as the gravity increased on him. Like this is going to stop me. Why am I not affected? Melissa asked, shocked as she landed in the gravity field. Dablos decided that since we are on the same side you get a free pass. Izumi stated as she walked up. Then I need to beat you both. Toshinori stated as steam started to erupt all over his body and he then turned into a skeleton-looking man. I ran out of time? Huh? Izumi blinked, looked over to Melissa who was looking everywhere but at Izumi. So, what the hell is going on here? Are you a fake? No, that's Uncle Toshinori. When he runs out of time, Melissa started to say but then sighed. I told you, remember. You told her about One for All? Toshinori asked, getting nods from both girls. That is your secret to maintain, and I guess you do need your own circle. Wait, so you are running on embers? Izumi asked as Azura floated down and started to heal the area right as both Izumi and Melissa cuffed Toshinori. You need to get healed up. Recovery girl has tried. Whoa, I feel better. Toshinori stated in surprised. Azura isn't perfect, but it can heal you. Izumi stated. Winner shields and Midoriya. The system announced, getting a sigh from both girls. We won. Melissa shouted as she grabbed Izumi and kissed her on the lips, getting Izumi to blush deep red. My first kiss, and it wasn't me that started it. Izumi thought as she started to make out with her friend. I wonder what Dave would say about this. Toshinori stated, getting both girls to jump apart, blushing a storm. Uncle. Don't tell my dad, please. Melissa demanded as Toshinori started to laugh. You two kissed? Toru stated, shocked as both Melissa and Izumi blushed. You wished it was you? Kyuka muttered, making Toru blush. And what about you? Ibra chided, getting Kyuka to blush and glare at Ibra. DMN it. Kyuka muttered as she pouted. Though, what happened to you during the test? Melissa asked, getting Izumi to sigh. That is my big weakness that Katsuki kept hinting at. It causes me to freeze up and cycle like that. Izumi revealed, getting the other three to look at the two. All Might revealed how to negate me entirely. And it is a weakness I can't fix, which is why I rely on teamwork. So since I know how it triggers, I can spar with you without it transforming? Melissa asked, getting a nod from Izumi. So how did your tests go? Izumi asked. Thanks to Snipe not being able to see me, I captured him while Bakugo distracted him. Though he didn't like being used as a distraction but relented as I was the better choice to get close to the pro. Toru stated, getting Izumi to snicker. He said you would do that though. I'm going to get even with him. Izumi muttered darkly. Well, Ibra and I managed to defeat Present Mike, but we nearly ran out of time to do so. Kyuka stated, giving a thumbs up to the other girl. Though most of that was mainly due to every time we got ready to attack he was waiting for an opening. I had to use my vines to break up his perch so we could get an attack off, and well, Ibra looked down. He didn't fault you for the landing, he just told you to watch the thorns. Kyuka stated, getting Ibra to look at her new friends. I'll keep that in mind, but it takes me time to switch from thorned and not thorned. Ibra stated as she poked her fingers together. Though I heard from a general studies student that my vines could be used in the bedroom. You are still too pure to look into that, Ibra. Melissa stated as she glared at said student. That student is a pervert. Oh. Wait, what? Ibra shouted as her face bloomed bright red. I might introduce him to Rumi. Don't, she'll kill him. Izumi retorted. Plus he would enjoy it. Why must you be right? Ibra asked, getting chuckles from the group. Because it wouldn't be fun. Izumi replied with a smirk. Inside a bar? Are you sure that these two are needed? Shigaraki asked as he looked at the two files. I get that we need manpower, but these two just scream distractions. The 4 Stain followers that were recruited are better suited for our work. Heck, they've managed to take down a hero that paraded as a villain to amp up his standing. One whose quirk you even said allowed him to do that. Well, they killed him. I'm not upset that they killed Sideways. I was planning on taking his quirk later on, but seeing that it had no combat application, it isn't a loss. And I thought it was only 3 Stain followers? Sensei answered, getting Shigaraki to sigh. One more joined, but I really don't trust her. Dabi is 1 day away from cooking himself, Toga is just crazy, and Magna is the only one I like. Crux doesn't seem normal, almost like she is working for someone else. Shigaraki stated as he scratched at his neck. I've sent Jiren to watch her, but he loses her when she flies off. That is quite concerning. Sensei replied. Muscular is a needed distraction. I can see that forcing both him and Moonfish is pushing it if you are having questions about one of your members being a turncoat. I'll take the oath, I really hope he is a great distraction, otherwise he will end up fodder for White Wind. But at the same time I wish he does. Shigaraki chuckled when he said that. Oh, you found a path? Sensei asked, surprised. Not exactly, but I'm going to take a page from the heroes for a moment. I'll take an idea and make a pillar out of it. I'll make a pillar that will force all these sheep that aren't safe, that there will always be someone out to get them. Shigaraki stated. The next time I contact you, you better have what I want. Sensei stated as the TV turned off. On a nearby building. How quaint, he thinks he can control the Magun. Asuka stated with a chuckle. Crux, help out this plan, but don't interfere if you see this person. Asuka ordered, showing an image of Melissa with her pale blue lightning bolts going everywhere. I have plans for this one. Kukulu. Crux replied before flying off. A few days later. So why are we all the way out here? Katsuki asked, getting a chuckle from the teacher. Izumi, that's not a good sign, is it? Stupid question. Oh no, Izumi muttered when she saw 2 members of a team of heroes. This is going to be rough. Oh. Katsuki deadpanned when he saw the 2 as well. One of them can control the earth, right? Yup. Hey Ibra, we are about to be knocked off the cliff, could you secretly make a vine net at the base? Izumi whispered. Nope. Ibra replied with a frown. Well, this is going to SCK. Izumi deadpanned. Well, Shota, where's Class B? One of the 2 heroes asked, getting Shota to sigh. Shota started to say when 2 more buses arrived. Just got here, Mandalay. Funny. Mandalay stated as she saw a group of 5 inch away from the cliff. Looks like we have a fan among the kids this time. A pixie? Sorry, I had to stop an argument on the way here. Ken stated, getting Shota to sigh. Now that we are all here. With the students? Why are you guys inching towards the bus? Itsuka asked, getting Izumi to point to the 2 pros. Okay. Oh, the wild sheet. Now that you know, if we can escape it. Izumi muttered as she bumped into a wall that rose out of the ground. This bites. Now, this is part of the training camp. The other pro stated from above the new earth wall. Problem child. Shota thought as he rubbed his head. Extremely smart, talented, and a pain in my butt. You have till sundown to get to the campsite. Mandalay stated. So when was there a wall there? Denki asked, getting a chuckle from the pro on the wall. Pixie, really? Mandalay stated as the other pro rubbed her head. What, we almost had some escapees. Pixie Bob replied, getting the class to look at the group closer to the wall. Really, Prez? Setsuna asked, getting a sigh. Wait. Ha! She stated as she started to spilt into pieces, but recombined right as the entire cliff sent both classes into the ravine. No way. So it does work on her. Ken stated as he looked over the cliff to see all 40 students head down the mountain. At the bottom? Katsuki grunted as he caused a crater before catching Itsuka in his arms. You okay? Yes, thanks to you. Itsuka replied, kissing him. Nearby. Ouch, Izumi muttered as she looked up to see Kyuka heading right for her. What are the chances? Just catch me. Kyuka shouted. Not going to let that happen. Melissa shouted as she caught Kyuka. Wow, 2 for 2. Izumi stated, getting Melissa to look at her. Huh? Melissa asked as she looked around. Thanks for the safe landing. Toru stated from behind Melissa. Izumi can see me, thus she knew I was on your back. How did you not feel my weight? Duno. Oh look, lovebirds. Melissa stated, getting the 2 to jump apart. In another spot? Thank you 2 for saving me. Momo stated to both Shoto and Ibra, both of which were blushing a storm. He's hot, and so is she. What is wrong with my head? Ibra thought as she turned a deeper shade of red when Momo leaned closer. Are you okay? You're turning real red. Momo asked, making Ibra faint. Maybe she caught something. Shoto stated, getting a nod from Momo. We need to work together to get to the camp. So we need to find some other team. Who fried her head? Kyuka asked as she saw Ibra. She must have caught something as she was turning red and then fainted. Momo replied, getting surprised looks from the group of 6. How sheltered are you two? Izumi muttered. Not that sheltered. Oh. Momo stated as she blushed. So she is okay? Shoto asked as Toru sighed. You are a sheltered boy, aren't you? Toru asked while getting Momo to look at the floating clothes. Yaoyorozu, can you make a flashbang without the bang? I could, why? Momo replied, getting a chuckle from Toru. I just remembered this from the sports festival, your flashbang made me visible for a short moment. Toru answered, getting everyone to look at her. It slipped my mind, and we are supposed to be training our quirks here. You want me to light you up so you can turn visible at will? Momo asked, getting a chuckle from Kyuka. Hush you, I could make those flashbangs be extra loud. Fine. Kyuka muttered as she pouted. We need to move. Shoto stated as several creatures charged at them but stopped and all slammed into the ground. How did they collapse like that? Momo asked as Izumi chuckled. No one saw me activate the Magun. Izumi stated, hefting the gun. How the hell did we not hear it fire? Katsuki shouted, getting Izumi to snicker. It was still sleeping when we grouped up. I fired it into the ground. Izumi replied, getting the group to look at her, and Ibra shot up into a sitting position. Something is wrong in the ground. Ibra stated as she looked and saw earthen-made creatures struggling to stand up but looked like they were being crushed by thousands of pounds. I summoned Diablos, and unlike my other summons, he is shy. Izumi stated as Katsuki just stared at her. At least it isn't the Bishi. Katsuki deadpanned, getting the group to look confused. I will never summon that one ever again, even if it was my last summon I can perform. Izumi shouted angrily. Wonder if it is a noodle incident? Melissa asked. It is. Both Katsuki and Izumi shouted before they both sighed. It couldn't have been that bad? Toru asked, getting 2,000-yard stares at her. It couldn't have been that bad, right? It stunned Maruko, and it didn't attack her. Katsuki stated as he rubbed his nose. I shouldn't have brought it up. Correct, I even blacklisted that combo from my list that I will perform. Izumi muttered. We need to leave, and since all of us can walk. How long can Diablos last? Melissa asked, getting a sigh from Izumi. That's the other reason we need to move, the longer he is out the weaker he gets. Izum replied, getting the group to start heading out. Close to nighttime and in the campgrounds? Some of my beasts were taken out by a gravity well, and it wasn't natural. Pixie stated, getting a sigh from Shota. You know who did it? Well, seeing that I don't see a giant eyeball in the sky, I think she has a second gravity summon. Shota replied, getting Pixie Bob to look shocked. You must be kidding about the eyeball part. She asked, getting a deadpan stare. She can summon a floating eye? Yup, she promised not to use that one again as it just SCKS everything under it. Shota replied as he heard a branch snap and a group of 9 broke out of the tree line. You have a new gravity summon? Had it for a while, never summoned it before clashing with All Might. Izumi replied tiredly. Do you know of every summon combination you have available? Shota asked, getting Izumi to sigh. No, just a list of summons I have summoned. I have 2 that I'm not summoning ever again. Izumi stated as she yawned. Shota, let her eat before grilling her about her quirk. Mandalay stated as she ushered Izumi away from her homeroom teacher. He should know what your quirk is capable of. I keep adding to my collection of charges so it keeps changing. Izumi replied with a stifled yawn. I'm a powerhouse with numbers advantage, and if given time I could summon what is needed to end a fight with ease. If true, then you would make for a terrifying villain as well. Mandalay stated, getting Izumi to just stare at her. Not saying that you would switch, just that you would be terrifying as one. I see. Izumi replied. Nearby. I can't scan her. Another member of the Wild Pussycat stated, getting Pixie Bob to just stare. I can scan the others of the group, but she is an oddity, though what is funny is that I can scan the golden arm decoration on her arm but not her. So what is it made of, ragdoll? Pixie Bob asked, getting a sigh from the other pro. Dust, it is made out of thousands of grains of dust. Ragdoll stated with a shocked tone. How does it maintain that shape? After everyone got to the camp. Well, now that you are all here, your actual training camp will begin in the morning. Mandalay stated. So go ahead and rest up and take a soak in the hot springs. Midoriya, a word please. You have a question? Izumi asked. Do you know what your quirk is made of? Mandalay asked, getting Izumi to shrug. Well, Ragdoll was able to scan it and it makes us question if it is waterproof? It is, why? Izumi asked, shocked about the question. Well, Ragdoll stated that it is made out of fine grains of dust, Mandalay started to say. Soil. Izumi stated as her eyes glazed over then returned to normal. That hasn't happened in a long time. Soil, and what do you mean that has happened in a long time? Mandalay asked. Magun is a sentient quirk, it can take me over to answer questions, but it has only done that twice now. Izumi replied as she rubbed her arm above the Magun. Do you know why it interrupted me with soil? Mandalay asked. I think I do. If what I think is true then my quirk is weirder than I thought. Izumi stated as she looked down. Endless desert. Huh? Mandalay sputtered as Izumi walked away heading for the springs. Endless desert? Inside the spring. This is nice. Melissa stated as she leaned into the rocks. Ibra, your face is burning. Kyuka teased. This is revenge for earlier this year, isn't it? Ibra huffed as she lowered into the water. Yup. Kyuka replied as Momo just sighed. Do you have to tease her though? Momo asked, getting a chuckle from the two. We bonded during our internship to the point she knows I'm only kidding and that she can do the same if I do something funny. Kyuka replied, getting Ibra to nod. Oh, that's cool. Izumi stated as she walked in and started to head for the water only to slip on the wet rocks and land right on Kyuka. Looks like you got what you wished for. Ibra snickered. Oh man. Toru pouted. I wanted to be the next one to kiss her. You'll get a chance. Melissa stated before getting poked by Toru. You kissed her first, but the last one she hit on, I should have been the first. Toru continued to pout, getting the small group of friends to chuckle. When are they going to get some air? Setsuna asked, getting the group to look over and sigh. Okay, that's enough. Itsuka stated as she split the two apart. Wow. Kyuka stated with a very red face. That's all you can say, Miss Force tongue into my mouth. Izumi stated as she pointed to Melissa. She just kissed me, you French kissed me. I'm not hearing this. Pony muttered as she covered her ears. Elsewhere in a bar? So you want me to join your little cause? A large man asked Shigaraki. If I didn't think you were a punk when I first arrived, I think so now. Look, I'm not asking you to join, I'm hiring you for a job. Shigaraki replied as he waved to the bar. Half now, and half after we get what we want. I paid all those low lives in full and they ended up a waste of time. Not to say that you are like them, I just learned a lesson. Ah, and if I kill the target I don't get the other half. The guy observed as he started to laugh. That will be correct. You'll be sent ahead of the others after we find out where the target is at. Shigaraki stated as he pushed a briefcase over to the guy. The guy paused as he opened the case and frowned. This is double what I normally ask for. I know, which means you get 4 times as much if the job gets done correctly. Shigaraki replied with a grin. You must have some big ball to pay me like this. What is the target? The guy asked. Oh, nothing much, just a student of UA, and we are going to be hitting them at their training camp. Shigaraki replied, getting the man to just stare. Really big ball, I'm in. Just to let you know. If I run into the target before your little team arrives they might not live long enough, the guy stated. Oh, I hope you do run into the target. You might be a match for her. Shigaraki stated as he got up and started to head for some stairs. Her quirk is very OP. Are you sure this will work? Momo asked as she set some of her bombs around Toru. I hope so. I want to know if what Izumi said is true. Toru replied as Shota sat nearby. You never told me what this is about? Shota stated as he watched his students set up an experiment. Back in the sports festival, when she flashed Bang Pony I became visible for a few moments. Toru stated, getting Shota's eyes to widen. You are hoping that if you are closer to it will allow you to control your quirk? Shota exclaimed in shock. That's the theory at least. Momo stated as she finished. I made sure they only have the flash, but I'm not sure how bright I needed to make them. I'm not sure either. Toru replied as she planted herself hoping for the best. Off in the distance. What would happen if I tried to copy your quirk? Nito asked Izumi. You wouldn't like it. Izumi stated right as a very bright flash shocked everyone to look in the direction. They didn't. Didn't what? Nito asked getting a pointed glare from Izumi. Toru said she had a plan to do something. Izumi stated as she ran in the direction of the bright light. At the epicenter? Ow. A dirty blonde teen stated as she rubbed her head but froze when her arm moved in front of her. It worked. Hagakure? Shota asked, getting a nod from the girl. Can you turn invisible? Let's see. Toru replied as she faded from sight quickly and then slowly reappeared. It's easier for me to turn invisible, but harder to stay visible. That is going to be a neat trick for you. Shota stated as Izumi ran into the clearing. Toru, are you okay? Did the experiment work? Izumi asked, getting Toru to laugh. What? You can't tell if it worked or not. You always have been able to see me. Toru pointed out, getting Izumi to frown. I can shift now, but it is harder for me to turn visible than it is for me to turn invisible. Okay. Now you are going to have to work on your costume now that you have a visible mode. Izumi stated, getting Toru to sigh. So now everyone can see your tomato impressions. Izumi! Toru shouted as she vanished from sight, well apart from Izumi, that is, as she started to blush. I guess I still have it, though now everyone can tell when you're embarrassed. Izumi snickered. Fine. Toru muttered as she appeared, then gained a grin. Want to prank the class? Huh? Izumi asked, getting Shota and Momo to just stare. Do you think they notice us? Momo asked, getting Shota to walk away, muttering about problem children. I should follow them to make sure nothing bad happens. Back with the rest of the group? Look, I found a lost student. Izumi stated as she led Toru into the campsite. Huh? Mandalay quickly scanned and counted the students' heads and narrowed her eyes. Shota? Hagakure is pulling a prank with Izumi. Shota replied. Isn't Hagakure invisible? Mandalay asked, getting a slight chuckle from the man. That bright flash was her getting her quirk upgraded? Problem child number, how did you survive so long out there with those beasts? One of Class B students asked. It was hard, but I managed it. Toru replied as she saw Katsuki look at her with a frown. Very funny. Katsuki stated, getting everyone to look at him. Am I the only one that recalls something from the very first day of class? Well, apart from those of Class B. I don't get what you are saying, Ida started to say when his jaw dropped open. Hagakure? Foiled by someone with good memory. Toru stated as she snapped her fingers and faded from sight, including her clothes, getting everyone to gasp except Izumi as she sighed. What? Don't ask me, I can still see you, though you now have an outline. Izumi revealed. She turned completely invisible. Katsuki stated as he revealed to the two of them what happened. I did what? Toru shouted as she looked down and panicked. My clothes too. Toru! Izumi shouted but got ignored by the panicked teen. Well, it might work. How do I reverse this? Toru stated as she waved her arms around, making Izumi look like she was dodging air. Toru, calm down. Izumi shouted as she grabbed Toru's shoulders. I just got a new skill and this happened. Toru stated as she looked close to tears. Focus. Izumi stated as clothes appeared to be floating in front of Izumi and then Toru appeared completely. I hope I'm right about this. She thought with a sigh. See, you should be visible now. I am, how did you know? Toru asked, getting a chuckle from Izumi. You guessed, didn't you? Maybe. Izumi replied, looking away. Over the course of a few days, and overlooking a lake. Izumi, why haven't you tried to combine Mother Black, Version White, and Steel Gray? Toru asked, getting Izumi to stiffen. Izumi? Melissa asked, getting Izumi to look away from the group. It can't be that bad. Wait, that combination is the Bishi, isn't it? Kyuka asked, getting Izumi to sigh. Yup. And I will refuse to summon it no matter how much you ask to see it. Izumi retorted with her arm crossed over her body. It is the only summon that somehow affects me. I thought you were immune to your summons. Kyuka asked, getting a sigh from Izumi. Fallen Angel, that is the name of the summon, somehow makes me confused as I start questioning myself. There is a reason Katsuki hates it too. Izumi muttered as she looked at the lake. What, is it so hot that it makes anyone that looks at it love it? Toru asked, getting a nod from Izumi. That's stupid, that would be, well, it would have, no. Toru tried to think of ways it could be useful but ran a blank. Well, enough on the Bishi. Melissa stated as she snuggled closer to Izumi. So how is it going on learning how to counter your weakness? Terrible, I'm still locking up. Izumi was dejected by her progress. I mean, each of you managed to learn something, yet I'm still stuck in the same place as last time. I needed help to learn my new skill. Toru retorted as she leaned into Izumi. I'm no longer a set of floating clothes, and I learned how to control my other new skill too. I only learned how to change the sound waves that I produce. Kyuka muttered as she rubbed her arms. I'm like you, Izumi, I haven't gotten anything new. Melissa countered as the group chuckled. Inside a bar? I understand. Please let this be the last time? Someone over the phone pleaded. I'm not the one you should be pleading to. Shigaraki replied. But I'll pass your request along, but thank you for giving me the location. He stated as he hung up. Are you going to do as the kid asked? Dabi asked as Shigaraki chuckled. He still has some use, just in case it goes belly up. Shigaraki replied as he leaned next to the counter. Ah? A young teen stated as he leaned his head on the table. So this way he doesn't know it was you that failed his request, not Sensei saying no? Correct, Mustard. Shigaraki replied as he looked at Toga swiping at Crux. Cut that out. I just want a bit of her blood. Toga whined but stopped when Shigaraki growled. Cool, thanks. Crux stated as she floated to a different table. Creepy. Shigaraki muttered as Jiren walked into the bar. It's you. Got you 2 more recruits. Jiren stated as he pointed at the 2 individuals behind him. This here is Mr. Compress, a very well-known thief to the heroes, not to the public though. And this is Twice. Quirks? Shigaraki asked, getting a solid look at the 2. I can compress anything into a marble, which is how I've stolen much of my loot. Mr. Compress stated as the other one looked jittery. I can make clones. No, I don't. Twice stated, getting Shigaraki to look puzzled for a moment. Quirk madness, he can't tell if he is the real one or not. Jiren quietly stated as he sat down. Twice has a great quirk for your group, just make sure to keep an eye on the clones. After a certain point they turn homicidal on the original body. Sounds fun. Shigaraki replied as he looked at his small group. I'll rise to the top, and when I do I'll make the world wish there was a hero that can stop me. I'm still annoyed that I haven't. MMPH. Toru started to complain when Izumi kissed her. Oh wow, is that how it looked when we kissed her? Melissa thought as she looked at Kyuka, who was blushing darker. How do we make this work? Kyuka asked as Izumi and Toru pulled away. Good question. Izumi replied, leaning back with a grin. I mean, you could see if you enjoy each other as well. A poly relationship centered with you? Toru asked, getting a nod from Izumi. I want to date all 3 of you, but what if I want to be with one of you for a night? Izumi stated as she looked at the stars. This is going to be weird. If we do decide, what is to stop us from breaking up with you? Melissa asked, getting Izumi to sigh. Nothing, except I made a couple of good friends. Izumi stated as she raised her right arm to the sky. Thanks to the pros here, I found out what my Magun is made out of. So what is it made out of? Melissa asked as her interest picked up and smiled at the change in topic. We can figure out our relationship after a few dates. That's the thing, it isn't a normal material, but at the same time it doesn't act like what the name implies. Izumi stated as the windmill popped out and it exploded to transform into the gun. Did you see that the particles from the explosion reformed into the gun? I never noticed that, but that means it shouldn't work as it does. Melissa muttered as she tapped her arm. If it is made of little particles, it should fall apart the moment they reform. Which means that the particles that form it doesn't work like normal particles. They form a soft yet rigid structure, but it seems solid. It doesn't make any sense. Welcome to Quirks. Kyuka deadpanned, getting Melissa to glare. Really, my hearing is so great that I can set my music to play at such a low volume that most can't hear it. Not the point, Quirks still have to follow some science as Toru showcases that she bends light to make it seem she is invisible, it used to only work on her skin. Melissa retorted, sticking her tongue at Kyuka. Explain Todoroki's quirk? Kyuka countered, getting into Melissa's face, both not seeing Izumi's cat grin. I did. Melissa started to counter when Izumi and Toru pushed the 2 together. That solves that. Toru cheekily stated as Izumi kissed her again. That was mean. Kyuka stated after all 4 stopped. I forgot what we were arguing about. Same, and why do you always French kiss? Melissa asked, getting Kyuka to blush darker. Wait, she's 2 for 2 on that? Izumi asked, making Kyuka blush even more. Want to make it 3? Toru asked, getting Kyuka to put her face in her hands, groaning. DMN it. All those romance? Kyuka muttered and she quickly covered her mouth. You read romance novels? Izumi asked, getting Kyuka to try and lie. No, Kyuka replied, looking away. Maybe romance movies. Melissa stated, making Kyuka to sigh. No, she acts like a tough tomboy, so she might read and watch romance-related material. Toru stated, getting Kyuka to groan. Just kill me. Kyuka stated as she turned her groan into a sigh. I thought no one would ever look at me with how my body looks. Kyuka, did you forget that no one could see my body, recent changes notwithstanding? Toru countered. So you got into romantic media hoping that you could find a character that was like you? Yeah, but some of the girls I went to school with teased me about how I looked and it made me more self-conscious. Kyuka stated as she twirled one of her jacks. Before I awoke the Magun, I was pretty much a wallflower that people either walked over or pushed around. After that I got teased for being too flirty, but I ignored their taunting and made a few questions about their own views. Izumi replied, getting the group to sigh. Well, you heard how I grew up, everyone thought I was quirkless. I was pretty much forced to be homeschooled. Melissa stated, getting Kyuka to sigh. I get it, we are all, oh wow, no wonder we all click. Kyuka stated, getting all 4 to blink and then started laughing. In a clearing? Thanks for helping me with this, Mandalay. Izumi stated as she held the Magun in gun form. I'm still trying to process how this disables you. Mandalay stated as she shook her head. Having a single bullet shouldn't be that big of an issue. I know. Izumi stated as she reached into the belt. Okay, I'm going to first try a summon that the Magun didn't tell me to perform. Water blue. Izumi thought as she pulled out a bullet. That which drinks thirst. Water blue. Izumi chanted as she proceeded to flick it only for Mandalay to snatch it out of the air. Okay. That didn't disable me. Mandalay pondered as she looked at the bullet. Pixie Bob, come over to where I am. She broadcasted as she looked at the bullet. It's grains of sand, but why does it turn into energy when fired? You called? Pixie Bob asked, getting Izumi to startle. Doing some training? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why this is my weakness. Izumi replied as she tapped the entry ports. Okay, so what do you need me for? Pixie Bob continued. Make an earth beast for her to target. Mandalay answered as she gave water blue to Izumi. Fine. Pixie Bob stated as a large creature made from the ground, rose up and flexed. The summon charge triad has been selected for you. Izumi chanted as she reached into the belt. The solid earth that protects, Gaia Brown. She chanted as she flicked the bullet and like every time she's worked at it, froze when Mandalay grabbed the bullet from the air. This doesn't make sense, she didn't have this reaction when she didn't start with that triad chant. Mandalay stated getting Pixie Bob to sigh. If her quirk is intelligent it might be asking her where the bullet is, but she knows she flicked it, but the quirk is saying she didn't. Pixie Bob stated as she looked over Izumi, whose hand was twitching like she was flicking a bullet. Yup, thought as much. This weakness of hers is disturbing, but also ironic. She has one of the most powerful quirks I've seen and just a simple action makes her completely useless. Mandalay muttered as she flicked the bullet towards the Magun and it got put into the loading port, snapping Izumi to normal. DMN it. Izumi yelped as she sat down. I still fall into that stupid cycling loop. She stated as she looked at the Magun. Why do I have such a stupid weakness? Counterbalance. Pixie Bob replied, getting Izumi to stare at her. Your quirk is so vastly overpowered that it had to have such a stupid weakness that you can't overcome. That's stupid. Izumi muttered as she leaned back. The only way I can think of not revealing my weakness is to summon without my warning call, which is how the Magun knows it can dictate the summon. I might not be using the right summon for the situation. She stated as she sighed before holding her hand out and a bullet appeared in her hand and the Magun shifted back into its sleep form. Still though it is a crappy weakness. Midoriya, I do have another question. Pixie Bob looked curious about something. And that is? Izumi asked, getting Mandalay to face palm. Why haven't you hit on any of us wild pussycats? Pixie Bob asked, getting Izumi to stare at her. Number of reasons. First of all I got 3 girls that I like and am currently pursuing. Secondly I don't hit on MLFS. Izumi replied, getting Pixie Bob to sputter as Izumi left. Burn. Mandalay snickered as Pixie Bob turned to glare at her. I know, you aren't one, but it is funny that Rumi got hit on by her and is a known single, yet you don't and she thinks you have a kid. It isn't funny. Pixie Bob whined as she sat down. Why? Did I wait too long? No, you were focused on other things and now? You are trying too hard. Mandalay replied. On an empty road? Are you sure it is this way? A guy yelled into a phone. Yes, Kurogyri placed you far enough away that no sensors would detect it and close enough that it should beat us there by an hour at most. Shigaraki replied. Good, just remember to have my second half ready when I get back. It will be muscular. It will be. On the hill that overlooks the camp. I'm confused, why does it seem like everything is about to change? Izumi thought as she saw Kuda walk up next to her. Why are you so determined to be a hero? Kuda asked, getting Izumi to look at him. That is a very complicated thing, but at the same time not so very complicated. Izumi replied as she sighed. I want to prove to everyone that doubted me before I awoke the Magun wrong, but at the same time I want to do it to snub the HPSC by doing it with my own 2 hands. Kind of hard for that, you only have one. Kuda chided, getting Izumi to grin. That may be true, but that means I have to make them wonder how I did it. Izumi retorted, getting Kuda to laugh. I see you are in a better mood. You seem different from most of the hero students. Kuda replied as he got up and walked a little bit away. Most just want to be heroes for the fame and money it provides, you just seem to be weird. How sweet. A gruff man wearing a cloak stated as he walked around the bend. A kid and a brat. The summoning triad has been selected for you. Izumi shouted, as the Magun switched forms, while she got up and pointed it at the guy. Like I'm scared of a hero studies brat. I've killed pros, and I'll show you how much USCK. He stated as he reached back and went to punch Kuda. The gem that bleeds, ruby red. Izumi chanted, flicking a new bullet, as Kuda dodged the first punch and the follow-up second. The cry of a soul without light, forest green. What is she doing? Kuda thought as he rolled out of range of the brute. How cute, you think you can evade me long enough for her to save you? The guy stated as he started to get taller and the cloak fell away. You are the guy that killed my parents. Kuda shouted in fear. That which reflects everything, spiritual gray. Izumi chanted, flicking another new bullet as she fired the Magun. Protect! I summon you. Carbuncle. Now join your parents. Muscular shouted as his fist impacted a green barrier. Huh? It's weird. Kuda muttered as he looked at a green crystalline bunnycat thing that was floating above his head. Carbuncle's shield can't be broken with just brawn. Izumi stated as she aimed the Magun at the villain. The summoning triad has been selected for you. Like I'll let you. Muscular shouted as he tried to run past Kuda who got in his way. You have to get past me. Kuda stated as Muscular growled and punched the barrier thinking of sending it off the cliff. Now that's not fair. Muscular chided as the barrier didn't move. An infinity that surpasses the heavens, sky blue. Izumi chanted as she flicked another new bullet. A completeness that goes through solid ground, earth brown. She continued flicking yet again a brand new bullet. The deception to hollow out a dimension, magic violet. She chanted as she flicked a third bullet that she didn't have. Come out. I summon you, Typhoon. She shouted as she fired the Magun, and as the energy trails combined in front of Muscular a little lantern-like being appeared. You want me to fight this little thing? Muscular deadpanned. I'm dismayed with how weak it looks. Looks can be deceiving. Izumi retorted as Typhoon lowered its body revealing more of its body and that body started to light up. In fact you could say it is magical. Magical, don't make me laugh, what is with this box? Muscular asked as he noticed the area around him was shrinking. Looks can't be everything, and the same can be said about power. Izumi replied as she walked up. Typhoon creates a pocket space that shrinks everything down. I have the perfect way to deal with someone like you. You are the one that I was hired to distract, for them to capture you. No wonder I was paid handsomely for it. Muscular chided. You were hired to distract me? Izumi asked as she looked at the camp and saw a fire start in the distance and shouts of panic. Well, I'm not distracted, I hope they didn't pay you in full. They didn't. Muscular snapped back as he now had the size of a gerbil. Restore me so I can get paid. No, Izumi replied as she walked to the edge. Kuda, take Muscular and ride my next summon. Huh? Kuda stated shocked as he looked at the downed villain. Why should I hate him. Think of it this way, you can make his life more dreadful by keeping him as a pet. Izumi replied, getting Kuda to laugh. That's evil. Kuda stated. Good. Izumi stated as she held her hand out like she was going to flick it. I hope this works. She thought as a bullet started to form. The light that dictates the time of eternity, luminous silver. She chanted while flicking the bullet before reaching into her belt. The moment that dictates the time of extinction, steel gray. She continued and held her hand up and got a new bullet. The darkness that dictates the time of destruction, demolition black. She finished as she grinned. It worked. She thought as she fired the Magun. Penetrate. I summon you. Odin. I'm going to ride that? Kuda asked as Izumi picked him up and put him behind the rider, handed him the mini Muscular, and then got on behind the rider. Go. Izumi ordered as Odin rode into the battle. In a clearing? You three are cute. Toga shouted as she leaped at 3 students only to end up wrapped in vines. Hey! She is so focused on you 3 that she didn't notice I walked up. Ibra stated as she continued to wrap up Toga. How is she going to breathe like that? Tsuyu asked, getting Ibra to shrug. Not my problem. Ibra replied, dragging the vine bundle. We are tasked to return to camp. And we do have permission to use our quirks. Ibra, what happened to you? Yui asked. You weren't this vindictive before internships. I trained under Maruko. Ibra replied as the 3 girls followed after her. Near camp. Odin, finish taking him to camp then deal with those that target my friends and allies. Izumi ordered as she jumped off, grabbed a branch and flipped onto it. Grinding and devouring rocks, shark gray. That which drinks thirst, water blue. That which can even feed on empty space, crusher white. Izumi chanted holding all 3 bullets before flicking them at once. Roar. I summon you. Bismarck. In a clearing covered in flames and ice? So how does Endeavor's little pet project like this? Dabi chided as water started to fall. Rain? So she is helping. Shoto stated as he looked at the villain. I have no idea what your beef with my father is, but going after me is futile as I refuse to work alongside him or with him. You say that, but you might have no choice in the matter. Dabi chided, getting Shoto to smirk. True, but that means he had to ask for help. Shoto retorted, getting Dabi to stumble. You hate him too. Dabi stated with an odd tone. Why? Well, for one, he made my oldest brother die, one that I can't remember anymore. And two, my mom had a mental breakdown. Shoto stated as the rain became more pronounced as a white whale flew in the air. That's causing the rain? Dabi asked, getting a nod from Shoto. You better run. Shoto stated as he turned to walk away. Giving up? Dabi questioned, getting away from Shoto. DMN. Getting back at my father is going to be harder than I thought. In another clearing? That isn't our target. Shigaraki stated as he frowned at the rain. Sure, her quirk might be useful, but in all reality the one we want is me. Izumi stated as she walked into the clearing, still bone dry. Now that is a neat trick. Shigaraki complimented before sighing. Surrender or she dies. He stated as he picked up the marble. TCH, Izumi growled as she then looked at him. We are at an impasse. Surrendering to you means that you win. But not surrendering means that you kill a pro. But after that you can't beat me, seeing that you have nothing to fight me with. He has me. Mr. Compress stated, getting both hero and villain to look at him. I am immune to quirks that affect her me. Both Shigaraki and Izumi revealed at the same time. You did some research? Izumi stated. I had to. You were so OP the last time that I had to flee. Shigaraki replied as Dabi ran into the clearing, followed by Crux and Mustard. Fine. Izumi stated as the Magun shifted forms and she quirked an eyebrow. Compress. A show of good faith. Shigaraki stated that Compress just looked at the leader. Do it. Fine, but it took me forever to catch her. Mr. Compress stated as Ragdoll appeared from the marble out cold. Now how are you going to take me to your base? Izumi asked as Kurogiri warped in. I wonder if your protections are only there if you don't want to be affected. Shigaraki stated as Kurogiri opened a portal. Nice idea, not sure if it will work. Izumi stated as she walked up and was surprised that it did. On the other side of the gate. So he succeeded. All for one stated, getting Izumi to look at him. I guess you are the power behind the ragtag group? Izumi asked, getting the villain to laugh. You could say that, but one would think that you would be scared. He stated, getting a shrug from the girl. I have nothing to be scared of. Izumi stated as several bullets appeared in her hand and she quickly put them in her belt. Your summoning quirk is odd, yet you don't use it to conquer. All for one stated, getting Izumi to sigh. Why would I do that? I have things that I cherish more than mere conquest. Izumi stated as he got up and touched her. Huh? My quirk allows me to take quirks or give them. And I want your quirk. All for one stated as he now had an active Magun and Izumi was flexing her right hand and looking at it curiously. I have no use for you now. He stated as he blew her out of a wall. At the campsite? What do you mean you can't find my student? Shota shouted at Ragdoll. Just that. After I woke up from being captured I scanned the area and found no one. I went back to base, got told to look for one of your students, and now that I can't find her I get yelled at. Ragdoll shouted back. I've gotten in contact with UA. They are sending buses to pick up all the students. Also, what are we going to do with her? Mandalay asked as she pointed to a bound Himiko. Muscular, we can handle at the moment due to his new size, and one of your students making us a cell for him. We take her with us, she might know the location of their base. Shota replied with a sigh, while the bound girl just glared. With the students? Where is Izumi? Toru asked Pixie Bob. Not your concern at the moment, we are looking for her. Pixie Bob replied as she waved her hand at the forest. You can get lost in there with no backup and with what coulda told us she was their target. What? Toru shouted as she ran back to the group in tears. DMN it. This blows. Pixie Bob muttered as she looked to the sky and sighed. Hours later. Why should I tell you where our base is? Himiko taunted as she looked at the detective. We would treat you better if you complied. The detective replied, getting a snort from the girl. Maybe she needs a bribe. Ken stated as he walked in holding a blood bag, getting Himiko's to stare at the bag. It would be such a shame if I had to put this back instead of giving it to you. Goor, Himiko growled as she frowned. Guess I'll put it back. Ken stated as he started to head for the door. Wait, Himiko pleaded. Kamino Ward, the base is in Kamino Ward. Here you go. Ken stated as he put the bag in her mouth. MMPHM, Himiko sounded happy. Outside the room. Are you sure that was a good idea? Shota asked. It is a mixture of the same blood type, she can't transform with it. Ken replied as he sighed. A victim of quirk dissemination. You see it too. Shoyuta stated as he looked at the window. Let the rat deal with her. I've got a student to rescue. Shota, be careful, we don't know all of their new members' abilities. They did manage to take down Ragdoll with ease. Ken pointed out. Who said I was going alone? Shota replied. Kamino Ward, 2 hours later. Sheet. Shigaraki shouted as he dusted a cell phone. The heroes know where the base is. I have a new one all ready for you. Kurogyri will take you there and I'll be the one waiting for the heroes. All for One stated, getting the group to get ready to leave. But you're not fully healed and you forgot to send the girl here. Shigaraki stated. I apologize about the girl, but I killed her myself, after I took her quirk from her. As for not being fully healed, I only need to stall the heroes long enough to break them. All for One stated as Kurogyri opened a portal for the group to leave in an alleyway. DMN, that hurt. Izumi thought as she pushed some rubble off her, not noticing a big red splatter mark on the wall behind her. How long was I out for? How did I survive being sent through that many walls? He didn't take unlimited. She pondered as she heard an explosion in the distance. Well, I guess that is a good place to start. At the center of the explosion? You monster! All Might shouted as he saw the Magun on All for One. You took her just for more power? You sound so surprised. All for One chided as he teleported Shota again, keeping him from using erasure on him. It had so much potential, and she was using it only to protect. I disposed of her myself. You will pay for that. All Might growled as he charged at All for One, only to get slapped by Shota and both tumbled. Erasure head, you are only going to get hurt by being here. Retreat. I can't let you face this monster alone. Shota replied as he slowly got to his feet. I've faced him before, while your quirk might counter his. He has an entire arsenal that he can use. If you want to help, fall back and let me fight him, and when he is defeated then you can engage. All Might ordered as he charged in as Shota jumped back. Ah, you really want to get revenge for what I did to your mentor? All for One chided as he got hit in the face. That didn't have the power that you had the last time. You already transferred it. I have. All Might replied as he swung with his other hand. And I'm not doing this for Nana, but for young Midoriya. At UA. He killed her. Jiro, Melissa, and Toru all looked scared. He couldn't have, Katsuki muttered as he clenched his fists that were sparking. I made a bad choice. Please forgive me, another student thought as the entire group watched the fight unfold. Off the side of the fight? I shouldn't have survived what he did to me? So how the F did I survive? Oh, Izumi thought as she frowned. I guess I get to ruin his plan. Also, why hasn't he used the Magun yet? She then grinned as she stood up and climbed up the rubble so she was noticeable to those fighting. You know, for someone that claimed to want the Magun for its power, you haven't used it once. What? How are you still alive? All for One shouted as he and All Might stopped fighting when her shout got their attention. I mean, you went through all this trouble of getting me, and fighting him, and you still have not used it once. Izumi retorted as she sat down on the rubble that she climbed up on. Why is she egging him to use her quirk? Shota thought as he slowly moved to her location. What are you planning? Nothing. Izumi replied with a grin. Just showing everyone that he is all bluster and no substance. You will pay for that comment, child. All for One declared as he grabbed All Might and tossed him at her, only for the pro to correct himself in the air and land next to her. And I'll prove it by summoning with it. With what charges? You don't have any. Izumi chided again as 3 bullets formed in the air in front of him. These. All for One answered. Oh, goody, you get to summon. Izumi countered, not even fazed by the situation. You are getting real close to being expelled, kid. Shota deadpanned as he got ready to dodge but frowned when he saw Izumi's right hand go into the gunner's grip. She is up to something, but what it is problematic. The glare of obvious intelligence. Marvelous orange. The desire for an endless quest. Maniac purple. The promise of a perfect victory, coral pink. All for One stated as he plugged the bullets into the Magun. Now kill my enemies. He shouted as he fired the Magun, or attempted to fire it more likely, as it exploded, sending him flying with an arm missing and a dust cloud rushing over to Izumi. Only I get to fire the Magun. Izumi quietly stated, getting Shota to look surprised. You little brat. All for One growled as his arm slowly reformed and he got up. I'm going to kill you and make you suffer as I do it. Pure radiance, prismatic rainbow. Izumi chanted as she flicked a bullet to the Magun. I hate to break it to you, you already tried. Then I'll cut off your head. All for One shouted as he started to run at her, only for All Might to get in the way. Out of the way, boy, that little whelp needs to be taught a lesson in humility. Lesson she needs or not, I'm not going to let you have a chance at her again. All Might retorted as steam started coming off his body. DMN. The blast of the morning sun, daybreak gold. Izumi chanted again as she flicked another bullet before sighing. The summoning triad has been selected for you. She shouted as she pointed at All for One. You loaded 2 in before saying your chant opener. All for One chided as All Might leaped to where Izumi was before he reverted to looking like a skeleton. And it looks like you are almost out of embers. He doesn't need them. Izumi countered as she pointed the Magun at all for one. For I'm going to show you the real power of the Magun. And that is the third bullet for this summon. Her third bullet? Shota thought as he recalled she created two before giving her usual summon chant. The ever-expanding desert, endless viridian. Izumi chanted as she placed her left hand at the center of her body. All Might, fire me. She stated as Izumi vanished, and in her place was a bullet flying into the Magun, which landed on the ground next to All Might. I'll trust you. All Might stated as he picked it up and had to use the leftover embers to build his muscles to full so he could actually move it. Please don't blow up on me. He thought as he pulled the trigger, getting a massive recoil as 3 energy trails erupted from the Magun. It worked. Shota thought as he heard her just recently say only she could fire it, and in the air the beams collided and formed a bird with a gun for a beak. A giant chicken? All for one snidely stated only for the bird to look at him, and the 3 barrels that were on the beak all lit up. That is not like her other summons, it isn't made out of crystals. Shota stated as he saw the greenish-black bird fire a massive energy wave at all for one before cawing at the air and flying straight up before fading from sight. So it was a last-ditch move from her? I'm not so sure. All Might stated as he lowered the Magun, and it felt lighter than it did when he fired it. I better go and deliver it to her mother. This is going to be a nightmare. Shota stated as he looked at the biggest villain known to the world in a crater. Well, at least we got the head of the group. 2 months later? Sir, we've tried to figure out everything about this gun. Nothing about it is normal. A guy stated to another guy wearing a plague doctor mask. Nothing you say. I've given you over a month to figure it out, the doctor mask guy stated as he touched the first, and all that was left was a blood splatter. I had hoped they could figure out how to make something that could scratch this. I paid good money to steal it after all. He stated as he looked at the Magun. Inside a classroom. As you all are aware, this is a class of 19. But the Heroic Public Safety Commission wants 20 students per heroics class. Shota stated as he raised his hands to stall the class. The school has requested that it wait till the end of the school year before we add to the class. Still, can't they understand that we just lost a friend? Katsuki muttered as he glared out the window. To them, they don't care, in fact they are being investigated for the Magun going missing from the Midoriya household, which they claim they didn't do. Shota stated as he looked tired. Later that evening, okay, I really need to learn how long that takes. Izumi muttered as she looked at the Magun. That was cool and all, but why are we a giant bird? She questioned as she looked about and frowned. Not the HPSC, nor is it UA, and it is definitely not my home, unless my mom got into some weird decorations while I was gone. Get back here, brat. A guy wearing a different style plague doctor's mask shouted as a white-haired girl ran by Izumi and hid behind her, then froze as she looked up to see no mask. Who the hell are you, and why are you stealing our stolen gun? I'm not stealing the Magun, as it is mine to begin with. Izumi countered as she walked up to him. And quite frankly annoyed that I had to wake up in a dump rather than at home, so I guess you are the first on my new set of bullets. What? The guy shouted as he started to step back as he soon saw that he was starting to glow. What are you? Someone you shouldn't have messed with. Izumi replied, kneeling to pick up a bullet that was filled with white soil. Judgment White, how fitting for a crook with that type of quirk. She stated as she looked at her belt and saw all of her bullets. Well, it is a new style of charges. She stated with a shrug. Kid, you okay? Are you going to do that to me? The girl asked as she hid. Nah, not worth the effort, plus you were running from him. Izumi stated before flipping in the air and rolling on the ground, avoiding more gunshots. So who are these weirdos? They work for Overhaul. He is trying to make a way for a world without quirks, the little girl replied, getting Izumi to sigh. Great, another god complex moron. Izumi deadpanned, getting the girl to snicker. Someone is down there with Eri, one of the people that shot at Izumi shouted. That is going to make getting out of here a pain. Izumi deadpanned. I'm going to get you out of here too, it looks like you got tortured. It is because of my curse. Eri replied, getting a hard look on Izumi's face. Eri, you might not like it, but this place is like a cult. And like all cults they lie, cheat, and murder to get their way. Izumi stated with a frown. You might not be able to control your quirk, which is why you need to get out of here before you completely lose control of it. I know of a pro hero that can help you learn how. But I might erase them? Eri whimpered. He can erase quirks for a short PRD. Thus if your quirk goes out of your control he can remove it, so it isn't an issue. And I'm slightly immune to quirks that try to affect me unless I allow it or are physical in nature. Izumi stated as she saw 3 people walk into the floor. Let's see, this is going to SCK, she thought as she slowly moved behind them. Kingdom Blue, Gladius Red, Pain Blue. Izumi stated as all 3 lit up and turned into bullets. How are you turning them into bullets? Eri asked as Izumi knelt to pick up her new bullets. My quirk Magun can utilize the soil in any life, and due to that it can turn life into soil. Izumi replied as she led Eri out of the room. So how many do I really have to worry about? Well, there is Overhaul, the 8 bullets, well 4 bullets, and the 2 that are almost always with Overhaul. Eri replied as Izumi stopped when she heard Eri correct herself. I dealt with less than half of the ranking members? Izumi groaned as she continued on. Hope I don't run into the other 4 at once. After getting lost. Are you sure you know your way around here? Izumi asked Eri. I think so. I don't really get up to this floor often. Eri replied, getting Izumi to sigh. This is getting, Izumi started to say when she stopped and motioned for Eri to stop as well. This is the only path for her to get to an exit if she is trying to run away again, a loud person shouted as the 2 girls heard stomping. Relax Rappa. Remember she used this passage the last time she escaped. Another voice stated in a calm manner. I know that Tingai. But something about this escape seems different. Rappa replied as the 2 hear Izumi walk into the room. Well, this is different, the other 4 didn't try for an ambush. Izumi stated, getting Rappa to attack her and Tingai to ready for any of her counters. You both balance each other too. Sword Viridian and Chain Gold. Are you going to do that to all of them? Eri asked. If you tell me not to, I will abide by it. Izumi replied, getting Eri to sigh. Though from what you've told me and how they have treated you, are they really worth it to save? I know, but some of the normal members treat me better than Overhaul's people. Eri stated, getting Izumi to sigh. I'll keep that in mind, just remember if they don't let me leave with you, they might end up hurt. Izumi stated. Just don't turn them into those. Eri replied. Okay. Izumi stated as they started to move on. After traveling in the tunnels. Eri, why were you being held by them? Izumi asked as she looked at the young girl. Overhaul never actually says why, but he is the reason for the bandages on my arms. Eri replied as she saw Izumi freeze. Are you okay? Eri, has Overhaul ever used his quirk on you? Izumi asked as she dreaded the answer. He has, and he has used it on his own men. Eri quietly stated. If I get rid of Overhaul and his people, would they go back to how they used to operate? Izumi asked, getting a nod from Eri. Then I'm not going to harm them unless you tell me that they are part of Overhaul's group. How cute, you think you can take us on, a guy stated as he crawled on the roof and Eri hid behind Izumi. I've beaten some of your group already. Izumi retorted as she waved the Magun. You stole our trophy. The guy shouted, getting Izumi to glare at him. Kind of hard to steal your own quirk. Izumi chided as she looked at him. He is one of the remaining bullets. Eri quietly stated, getting Izumi to smirk, but that faded when she saw Eri having trouble standing. Rikiya, I have it under control, the guy on the ceiling shouted as a large man started to head into the tunnel. Didoro, shut it. She has gotten the boss's attention because she took the item that you stole. Rikiya stated, getting Izumi to tilt her head. Are you trying to use a quirk on me? Izumi asked, getting Rikiya to frown. It works on the pipsqueak because I've touched her before. Rikiya replied as he settled into a fighting stance. Oh. Izumi stated as she started to walk down the hall and Didoro pulled out a gun that made Eri freak out. No. Eri shouted as Didoro fired and was shocked that Izumi blocked it with the Magun. Shadow Purple, Warrior Platinum, I'm sorry for not fighting fair, but you didn't either. Izumi deadpanned as she picked up the 2 new bullets. You okay? That was something that Overhaul was working on. Eri cried as she ran over to Izumi. It uses my curse. Quirk, not a curse. Izumi countered. Quirk, as it rewinds someone's body to the point before they got one. Eri revealed, getting Izumi to sigh. Though he has been having trouble making a permanent version. So a limited time no quirk, wow, most people would freak out if that happened, though I've faced a pro hero that has a similar power. Izumi stated as she guided Eri onwards. At the exit? So you have been the one that dealt with my men, a lanky male stated with an annoyed sigh. And you are trying to steal what I had paid good money to have stolen. The Magun's mine and always will be. It just takes me a while to come back with what I did. Izumi retorted. I'm the summon hero, White Wind. And you just made my day easier. I did? The lanky guy asked as he scoffed at her intro. I heard that she died with her own quirk. I'm not so easy to get rid of. Izumi stated as she frowned when the world froze and then ducked as something went near her head. How? A guy in a white coat shouted, shocked at the dodge. You shouldn't be able to move. I'm immune to quirks that try to influence me. Izumi retorted as the guy lit up and vanished and a bullet landed where he stood. What the hell did you do to Hari? The lanky guy demanded as Izumi picked up the bullet. Curse White. Izumi stated, ignoring him. You must be Overhaul, the leader of this ragtag group of misfits. Mimic, kill her, Overhaul ordered, as a plushing like being leaped at her only for the same phenomenon to happen. Nope. Izumi stated as she picked up another bullet. The others were more of a pain to collect. And this one is poison black. Makes me wonder what your soil is. Soil? Overhaul asked as he landed on the ground blocking the exit. Eri, stay behind me. Izumi ordered as Eri hid. You did all this for her, do you know what her quirk does? Overhaul asked as he started to walk up to Izumi. She can rewind time, she can rewind someone to the point of non-existence. So? Quirks are bullshit anyways. Izumi replied with a shrug. I mean I can summon monsters with 3 different colored bullets. And now you die. Overhaul stated as he grabbed Izumi's left arm and nothing happened. Is something supposed to happen? Izumi asked as Overhaul looked confused. Your immunity works on my quirk too? He stated surprised. If it tries to affect me in a non-combative way then yeah. Izumi replied as she sighed as he turned into a bullet. I did say that I'm immune to quirks that try to affect me, didn't I? You beat Overhaul. Eri stated shocked. I did, now we need to get out of here and find a place to rest for the night. Izumi stated as she knelt down to pick up the bullet that was Overhaul. Holy black. That is going to make Ibra freak out. Thank you girls for stopping by. Inko stated as she looked at the 3. It's the least we can do. Toru quietly stated as she looked down. Have they found out who stole it? No, the HPSC still deny that they had any hand in it. Inko replied as she led the 3 in. I still find the fact that they even tried to force Uncle Toshi to hand it over annoying. Melissa grumbled. At least he brought it to you. What bothers me is how Izumi acted right before she did it. Like she knew that she would come back. Kyuka pointed out as she sat down, getting Inko to stare at her. What do you mean? Inko asked as she sat down. The way she summoned was different as well. Melissa nodded as she looked at Kyuka. She loaded in 2 new charges before her usual call-out that she is going to summon. And then, All Might being able to fire the Magun after it just exploded on the Villian. If that is true, then how long does it take for her to come back? Toru asked as they all heard the door get knocked on. Are you expecting someone else? No. Maybe it is a detective. Ink stated as she got up to go to the door. I hope it is some good news for her. Toru quietly stated, and all 3 looked to the entryway when they heard a slap. I deserved that, a voice they thought they never hear again stated. Where have you been? Inko nearly shouted as she dragged in the teen who grabbed something near the door. And who is this? Mom, meet Eri, Eri meet my mom. I ran into her at a Yakuza base that had the Magun. Izumi revealed as she saw the 3. And you 3 are a sight for sore eyes, getting all 3 to blush as Eri looked confused. Izumi, really you have to flirt now? Inko stated before frowning. Yakuza? And you found her there as well, what were they going to do with such a young girl? Use her quirk for their gain. Izumi replied with a sigh. So how long have I been gone? I really couldn't tell time after I became a bird. 2 months. Melissa replied, getting Izumi to groan. What? No wonder mom slapped me. Izumi grumbled as she sat down. So what is her quirk? Melissa asked, wondering. Rewinding time. And even her blood can use it too. Izumi stated as Melissa started to spark. But I dealt with the entire organization when I left with Eri. But that would have been on the news. Kyuka stated as Izumi pulled out a summon charge. Meet the leader of the group. Izumi stated, getting everyone to stare at the sparkling black bullet. Are you feeling okay? You can turn people into your summoning charges? Toru asked, shocked. Yup, always have been. Never used it as I could convert my own into any color I needed. But they irked me for stealing my Magun. So I now have 11 new charges, though I can't find Prismatic Rainbow and Daybreak Gold. And I know for a fact that I don't have Endless Viridian. So how are we going to explain your return? Melissa asked as Izumi just smiled. My little secret. Izumi replied as she got up and walked to her bedroom and flopped onto her bed. Later that week. Okay Eri, we are going to meet the principal of the school, so please don't react badly to who he is. Izumi stated as she looked off to the side. She is going to be so shocked. I was, when I found out by looking it up. Is he like Overhaul? Eri asked, getting Izumi to sigh. No, he is just different. Izumi replied as she led the little unicorn to said office. Believe it or not, it is my first time here too. You may come in. Nedzu stated through the doors before Izumi could knock. Hello, sir. Izumi stated as Eri just stared at the principal of the school. Izumi, what, are you playing a trick on me? Eri asked as Izumi started to chuckle. I thought the same thing when I first found out about who the principal was. And yes, this is Nedzu. Izumi replied as she knelt next to the young girl. I have to explain a few things to him and some of those are about you. Are you going to tell him about Overhaul? Eri asked, getting Izumi to smile sadly at the girl. I am. Izumi replied as she looked over to Nedzu. Is Eraserhead going to be here? He is running a bit late. Nedzu replied with a chuckle. Sorry I'm late, as I had to allow a moving? Problem child? Shota stated questioning as he stared at his missing student. Hi, sensei. I'm back and will do any assignment that I missed. Izumi replied as she rubbed Eri's head. Though I do need your help with her. She was never taught how to control her quirk and it is quite powerful. And oddly I enjoy being under its effect, as it doesn't work like it would on others. What does her quirk normally do? Shota asked, getting Eri to look panicked. She is scared of her quirk. It is called Rewind, and it rewinds anything organic backwards. Izumi replied as she stood up. The people who stole the Magun held her to create an anti-quirk drag, and from what she told me it was still in prototype stage and without her they can't actually make the drag. Why is she needed for that drag? Nedzu asked, very angry. You know the answer to that question, I rescued her and by proxy did a little vigilante action. Izumi replied as Nedzu just sighed. You don't have to worry about the group going after her again as they will not be an issue. You killed them with a summon, no that would have been on the news, unless it was a smaller summon, but then again you have a new skill that you showed right before you vanished. Nedzu quickly surmised how Izumi dealt with the group. Yeah, I have some new ones. Going to need to catalog all my summons and then some. And make some ground rules about my newest ability and when it is okay for me to use it. Izumi replied as she looked over to Shota. I told her about your quirk and how it would stop her from rewinding someone out of existence, and yes she told me it has happened, and I get supercharged by it. I was able to run from their base all the way home and that was no short trip. It was fun, Eri stated with some glee. You really shouldn't use your power without some supervision. Shota stated as Eri looked down. But at least you are safe. You think I can turn it off? You can turn off Melissa's quirk. Eri takes some time between build-ups. Thus it is a stockpile quirk. Plus it is an emitter. Izumi stated as she started to rub Eri's horn. Her horn shows how much energy she has, and right now it is just a nub. Right as we made it outside it went white and extended and I was overwhelmed by how slow the world got. Please stop, Eri whined as she tried to stop Izumi from rubbing the horn, who then turned it into a pat on the head. Why were you in their hideout? Nedzu asked, getting Izumi to sigh. After about 2 months, I'll reform near the Magun. As without me the Magun turns inert and in return it gives me an anchor to reform. Izumi replies as she looked down. Also I found a darker secret of Unlimited that I want classified. That depends on what it is. Nedzu stated getting Izumi to look up and sigh. I should have died that night, I was air blasted through 20 walls. Not only am I alive, Izumi stated as Nedzu showed her a picture that made her face pale. That's where I woke up, so much blood. I thought as much. I guess that will be redacted in your file. Nizu stated, getting Shota to look at the two. I'll also set you up as Eri's guardian as you had to rescue her as you found yourself in danger. Wait, I'm only a teen. Izumi stated getting Eri to pout. Fine, but I want Sensei's help with her quirk. I mean I'm immune to it but not everyone is going to be. And it might help Recovery Girl if there is another person here that can heal. She continued with a smile. I'm going to be a mother. Maybe they can help. Later at the apartment complex. Why are you moving stuff into the dorm? Ida asked one of the people bringing boxes into the building. It's my stuff. Izumi stated getting the entire class, save the 3 that knew she was back, to look and freeze at the sight of their classmate. I'm back, sorry it took so long. I didn't know how long that would take, so what else have I missed? Who is that kid behind you? Ibra asked as she looked at Eri. Oh, someone I helped out, and soon to be the guardian of, and funny thing is her quirk works differently on me than it will on any of you guys. Izumi replied as she rubbed her head. Are you finished getting reacquainted with the class? We need to build a schedule for her lessons on her quirk. Shota deadpanned, getting the class to jump. Let's go. Izumi stated as she led Eri to follow Shota. So who here is more shocked that her girlfriends didn't react about her showing up, or with the little kid behind her? Mina asked as Kyuka facepalmed, while Toru just vanished from sight, and Melissa blushed. The girl's name is Eri, and quite frankly she had a rough life. Melissa stated as she just sighed. It is Izumi's story to tell. Okay, would someone tell me when she came back? Katsuki shouted as he looked around. Last week, which is why we kind of got a little happier. Melissa stated as she sighed. She wanted to wait to see if the HPSC would visit. They did and they made such a fuss about her being classified as being dead. Which is odd seeing how she was still listed in our class register. Kyuka stated as she looked at the sky. And the little girl that is following her? Katsuki asked. A long story. Melissa replied as the class went inside to wait for the return of Izumi. Inside a classroom. Young lady, as long as you are here in UA no villain will attack you. Shota stated as he showed a room with nothing in it. This will be the room you will be training in to learn your power. But what if I rewind someone too far? Eri asked as Izumi sighed. When you are practicing your quirk, Erasure Head will be here as well. He can erase quirks. And I get energized by it, so I can oversee you as well. Izumi stated as she knelt next to Eri. Eri, we are not going to have you use your quirk on someone else right away, we are going to see how it works first on other organic items. That is correct. And Izumi will be here as your guardian to make sure nothing bad happens to you. Shota stated as he looked at the window. It would be illogical for you to be frightened of your own power. He continued as he looked over to his student. Which means after school twice a week we will be using this room to control your quirk. As for you, I've told your new teacher in heroics to have the entire class go against you to see how much you've learned. Isn't All Might the teacher? Izumi asked, getting a sigh. Tashinori is now the assistant teacher for that class. We got another pro that actually has taught promising heroes into branching out of their comfort zones. Shota replied with a grin. She hasn't been told that you are back, just that the 20th student needs to be tested and the best way is by having the entire class go against them. She? Izumi asked shocked. I hope it isn't who I think it is. After a little while and back at the dorms. So when were you going to tell me you came back? Katsuki asked as Izumi walked through the door. I told your mom. Izumi replied as she facepalmed. I get that you two don't see eye to eye, but did she try to call you? So that was what she wanted to tell me. Katsuki muttered as he looked down. So what's with the brat? A kid I rescued on my way out of the place that somehow managed to steal the Magun from where my mom placed it. Izumi replied as she sat down in the common room. So what is with the dorms? Too many attacks by villains, so the staff thought it would be a great idea to have the students be housed on campus. Momo replied as she looked at Eri. I think there is more to the story regarding her. Who harmed her? The guy's name was Overhaul. And his quirk was also called Overhaul. Izumi answered with a sigh. He abused her. He made me think my quirk was a curse. Eri stated, getting Ibra, who was listening in, got thorns on her hair and looked livid. No matter how dangerous your ability is, it isn't a curse. Ibra nearly shouted as she looked at Izumi. Please tell me you dealt with him. She demanded, but was shocked when Izumi flicked a bullet over to her. What? Why are you giving me one of your summon charges? Holy black, and it fits the person that it used to be. Izumi replied with a sigh. I kind of lost my temper and used an ability that I kind of kept secret. You've all seen me use it on the news. I never shown that I can use it on others, that is because my own soil, the power that makes up both the Magun and my bullets, is an ever-expanding desert. I can shift the color of my own soil and take a little bit of it to make any color I need. Izumi stated as she looked over to Ibra. Right now you are holding Overhaul. I did deal with him, but in a way that he can't come back from. You did. Shoto stated as he pointed out that she did in fact turn herself into a charge. The Magun anchored me to return, seeing that without me the Magun is inert. Plus I have a trick up my sleeve that allows me to recover, which Overhaul doesn't have. Izumi replied as she sighed. So can I have it back? Yes. Ibra replied as she handed it back to Izumi. So I rescued Eri from abuse, dealt with her abuser, and is now her parental guardian after Nedzu gets the paperwork done. Izumi deadpanned, getting the class to stare at her. My life is weird. So who stole the Magun? We get that Overhaul was the one who had it, but how did he get it? Yui asked as another person walked in. Oh, it was the Yakuza, and the funny thing is the day after the HPSC visited, a pro visited me and yelled at me for destroying his entire investigation into Overhaul. I told him to, Izumi started to say as she clamped her hands on Eri's ears. F off and deal with what was left of Overhaul's projects. Because he didn't care about who would have been caught in the crossfire and he thinks his quirk answers everything, well he can't see my future. She finished as she moved her hands off Eri's ears only to get the little unicorn to glare at her. Overhaul didn't mind his language near me. Eri stated, getting Katsuki to sigh. Well, Izumi is already a better parent. Katsuki stated, getting Izumi to blush brightly. Wow, I've never seen you like that. Kachin, please. Or do I tell Itsuka your biggest secret? Izumi challenged with a very heated glare. Too late, the hag ruined that, which was the reason I was ignoring her calls. Katsuki stated, getting Izumi to look surprised. What? I wanted to introduce her to my parents and next week I get to meet hers. Wow. Izumi stated as she started to stand up. Well, I got to get Eri to bed. I'm not tired. Eri replied as she yawned cutely. I'll help. Kyuka stated as she got up too. After Izumi, Kyuka, and Eri left. So that was your missing classmate? Himiko asked as she was holding several bags of blood. So how is the case against your parents? Toru asked as Himiko sighed. Bad sigh or good sigh? My parents left the country after my sister gained a blood quirk. They ditched her in an orphanage. I'm in the middle of a legal battle for custody for her as well as proving that I was out of my mind without a consistent source of blood. While the part about them ditching my younger sister proves that they did neglect me, it doesn't help prove my case about going mad with starvation. Actually it does. Ibra stated as she looked at the girl she captured. 1. Your parents deprived you of something your body needed, and drove you to lose your sense of self with hunger. 2. Seeing how you act now versus how you did when I caught you, I can see a very big difference. If you need someone to vouch for you, I will. Thanks. Blood King said the same thing. I'm still in the middle of breaking the habit of hiding my hunger. Himiko stated as she sat down. Should I talk to Nedzu about my little sister? You should. Izumi stated from the doorway. So you were a villain due to being driven mad by hunger? Yup. Himiko stated before getting swatted on the head by Yui. I was happy that someone got it, I wasn't looking at her like a meal. Unless. She stated as Yui blushed and smacked her again. That's not a no. Can you be serious? Yui nearly shouted while blushing. She is a handful when she forgets to drink. Yui, I think she does that to get under your skin. Izumi stated getting Himiko to blush and Yui to sit down in shock. I found someone that flirts worse than Katsuki. I didn't want to say anything. Katsuki stated as he got glared at by the quiet girl. Hey, Ibra, Shoto and I want to talk to you. Momo stated as she pulled Ibra out of the room while Ibra looked shocked. Alright everyone, I know that you all got a new classmate and I was tasked to have you all go against them. Rumi stated as she looked at the students who all paled when told what they were going to be doing. What, it is 19-1, you are going to smoke whoever the HPSC forced into the class. Or are you all worried that you will go overboard and injure the newbie? She doesn't know, does she? Katsuki muttered as he sighed. Might as well get this over with. Eraserhead told me that they will already be waiting for the start, so make sure you are all prepared to win. Rumi cheered for them but frowned when she saw none of the class looked happy. Are you still bummed out about her? You will be surprised on who we are going against. Melissa stated as she gained her lightning aura. Even 50 might not be enough, and I'm not that good at controlling 60 yet. Well, start. Rumi ordered as she went to the observer's room. They all know who they are going against and are scared about their chances. Did the HPSC send one of their pre-heroes to see how UA operates? She thought as she saw several of the teachers already there including Nedzu. Alright Spill, who is the 20th student? So the students didn't tell you? Shota stated with a smirk. How? My class surprises me. I never got to see her use it before. Eri stated getting Rumi to look at the kid. Who's the kid? Rumi asked, getting Nedzu to chuckle, which made Rumi shiver. The kid's adopted daughter. Nedzu replied, getting Rumi to quirk an eyebrow, but her head snapped to a monitor when she heard a very distinct recoil. No fing way. She's back. Language. Inui stated as Himiko stood near him with a blood bag in her mouth. Nedzu, Himiko wants a word with you later, I brought her up here so you can discuss it later. Okay. Nedzu stated as everyone gasped at what Izumi just summoned. This is the reason I wanted a list of her summons. Shota muttered as he just groaned. Even in my prime that would be a hard fight. Toshinori quietly stated as he just shook his head. Inside the training grounds? Alright, we all know how powerful some of her summons are. Key points: first, prevent her from loading the Magun, it will stop her. Second, take her charges away so she has to use her own power to make more. And third, don't get cocky. Melissa shouted as the group charged to the center. Now split up into groups of 3 and one group of 4. On the tallest intact structure? She remembers. Izumi chuckled as she sighed and reached into her belt. A blade storm of bonds, sword Viridian. She chanted as she flicked a bullet from her belt. The squall of fortitude, kingdom blue. She continued on with another bullet from her belt. A prideful gale, warrior platinum. She finished as she aimed the Magun in front of her. Slaughter. I summon you, knights of the round. She shouted as she fired the Magun and 13 knights appeared before her. Knock out my classmates, do not kill. She commanded the knights as she looked around and slid down the side and flipped to a nearby roof. Still outnumbered by 5, narrowed the gap with this one summon. With Shoto, Momo, and Ibra? A knight? Shoto asked shocked when he saw the armored being get in their path. Go, I'll handle this. No, we all will handle this. Momo retorted as a sword started to come out of her arm. We will not let you get hurt just to show us how strong you are. Ibra stated with a massive blush on her face. Really, we are having this argument now? Shoto stated as he lit the night up with flames only for it to walk right through it. Well, if fire doesn't work, he stated as a wave of ice slammed into the night only for it to swing and break the ice. That's not good. No, it isn't. Ibra stated as she went to whip it only for her whip to be sliced into pieces. I don't think close range is a good idea. I think so too. Momo stated, as another knight blocked their retreat path, but both knights just planted their swords in the ground and held their positions. I think Izumi is playing with us. This must be one of her newer summons. Ibra stated as she sat down. She has us trapped and we can't do much to these knights. With the team of 4? What does it take to knock one of these knights down? Melissa muttered as she sent a knight into the air only for it to correct in mid-air and land perfectly. I got one to stop. Kyuka shouted as she aimed speakers at a knight which looked like it was being pushed back, only for it to reveal a shield and start to move forward. No way. She is trying to make us lose by how tough these knights are. Katsuki shouted before looking around. Where is Invizichik? Don't tell me she ran ahead. Kyuka muttered. Bakugo, I need help. On it. Melissa can handle hers. Katsuki replied as he blasted the knight only for it to be unfazed. With Izumi. You actually got past all the knights on your own. Izumi stated as she looked at Toru. They can't see me when I fully cloak. Toru stated as she tackled Izumi, only for Izumi to sidestep it. That was stupid. Izumi stated with a frown. You knew I would dodge. I know, but I got you right where I want you. Toru chided as she held up a detonator. I think you will enjoy the flash. Huh? Izumi asked as several flashes bloomed and light trails were sent out right to where Toru was kneeling. Oh, she muttered before getting a grin. You got a new skill while I was gone. Yup. Take this. Toru shouted as she lobbed a ball of condensed light, only for Izumi to slap it back at Toru. Nope. I fell for it, didn't I? Izumi stated as Toru lit up like a beacon and then Izumi was sent flying. I hate using that move, Toru gumbled as she sat down breathing hard and reappearing for the cameras. That is my final flash. With that Toru fell asleep. On the ground? Oh. Izumi deadpanned as she laid on the ground with a grin. I lost. I got to find out what that move's name is. With the teachers. She lost. Rumi stated shocked. Didn't she beat pretty much the entire class? True, but Hagakure never had that skill before. Which shows that she has been experimenting without permission. Shota stated as he sighed. Why do I always get the problem children? I have my own, thank you. Power Loader grumbled as he looked at Nedzu. Could you please transfer her to heroics for a few days? I'll take any of his more peaceful students. No, Nedzu replied, getting a glum look on Power Loader's face. She only applied for support, so I can't in good confidence move her to heroics. How did she practice her new move? Wait, she can turn completely invisible. Can you make a camera that can see her? Shota asked. I'll ask Hatsum to make it and deliver it to you. Power Loader muttered as he left the room. After the class regroups. Knights. Katsuki shouts as he storms up to Izumi. Since when can you summon knights? Knights of the round. And just recently. Izumi replied as she carried Toru on her back. And could you be a little quieter, she is sleeping. Still, just how strong are you now? Yui asked as she looked at the group. Don't know, nor do I really want to find out that I have a limit. Would you like to find out? That you had a hard limit? Izumi replied as she was tackled and hugged at the hip by a little unicorn. You're okay. Eri cried as she gripped Izumi. I am, it will take more than a fall to take me out. Izumi replied as she patted Eri's head. So, you have a daughter now? Rumi asked, getting Izumi to nod and get Toru to wake up. Yeah, I had to rescue her first. Izumi replied, getting Rumi to smirk. That smile isn't a good sign. So who's going to be the father? Rumi asked, getting a flash of blushes from the group. So Eri, which one is going to be your father figure? Aren't they all girls? Eri asked, getting Rumi to sigh. And why are you picking on my guardian? That level of cuteness shouldn't be in the hands of a kid. Rumi muttered as she looked away. So, even though the fight was one-sided, it was ended by a one-on-one fight. So what have you all learned from this? Just because we know how powerful the target is, there is still a chance of victory. Momo stated, getting nods from the entire group. That is one point. Another point that we have is that taking out the leader sometimes makes all the followers give up. Ibra stated, getting more nods. And not to give up on past failures. Shoto stated, getting some surprised looks at him. All are good points, and as such you all passed. Rumi stated as she dismissed the class. At a beach later on in the day. What is with all this mist? Kamui Wood stated as he heard that another pro needed help because of this mist cloud. That is what we need to find out. MT Lady replied as she stopped walking and started to grow. What's the? A dragon. Kamui Wood shouted as a serpentine dragon emerged from the mist and flew up into the air and roared. Unauthorized quirk usage, I'm going to have to, whoa! MT Lady shrieked in surprise as she had to dodge the tail. How long is this dragon? I can't catch it if I don't know its size. Kamui Wood shouted. I can't tell. Most of its body is still in that cloud of mist. MT Lady shouted back as she was blasted back by a beam that came out of the dragon's mouth. Okay, this user is on thin ice. Then I should take over. Endeavor ordered as he walked up and sent a fireball into the cloud of mist only for the mist to get thicker. That's not normal mist. At the dorms. Wow, your dad is quite powerful but that dragon is no selling him. Katsuki pointed out to Shoto. If his flames make the cloud bigger, why is he still using it? Call in an ice quirk user. Shoto deadpanned. That won't work either. Izumi stated with narrowed eyes, as the gem of the Magun flickered. That is someone like me, but the form of summoning is different. Wait, that is a summon, everyone shouted in surprise. I summon things quite regularly and can tell what is and isn't a summon. Though that is like Gunbird. Izumi stated getting some odd looks. Gunbird? Toru asked as she moved to face Izumi. My summon that I can't actually summon myself, I have to have a proxy summon it for me. Izumi replied as she pointed at herself. It requires endless viridian and since that is me I can't actually summon it. I'll report that to the staff. Himiko stated as she got up to leave. Since it is after curfew for you guys. She stated before leaving. At the fight? What? We are fighting another summoner of that caliber. Endeavor shouted into a calm, I see. He muttered as he looked at the battlefield. Pull back, we are making things worse and the situation is more than a rogue quirk user. He ordered as they pulled back. The dragon shot straight up and flew off taking the cloud with it. I hope that it was worth losing out on a possible lead. Why are we letting it go? Kamui Woods demanded as he saw Endeavor glare at the distance. Because we were outmatched as a similar user one-shot a powerful quirk user and we don't have someone of equal firepower as that creature. Endeavor replied as he narrowed his eyes and then with a sigh. I hope the reason that they fought back is that you aggravated the summon. Later on in the dorms. Your room is just as plain as your room at your home. Kyuka stated as she flopped on Izumi's bed. I really don't want my collectibles to get damaged so I left them in their boxes and decided not to bring them here. Izumi replied as she sat in a chair. Still you could have decorated the room a bit. Melissa stated as she leaned on a wall while looking nervous. I think it fits with her aesthetic, a plain everyday person with godlike powers. Toru stated as Izumi blushed at the compliment. I don't have godlike powers, that would be Melissa. Izumi muttered, getting Melissa to blush darkly. Okay, quit flirting so we can get to studying. Kyuka deadpanned with a bright blush as she started to twirl her earjacks. So what are we going to study then? Izumi asked as Toru gained a massive smirk as she leaned on the door. Human reproduction. Toru stated getting 3 massive blushes as they all heard a click. Toru! All 3 blushing girls shouted as one. Oh come on, the only reason we didn't do this when you came back was your mother. Toru stated getting Izumi to fall out of her chair. What? Izumi asked, shocked. Toru, we made a promise that we would break it to her slowly. Melissa stated as she looked down while fidgeting. What about Eri? Izumi asked as she got to her feet. Yui owes me a favor. Kyuka muttered as she sat up and looked at Izumi. Are you really sure you don't feel the same as we do about you? I care about each of you. I didn't think you guys would jump me when you had the chance though. Izumi muttered as she sighed and then frowned. So why did you guys pick my room for this? Your bed is bigger. Kyuka replied as she patted it. I think it is because you have a known amount of people that are interested in you. More likely they knew that this would happen sooner or later. Add in the fact that I do have a kid to take care of. Izumi stated as she then grew her own smile and walked over to Kyuka. So you like French kissing, what about the Australian version? She whispered into Kyuka's ear, getting said girl to go neon red. In the morning? That was an odd dream. Melissa thought as she tried to move and felt weight on her chest, but couldn't see the weight. Great Toru fell asleep on top of me. Second to wake. Izumi stated as she was looking at Kyuka. Find it funny that you 3 jumped me when I least expected it. I thought Toru would have did it regardless of my mom being there. She thought about it, and Kyuka talked her out of it. Melissa replied as she felt Toru move and slowly became visible. So that was fun? Toru stated with a grin. Can't do it too often. Kyuka quietly stated as she pushed up from Izumi who grinned. Are you getting up or starting the event again? Izumi asked, getting Kyuka to look down and blush darkly and move to the side, taking the covers with her. Cold. Toru nearly shouted as she shivered. Well, we are, Melissa started to say when Toru just stared at her. Just get dressed, we can get ready later. Fine. Toru muttered as she grabbed her clothes. I did enjoy last night. As did I. Melissa replied as she grabbed her clothes. Why don't we head to a beach to teach the little unicorn to be a narwhal? You just had to make that reference. Kyuka deadpanned with a glare. My dad plays little earworms just to make sure I'm not listening to any discussion he doesn't want me to. Just how do some of those old songs survive to this day and age? Toru asked, getting Kyuka to just stare. What part of earworm do you not understand? Those types of songs get stuck in your head till you either replace it with a different one or you inflict it on others. Kyuka shivered as she has several in her head. It is getting close to fall, so we shouldn't go to the beach but the indoor pool on campus. Izumi stated, but then looked at the door. I was planning to take Eri out shopping. And well, I haven't bought a swimsuit in a long time. Toru looked Izumi over, and then signed. A one-piece. I agree, those are easier to deal, Melissa started to say. I wore a bikini when I was 10. Izumi stated, getting the other three to look at her. I just have to get one that doesn't tie. On a rooftop in the city? Asuka is definitely here, yet there is nothing going on that screams his doing, a guy with a sword strapped to his waist and spiky platinum blonde hair thought as he looked over the city. Odd a chaos seed that awoke, I better deal with it before Asuka gets to them first, they might not have the willpower the twins do. Outside the shop? I'm jealous that you found a nice suit that fits you like AT. Toru grumbled as the five girls left the store. Don't know why you are gripping, I feel like I was a dress-up doll for it. Izumi muttered as Eri looked so happy. You two are being funny, but Eri is happy that she got something from you. Melissa stated as the group stopped as they saw a guy staring at their group. How odd. The guy stated as he pulled out a sword. Kyuka, get Eri out of here. Izumi ordered as she got in front of everyone. Who are you? Not your concern, but the seed of chaos is mine. He replied as the sword shifted forms, making Izumi's eyes narrow. Now sleep with my music. He chanted as he pulled out an empty bottle and tossed it into the air. Pure white requiem. As a spray of white mist enveloped the air above them and pulled together to form a white dragon-like creature. DMN it. Izumi shouted as she looked at him. The summon charge triad has been selected for you. She chanted, getting the swordsman's attention to her. That which drinks thirst, water blue. So you are like him. He stated as he went to pull out another bottle. Burst upon connections, Ferris red. Izumi continued chanting as she saw the guy throw another bottle into the air. Surge with static, lighting white. A duet of my song. Pure white requiem. The guy chanted as a second white dragon appeared. Strike. I summon you. Sildra. Izumi finished as she fired the Magun. Howl. I summon you. Ixion. A male voice shouted as 6 beams of light summoned 2 creatures, one a horse and the other a dragon. Kaze. The guy shouted as they saw another person holding a smoking Magun. Kumo. You of all people should know that looks can be deceiving. Kaze stated, getting Izumi and Melissa to look at the two. What is going on? Melissa asked, getting the two to look at her. She is like the Earl. Kumo stated to Kaze. Are you sure about that? I've been looking around here since the train brought me here. Kaze stated as he looked at Izumi. Interesting summon. You used a combination I never thought of. The Magun helps me a bit with summoning. Izumi replied, still keeping herself between the swordsman and Melissa. He is worried that you will fall to the chaos seed that you have. Kaze stated as he looked at Melissa. Chaos seed? Melissa asked as she then paled. I know of it as one for all. And you are not the first to try to talk to me about it. But the other one just said it was growing perfectly. That was Asuka. See, she will be just, Kumo started to say. But I then punched him as he wasn't making any sense, and he started to laugh as he left. Melissa stated, getting Kumo to look at her. That's different. Kumo stated as he noticed a powerful presence walking up to them. So I was right? Endeavor stated as looked at the standoff he walked up to. Defiant and White Wind, you two only used your quirks for defense? I did, Defiant hasn't done anything yet. Izumi replied, getting Kaze to start laughing. What's so funny? Koroni no Kaze, Shironi no Kaze. Kumo stated as he put his hand on his face. I could overlook this as an accident, but I need to know why you are here. Endeavor asked, getting Kaze to look at Kumo, who just nodded. We are after someone by the name of Asuka, and he will be after her. If he gets his way, nothing will be the same. Kumo stated as he sheathed his sword. How strong is Asuka? Endeavor asked. He wasn't fazed by Gran Torneo kicking him in the face, but reacted to me punching him. Melissa stated. Asuka is not someone you take lightly. If he wanted, nothing would stop him, but there are those that can fight him. Kumo stated as Kaze sighed. Unlimited, Chaos, and Omega can fight him evenly and even hurt him, but they will be at risk as well. Kaze continued. So Izumi could fight him, but they made out Unlimited as more than just one person. Endeavor thought as he looked at Izumi, who looked shocked. We really shouldn't have this conversation out in the open. Melissa pointed out, making the pro sigh. Show them the way to your school, I'll call ahead. Endeavor ordered as he watched them leave. So there is a way to get that power. Inside an underground lab. How did you get here? Tamura asked as he had his hand on Asuka's throat with one finger raised. Is that any way to treat someone that wants to help? Asuka asked with little to no worry about his situation. You didn't answer my question. Why do you want to help? Tamura asked, getting Asuka to chuckle. It is very clear you hate the so-called heroes, and I need one of them for my own plan to work. Asuka revealed, getting Tamura to frown. Oh, don't worry, it isn't the Magun user I want. I want the one that sparks with electricity. Why her? Tamura asked. She would be a disaster to the world if she turned evil. Asuka replied, getting Tamura to let Asuka go. What's in it for us if we help? Tamura asked as Asuka just grinned under his mask. Nearby. I don't trust this one bit. Dabi muttered as he leaned on the wall listening in. Is that what you wanted me to see? Cool. Crux replied with a nod. I'll take you with me. Dabi stated as he walked away and was soon followed by Crux. Inside an office? I see. Nedzu stated as he heard the reasons for them being there. So not only is this Asuka dangerous, but he can get others to do things for him? Yes, I had to deal with Saljashi, whom Asuka tricked into helping him. Kaze stated as he looked over to Kumo. He worked with Asuka for a while to try to kill someone that let their chaos seed take over. But now that we know that it is Asuka that is the bigger threat, we are targeting him more. I went after her because of how adapted her seed has gotten. Asuka will start to convert her, seeing that her body can handle it. Kumo replied as he looked at the mouse hybrid. What is he? So why am I here? Izumi asked as she looked between the other two summoners. You need training. Kaze replied with a shrug. I have a large collection of charges and have summoned Gunbird. Izumi retorted, getting Kaze to curl an eyebrow. Interesting, and how has that helped you? Kaze asked, getting Izumi to stare at him. Summoning isn't the only thing I was going to train you with. Do you have any form of defense besides the Magun? Yes, I was trained in hand-to-hand combat. Izumi answered, getting a sigh from Kumo. How about you two watch over the class just in case Asuka makes his move, that way you can protect the school and keep an eye on the student in question. With the student in question. They kicked me out after they explained most of the story, and they also kicked out Endeavor, but why is Izumi still inside? Melissa thought as she waited for Izumi. Finally. Izumi stated as she walked out of the office. They kept me inside because one of them wanted to train me. Oh. Melissa stated as she looked at the broodier of the two. You two have the same ability. True. Let's go and calm down Eri. Izumi stated as the two left. Sure, let's calm down your little unicorn. Melissa stated, getting Izumi to blush at the comment. Inside another office? Pro-hero Elemental King was one of Endeavor's sidekicks that left because of Endeavor. Shota read out loud as he was doing some digging for his boss. Isn't that Endeavor's daughter? He is punishing another pro for dating his daughter? Why? Shota, how does one get the rat to give guardian papers to another person? Ken asked as Shota turned to look at him. You don't, if it is part of a plan he made, chances are you were a piece that makes it work. Shota replied, getting Ken to sigh and sit down. What's wrong? I have 2 daughters now. One is working on clearing her name due to quirk madness. And the other is the younger sister that was abandoned at an orphanage because of a blood quirk. Ken replied as he sighed. I've never understood the hatred of blood quirks. Heck, people hate mine, which is why I became an underground hero. Shota replied sadly. Inside the dorms? You're okay now. Himiko stated as she hugged her sister. On this campus no one will hurt you. But why did they get rid of me? Himiko's sister asked as Himiko sighed. Do you need blood? Himiko asked, getting her little sister to look panicked. Atsuko, listen to me, trying to force it isn't going to work. Yes. I've been thirsty. Atsuko replied. I'm not going to turn my back on you. And the reason I yelled at you is that I forced my own thirst for blood to the point that I lost control of my quirk and went a little crazy. Himiko explained. Also, our guardian, more so for you, is a pro-hero that has a blood quirk. Wait, I'm not doomed to be a monster? Atsuko nearly cried out, getting Himiko to sigh. You are not a monster. I was, even though I don't remember everything that happened after that day I lost control. Himiko stated as she started to stand up. You're not. Atsuko quietly stated, getting Himiko to look at her sister. Our parents were the real monsters. You became the thing they called you because of their own actions, right? That is what I've been trying to tell her. Yui nearly shouted before blushing and getting the two sisters to stare at her. She likes you, Atsuko stated, getting Himiko to blush. Atsuko! Himiko shouted as Atsuko ran and hid behind Yui. Why don't you two talk and I'll look around? Atsuko stated as she pushed Yui towards her sister, then ran off. Inside Melissa's room. That odd Dre. What happened to my room? Melissa shouted as she looked around and everything was in pieces or extremely damaged, save her dresser. What happened? Hours later. Kaze, it is getting restless. Kumo stated as he watched Melissa spar with her friends. Don't do anything. She is reining it in, the last thing we need is for her to go to Asuka willingly. Kaze replied as he looked at a list that Izumi handed him. Some of these combinations I never tried. You are going to teach her, aren't you? Kumo asked. I might. Kaze replied as he stood up with a frown. That's enough. With the 4 girls? Why? Melissa asked as the lightning around her turned black for a moment. Oh. I guess you got to rest. Kyuka stated as she looked exhausted. You two sit down. I want to see if I can handle Toru's final flash. Izumi stated as Toru sighed. I hate setting up that move. Toru stated as she looked at Izumi's giddy face. Must say no, must say no. Please, I want to see if I can take a hit from you just in case you have to use it in battle, and you have to get used to using it without setting up for it. Izumi stated, still giddy. Does it seem odd that Izumi wants to help all of us? Kyuka asked as she looked over to Melissa, who looked odd. Melissa? Huh? Sorry, every time I lower my percentage it fights me. Melissa stated as she showed that she still had her blue lightning that had black bolts filtering in as well. The black bolts are new and they started to appear when I got to 80%, those two don't like it though. She continued as she pointed to the 2 watchers. With Kaze and Kumo? I'm starting to think AI and Yui still have some hold on you. Kumo stated as Kaze just smirks. They released it, after they both declined on being chaos. Sadly though Asuka might go back for them, we need to defeat him here and now. Kaze stated as he watched the younger summoner get hit by a beam of light. That's new. With the 2. See. It takes too long to charge. Toru panted as she looked exhausted from firing that beam. You're right. But at the same time, if we all agree to work together I can cover your charge up time and you can keep me safe from being attacked. Izumi replied, getting Toru to sigh. I get it. I do need to work at it, and you do cover my weakness for it. Toru stated. With the other 2? Welp, it looks like Toru is out as well. Kyuka stated as she frowned. She is like a little Energizer bunny, what can keep up with her? Well, Melissa might be able to, but what about me and Toru? Kyuka, no matter what, Izumi and I wouldn't just drop the 2 of you. Melissa stated as she frowned and then looked panicked. How did I know that you are worried about that? My guess is that your little issue is getting worse. Kyuka stated as Izumi walked over carrying Toru. Hey Melissa, you can share with any of us tonight. Izumi stated as Toru gave a tired thumbs up. What happens if I destroy your room? Melissa asked as she looked down. I don't think that will happen. Izumi retorted with a grin. Are you really worried about what you destroyed or what you didn't damage? I didn't damage anything I really needed, and most of my more important things I left at Island. Are you saying that it damaged things I didn't care for? Melissa asked, shocked. Yup, and since you are worried about other people's things, chances of you breaking them are mitigated. Izumi replied as Melissa started to laugh about her own worry. The next morning? So, nothing damaged though your quirk kept waking me up with, Kyuka stated as she blushed darkly. With what? Melissa asked as Kyuka just blushed even more. It made me orgasm, okay. Kyuka told her as both girls blushed. Oh. Wait, what? Melissa asked with a shocked look. How? The black lightning just covered me and started shocking me in places that was RDC. Kyuka stated as she rubbed her thighs. Well, I was dreaming of a nice date with you that slowly turned RDC. I guess the lightning affected me but I didn't wake up to it. Melissa stated as she fiddled with her fingers. Were you the lead in that dream? Kyuka asked, getting a nod in return. Well, there you go, your dreams are what it does to your surroundings. She revealed as she blushed with a thought. Elsewhere? It has grown very strong soon. Very soon, I will have a new one to use. Asuka stated with a very sinister laugh. At the school. I was right, she is reining it in. Kaze stated as he sat on the roof of the main building. Don't forget that it did try to do something outside of her control. Kumo stated, also sitting on the roof. It was acting out of her dream, she likes those girls, so of course it will try something with them. Kaze theorized and then frowned as he looked to the distance. It looks like it will be soon. Agreed. Kumo stated as Shota walked up to them. What is soon? Shota asked. Asuka. Both Kaze and Kumo replied. Should I tell the other teachers? Shota asked, getting a small smile from Kaze. We are not sure how soon, though given the growth of the seed. Asuka will want to do the final growth himself so that her willpower doesn't shape it but his. Kaze stated as he looked back to the dorms. I do have to tell you something that we saw.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.